What if Harry Potter could copy any anime ability? Welcome back to Savage Harry Storytellers. Today's tale asks a question that cracks the multiverse right down its seams. What if Harry Potter could copy any anime ability? We've brewed a 6-chapter crossover epic, and I don't want you missing a single beat. So hit that subscribe button, smash the like, and drop a comment telling me which ability you steal first. Strap in, keep your wand close and your soul closer. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The thief with borrowed eyes. The apothecary's shop smelled of formaldehyde and dried ashwinder eggs. Harry had been standing at the counter for 4 minutes while the proprietor, a thin, deeply bored man with a mole the size of a nut, continued his elaborate task of not looking at him. "Basilisk antivenin," Harry said again, sliding a scrap of parchment across the worn oak. "The good batch, not the watered stuff you sold Neville Longbottom last term." "We're closing," the apothecary replied without glancing up from his ledger. It was 5:15 on a Tuesday. Diagon Alley wouldn't truly close for another 3 hours, but Harry had learned that "we're closing" was simply the soundtrack of dealing with the potion suppliers after the war. Everyone in the alley carried a particular exhaustion now, the bone-deep kind that came from living when you weren't sure you would. Harry couldn't blame them. He carried it too, though for different reasons. "I'll pay extra." He set down several galleons, more than the antivenin was worth. "Please." The apothecary finally looked at him. His expression shifted from boredom to something more complicated, recognition, followed by a careful, practiced neutrality. "That'll be 12 galleons then." He turned to the shelves without another word. Harry watched him move through the narrow aisles with the methodical slowness of a man performing a ritual he'd perfected over decades. The shop was old, older than Flourish and Blots, older than the leaky cauldron. The bottles on the walls bore handwritten labels in at least 3 centuries of handwriting. Powdered moonstone, essence of mermaid, liquefied phoenix tears, basilisk fang dust, ground mandrake root, so old the label was illegible. Strange, shifting things in jars that seemed to contain not just liquid but something closer to memory, captured and preserved. A younger customer was browsing the eastern corner, a woman in ministry robes, her fingers trailing across rows of healing drafts. She didn't glance at Harry, but he felt her register his presence the way a predator registers potential competition for food. An older man stood near the counter, waiting, wearing a cloak so darkly green it was nearly black. He had the look of someone who had been waiting a long time and was willing to wait longer still. Both of them moved with the careful, deliberate slowness of people who understood they were in a place where carelessness could cost fingers. The apothecary returned with a small crystalline vial filled with clear liquid, faintly luminescent. He held it up to the dying afternoon light filtering through the shop's lead-lined windows, checking it against some internal standard. The vial caught the light and scattered it into fragments, each fragment a tiny spectrum of its own. "Don't drop it. Don't shake it. Don't use it near an open flame. Basilisk venom is finicky, the antivenin more so," the apothecary said, settling into a tone that suggested he had said this exact thing 1,000 times before and would say it 1,000 times again before his death. "The venom in the container next to this one is from a specimen killed in Mesopotamia in 1847. The venom in the jar on the next shelf is from something they found still alive in the basement of the ministry in 1903. Both would kill you in different ways. Both would use this antivenin to do it. You understand?" "Understood," Harry said, though he wasn't entirely certain he did. "No, you don't." The apothecary wrapped the vial in silk with practiced care, layer upon layer, each layer humming faintly with protective wards. "You lot never do. You come in here wanting fixes to problems you've barely begun to understand, throw gold at it, and leave thinking you're prepared for the next catastrophe. You're not. Nobody ever is." He paused, glancing at the ministry woman in the corner. She was very pointedly not listening. "Some of you are more catastrophic than others, though." "That counts for something." Harry took the wrapped package. It was warm against his palm, which shouldn't have been possible. Alchemy did strange things to temperature, did strange things to the boundary between what was and what was meant to be. He could feel the faint pulse of protection work humming through the silk, responding to the warmth of his skin with something that felt almost sentient. "Is that wizard wisdom or just Tuesday wisdom?" Harry asked, watching the apothecary's hands move in that strange, practiced way. They were stained with things that left colors no normal dye could create, copper and silver and something that looked like liquid starlight caught under the skin. The apothecary's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Both, I expect. Come back when you've finished not using it correctly." He glanced at Harry's eyes then, just for a moment, and Harry felt the weight of his gaze, not magical exactly, but something adjacent to it, something that saw. "And if you see anything of yours walking around in someone else's face, do the world a favor and bring it back here before you use it again." Harry nodded slowly, not trusting his voice, and stepped back toward the shop's entrance. The older man in the dark cloak was watching him now, too. The ministry woman had stopped pretending to look at the healing drafts. They weren't going to move, Harry realized. They were going to stand there and remember the exact shape and size of his silhouette. It was the work of a moment to identify someone in a crowded street if you'd already committed their profile to memory. The sun was sliding toward the horizon when Harry stepped back into the alley proper. The street lamps had begun to flicker a light, casting everything in that particular golden-brown glow that made the crooked buildings look even more crooked. A few shopkeepers were shaking out their awnings. The usual crowd of students and ministry workers had thinned to stragglers. Harry was turning toward the apparition point when he felt it. The weight of observation. Not the casual kind, not the lingering glances of people who recognized him from the prophet. This was different. It was precise. It had intention. His fingers found the anti-venom vial in his pocket. His other hand drifted toward his wand. He didn't turn around immediately. That was the lesson war had taught him. The first to break and look often died first. Instead, he counted to 10, slowly, the way Hermione had taught him, the way Aurors were trained, and then let his eyes drift casually across the storefronts. There. Across the street, partially obscured by the shadow of a shop awning, stood a man Harry had never seen before. He was tall, taller than Harry by a head, with long black hair pulled back in a loose tie. His coat was dark gray, travel-worn, the kind you'd wear if you'd walked through several countries and couldn't be bothered to refresh it. It was his eyes, though, that stopped Harry's breath. Red. Bright, bloody, unmistakable red, and in the irises, 3 tomos spinning lazily in concentric circles, just like the ones Harry saw every time he looked at his own reflection. A Sharingan, not his Sharingan, someone else's. Someone who knew the technique well enough to have activated it while simply watching from across a crowded street. The man's gaze was steady, unblinking. It felt like staring down the barrel of a gun. For a moment, just a moment, Harry considered running. The man didn't move, didn't reach for anything, didn't even breathe visibly as far as Harry could tell. He simply stood there, watching, as if the two of them were the only people in a street full of 30 other human beings. Then the man started walking. He moved with an odd, fluid grace, the kind of movement that had nothing to do with normal human anatomy and everything to do with years of training Harry couldn't fathom. His footsteps didn't make a sound. When he reached Harry, he stopped 2 paces away, close enough to speak, far enough to run. "Mr. Potter," he said. His voice was soft, almost conversational, with an accent Harry couldn't quite place. Formal. "I wonder if we might talk somewhere quieter." Harry's hand was already on his wand. The anti-venom vial felt heavier in his other pocket, as if it had gained weight. "I don't think we have anything to talk about. On the contrary." The man's crimson eyes flicked across Harry's face. "You have something that belongs to my family. I would very much like to know how you came to possess it." The Sharingan, it had to be. But Harry had stolen it, if you could call it stealing. If you could call the desperate grab at a would-be mugger's wrist 3 months ago in a London alley something that coherent. He hadn't even known what he was doing at the time. Harry's memory of that particular night was fragmented, the way memories always were after he used the mimicry. He'd gone to London for a healer appointment about his scar, or what remained of it. The appointment had left him half asleep, stumbling through a neighborhood he shouldn't have been in at that hour. Someone had grabbed his arm from an alcove. Harry had spun, panicked, and grabbed back, wrist to bare skin. The attacker's skin had been warm and marked with tattoos of some kind, red, chakra-looking things that Harry's eyes didn't know how to process. And then, the world had changed. Suddenly, Harry could see again, not in darkness but in crystal-clear detail. Every movement the attacker made seemed slow, predictable, drawn out in lines of light. The man's arm came at him in what might have been real time but felt like glacial creep. Harry had twisted sideways and run, and the running had never stopped, not really, because 3 months later he still felt like he was mid-sprint, waiting for the world to catch up. What he'd gotten from the contact had settled into his eyes over the following days. The Tomo, the vision. The knowledge, somehow, of what it was called, Sharingan, the knowledge that it had been alive in his eyes before, or something very much like it, and that his own flesh was capable of pulling it out of another person like a thief lifting a wallet. He'd never tried to find the attacker. He'd never wanted to know if the man was all right. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry said. The man's expression didn't change. He might have been discussing the weather. 3 months ago in Whitechapel, a man named Itachi was mugged. He was returning from a tea house. The contact was brief, but thorough enough. He lost the ability to use his Sharingan properly for 6 days. He is only now recovering his full dexterity. Harry's stomach turned over. He'd hoped the attacker had just been a street criminal, someone who might forget the encounter. But the name, Itachi, something in his bones recognized it as wrong, important, dangerous. "It was self-defense," Harry said. "He attacked me. I am aware." The man inclined his head slightly. "Itachi is not always wise. My name is Itachi Uchiha. I am his cousin and also his keeper in a manner of speaking. This is not an accusation. This is a statement of fact. I do not want to kill a child, Mr. Potter. I want what is mine, what was stolen from my family through no fault of my own. Your understanding of what you did, the mechanics of your ability, these things are not my concern." There was something almost sad in his voice, the way a man might sound discussing the weather before a hurricane hit. Harry had fought people with that tone before. They were usually the most dangerous. "I can't give it back," Harry said quietly. "That's not how it works." Kaito's red eyes studied him. For a long moment he didn't speak. The alley continued around them, people passing, shops closing, the ordinary business of a world that didn't know it was hosting a conversation that might end in fire and blood. "Then we have a problem." "We don't have to," Harry said. Something in him wanted to negotiate, wanted to find the thread that might lead them both away from what was coming. "The Sharingan isn't, I don't think I have complete mastery over it. If I tried to just hand you a copy, it might not take. And even if it did, your cousin wouldn't be back where he started. I couldn't give you 3 months of recovery time. I couldn't undo the actual harm." Kaito's head tilted slightly, the way a bird's might when assessing prey. "You are trying to bargain with me." "I'm trying to have a conversation." Yes, bargaining. A ghost of something like amusement crossed Kaito's features. "You believe that your willingness to discuss terms implies you have negotiating leverage. That because you cannot return the Sharingan, some arrangement might be made that is less than killing you. This is a common belief among young warriors. It is also usually incorrect." "Usually," Harry repeated. He could feel his Sharingan beginning to activate, fear and adrenaline combining into something that made his vision sharper. "That implies not always." "Not always," Kaito agreed. He was still standing at precisely the same distance, still perfectly still. "There are circumstances where dialogue becomes strategic advantage, where the act of listening demonstrates respect, and respect sometimes matters more than honor or blood debt. Whether those circumstances apply now, that remains to be seen." Harry took a breath. "What would need to happen for you to decide we don't have to do this?" "I would need to understand what you are," Kaito said simply. "I would need to know whether the theft was conscious choice or accident, whether the Sharingan in your eyes is an ornament or a fundamental part of your being. I would need to know, in short, whether you are a criminal or merely a problem that was given form. He paused. I would also like to know if you have any intention of using the Sharingan to hurt anyone else. That question has a correct answer, Mr. Potter. Choose carefully. I don't want to hurt anyone, Harry said, and it was true mostly, with the caveat that he'd wanted to hurt many people during the war and might want to again if given sufficient provocation. I don't even want to use the Sharingan. I'd be happier if the whole thing had never happened. And yet, Kaito said, it did happen. And now you stand before me with a stolen technique in your eyes, and I stand before you with 3 months of my cousin's recovered dignity weighing on my choices. Intention is irrelevant. Only circumstance matters. And in the circumstance we find ourselves in, we have come to an impasse. He spread his hands slowly, fingers relaxing from the ready position they'd held since the beginning of the conversation. It was the first time he'd moved in any way that wasn't precise, martial, controlled. So we fight. It is the simplest solution. You have proven you can use the Sharingan in combat. I am trained to use the Sharingan in combat. One of us will win, and that victory will restore what balance can be restored. And if you win, Harry asked, then I recover the Sharingan from your corpse and bring closure to Itachi's shame. And if I win, Kaito smiled, and it was a sad, beautiful thing. Then perhaps the world is stranger than I have believed it to be. That would be worth knowing before I die. Harry moved. He'd learned something over the past 6 years of having mimicry. When a situation was about to go bad, the best course was to stop letting it be a situation. He twisted sideways and threw a stunning spell, not at Kaito, but at the crowd behind him, forcing the Uchiha to move or be responsible for hitting a civilian. Kaito moved, impossibly fast, a blur that didn't quite follow the laws of physics. Harry turned and ran. Nocturne Alley was only 3 turns away. Harry knew every winding street and shadowed corner of Diagon Alley. He'd learned it as a prisoner and a celebrity and a half-starved orphan before that. His feet took him left, right, left again. The anti-venom vial slammed against his ribs. Behind him, Kaito followed with the same fluid, soundless pace, never closer than 5 feet but never falling behind either. Harry could feel his Sharingan activating without his permission. It burned in his eyes, hot, immediate, overwhelming. Suddenly, the cobblestones showed him every stone, every crack, every place where his foot might slip. Kaito's movements became slightly slower, slightly more predictable, but only slightly. The man moved the way Harry had always imagined ninja moved, not like a human, but like a force of nature. The street bent left, and Harry nearly collided with a muggle, a woman in a gray suit, carrying a briefcase, who had somehow wandered into Diagon Alley through whatever permeable bit of the magical world's veil had come loose. She screamed as Harry dodged past her, and her scream became louder when she caught sight of Kaito, moving like something that had transcended the ordinary rules of physics. Harry heard her phone clatter to the cobblestones, heard her voice rise into a pitched wail about demons. He felt guilt spike through his chest. She'd done nothing wrong, but there was no time to help her, no time to do anything but run. Nocturne Alley yawned before him, darker and more crooked than Diagon, its windows filled with things that no ministry inspector would ever approve of. Harry veered into it without hesitation, knowing that Kaito would follow, knowing that whatever happened next, the stakes had just become infinitely more complicated by the presence of a muggle witness. Nocturne was crowded for the hour, people browsing the dark storefronts that sold things Diagon Alley wouldn't touch. Harry plunged into the crowd, shouting a warning. People scattered. He caught a glimpse of Kaito's face as he passed, not angry, not even particularly surprised. Just determined. Half a block down, a small tea shop entrance beckoned Mrs. Peebush's, a place that served tea to dark wizards who preferred their refreshment served in shadow. Harry changed direction without thinking, ducking through the narrow doorway. Inside, the shop was warm and dim, smelling of jasmine and something darker, something that might have been opium or might have been something worse. 3 tables were occupied. All conversation ceased the moment Harry burst through the door. He ran toward the back, toward the kitchen door he'd seen the staff use, toward anything that might buy him a moment's worth of separation. Behind him, he heard Kaido's footsteps, still soundless, impossibly still soundless, and then a sound like wind, sharp and sudden, and a teacup exploded into powder. Harry dove through the kitchen door. The staff scattered, screaming. He knocked over a tray of biscuits. They scattered across the floor, centuries-old recipes for dark confections now rendered into rubble, and pushed through the back exit into the narrow alleyway that connected Nocturne's various businesses. The alley was damp and smelled of decay. Harry's Sharingan painted it in shades of crimson clarity. He could see every loose stone, every dripping pipe, every corner where magic had worn thin against the persistent damp. He could also see Kaido emerging from the tea shop, moving with that same unhurried pace, as if Harry's panic and flight were merely a performance that Kaido was patiently waiting to finish so he could take his bow. Something happened then, some shift in Harry's desperation, or his fear, or his absolute conviction that he was about to die. His hand came up, not grasping for his wand, but open, empty. The magic that burst from him was wordless and wild, a raw torrent of force that sent every loose bit of the alley, stones, water, the accumulated refuse of a century of shadow commerce, hurling toward Kaido in a chaotic wave. For the first time since the encounter began, Kaido stumbled. He twisted sideways with inhuman grace, and most of the debris missed him, but a fragment of ancient brick caught his shoulder and drew blood. The blood was red, human, impossible, and for just a moment the weight of Kaido's presence seemed to ease. Harry ran harder. For one impossible moment, Harry felt something else activate, something that wasn't apparition, something that moved in a straight line from one point to another in a way that made apparition look slow. It felt like being pulled, hard, through water that wanted to hold him, through a space that resisted his existence. When the world reassembled, Harry was on a rooftop 3 blocks away, gasping and retching. His lungs heaved against air that suddenly felt too thick, too real. The city sprawled below him in the dying light, all of London rendered suddenly unfamiliar by his elevation and his terror. Kaido arrived less than a second later. He didn't apparate. He seemed to simply be there, stepping through the air as if it were a door that had opened just for him. His black coat settled around him as he straightened, no sign of exertion on his face, no sign that he'd just chased a teenager across half of Diagon Alley and the surrounding streets. "Running will not help," Kaido said. He wasn't breathing hard. "You have something of mine. Dialogue is the only sensible path forward." Harry was breathing hard enough for both of them. His Sharingan was burning steadily now, activated and fed by adrenaline and fear. His vision had taken on that odd crystalline quality, everything sharp, everything slow. He could see Kaido's hands, the way they were held ready but relaxed, the way his weight was balanced on both feet in a way that suggested he could move in any direction. He could see the flicker of chakra around him, a kind of luminescence in the air that ordinary human eyes wouldn't have caught, something like heat shimmer, something like the aurora, something like the heartbeat of the world made visible. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and meant it. "I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't, not entirely." "I believe you," Kaido said. "And yet, the Sharingan remains in your eyes. The injury to my family remains. Intention does not repair what has been broken." Harry raised his wand. "Then we fight." What happened next was not, in any technical sense, a duel. Kaido brought his hands together in a strange seal, 2 fingers from his right hand crossed over his left palm, and whispered something Harry's ears couldn't process. It was barely louder than breath, but it carried weight, intention, and something that made the very air shudder in response. For a moment, just a moment, nothing happened. Then the air in front of him caught fire. It wasn't normal fire. It was black, the color of pure absence, like someone had burned away the concept of brightness and left only void. It came at Harry in a wave, fast and inevitable, and the heat that preceded it was so intense that Harry's skin blistered before the flame itself touched him. It didn't move like fire should, it didn't rise and spread. didn't follow the lazy, predictable patterns of normal combustion. It moved like a directed beam, like intention made material, like the physical manifestation of someone's will saying, "You will burn." Harry's Sharingan was already reacting before his conscious mind caught up. He could see the flame's path, could see the exact trajectory of destruction spreading across the rooftop. His body twisted sideways, not quite fast enough. Heat kissed his left shoulder, and his robes began to burn with a smell like meat searing, like hair curling into ash, like every nerve ending in his body suddenly deciding to fire at maximum volume. He threw up a pratigo, more from instinct than knowledge. The flame hit the shield and split, flowing around him like water around a stone, and the noise that came with it was like standing inside a forge as the furnace was stoked. It was hot enough that Harry could feel it eating the spell's magic, draining it, demanding more power to hold. Each second felt like an eternity. Each breath felt like inhaling smoke and knives. "That is Amaterasu," Kaito said from across the rooftop, his hands already moving into another seal, his voice calm and almost conversational despite the absolute devastation of magic pouring from his body. "A jutsu that cannot be extinguished by ordinary means. Your shield will fail in approximately 6 seconds. The burning that you experience will not stop simply because the flame ceases to exist. The scar, should you survive, will not respond well to normal healing." Harry's shoulder was screaming. He could smell his own burning flesh, could feel blood sliding down his back under his robes. His Sharingan saw the flame's path, saw every moment of its existence, but it couldn't tell him how to stop it. The pain was so complete, so overwhelming, that it felt almost abstract, like he was watching someone else burn, like he was safe in his own head while his body was consumed. 2 seconds now, Kaito observed calmly. There was something almost like regret in his voice. "I had hoped you might be different, that the universe might offer me something unexpected." Something happened that Harry didn't intend. His eyes, the Sharingan in them, suddenly had a new ability. A countercurrent of vision flashed through him, and he understood in that moment where the flame came from. He understood the technique of it, the principle of it, the way Kaito's eyes had burned the concept of fire into reality itself. And he saw, in that moment of perfect clarity, the name of the jutsu on a piece of paper written in a language he didn't recognize but somehow comprehended. He saw the jutsu's structure, its skeleton, its meaning, the way it existed as both physical and metaphysical simultaneously. The flame collapsed. Not extinguished, canceled, simply ceasing to be because it had never truly existed in any way that mattered. The rooftop was intact. The air was cool. Harry's shoulder was still screaming, still burning with the phantom echo of pain, but the source of the pain had vanished. He could taste blood in his mouth. Kaito's red eyes widened slightly. "You have seen the soul's space." Before Harry could answer, before he could even breathe, a beam of light hit Kaito from the side, not killing bright but close, and the Uchiha went flying backward into a chimney with a sound like an impact detonator. "Stand down, both of you," a sharp voice called. "Hands where I can see them." An older woman was standing at the opposite end of the rooftop, her wand raised, both eyes still glowing faintly with whatever hex she'd just fired. She was perhaps in her 60s, with gray hair pulled back in a severe bun and robes that marked her as ministry, not an Auror but something else, some kind of official. Her face was lined with exhaustion and something that might have been recognition, or might have been dread. Harry raised his hands immediately. His shoulder was still on fire. His Sharingan was still active, burning in his eyes like 2 small suns. He could feel something else, too, a hunger that had come with the vision cancellation, a strange, sucking emptiness in his chest, as if something inside him had opened a mouth and swallowed something important. Kaito was already moving, his hands in another seal, but the older woman was faster. She spoke a word Harry didn't catch, and suddenly Kaito couldn't make a sound. His mouth moved, but no noise emerged. The seals fell apart incomplete. "Silencing hex," the woman said to Harry. "Not perfect on someone of his caliber, but sufficient. I am Arabella Vance, Department of Mysteries, Anomalies Desk." She didn't lower her wand. "You are both coming with me to..." No, Harry said. Vance's eyes flicked to him. They were sharp, sharper than they should have been. I beg your pardon? I'm not going anywhere with the ministry, Harry said. His voice sounded odd in his own ears, strained. Not today, not with. He gestured vaguely at his shoulder at the smoking hole in his robes. This being what it is. We've known for 6 years, Vance said quietly. The file has your name in red ink, Mr. Potter. Red for dangerous. Red for abnormal. You were 13 when the ability first manifested. You have been under observation ever since. The fact that you've managed to stay hidden this long is either testament to your competence or to our leniency. I would advise you not to test which. Behind Vance, 2 other figures appeared from the stairwell. A man and a woman, both younger than Vance, both wearing the same heavy robes that marked them as ministry officials. They moved with a peculiar grace that suggested combat training or something adjacent to it. Vance, the man said, he was dark-haired, with scars across his left cheek that looked deliberate, intentional, like marks he'd chosen to bear. The boy's correct. He's going to run. The wand is already moving toward his wand pocket. Harry froze. He hadn't been about to move, not yet, but the man's observation made his hands itch with the need to correct the record. Patience, Chen, Vance said. She didn't look at the man, kept her full attention on Harry. Let him make a choice anyway. It matters for the file. She gestured slightly, and the other ministry official, a woman with the bearing of someone who had seen things in the department that had burned away her capacity for surprise, moved to a position that would block the fire escape. Moffat is there. Chen is here. I am in front of you. And that man, she pointed her wand at Kaito, who was struggling against the silencing hex with the steady determination of someone who had time and no other options, is currently unable to coordinate. So making a choice is your option. Not making a choice is also your option, but it has a narrower set of outcomes. Harry couldn't think of anything to say that wouldn't be a lie or an admission or both. You have 2 options, Vance continued. Come with me, submit to evaluation, and we can work toward understanding your ability and your place in the larger picture. Or refuse, run again, and spend the rest of your life knowing that there is a file in the department with your name in red ink, and that I am now personally interested in why. She paused, letting the weight of that statement settle. The difference between those 2 outcomes is not merely theoretical. One of them results in you having allies. The other results in you running in perpetuity. Moffat, the woman, added her own voice, gravelly, exhausted. We've dealt with 14 anomalies like you in the past 20 years, Potter. 13 of them accepted the file, accepted the investigation, accepted the reality of what they were. Those 13 are alive. The one who ran is a stain on the East End that nobody in the ministry is particularly eager to discuss in daylight. Kaito, despite the silencing hex, managed to roll his eyes. He picked himself up from the chimney rubble with a kind of deliberate slowness, making it clear to everyone present that he was moving at a leisurely pace. His hand came up empty and open. I'm not going, Harry said. But thank you for the help, I think. Before Vance could respond, Kaito was moving again, not with the jutsu user's blend of physics and supernatural speed, but with a simple, elegant pivot that took him to the rooftop's edge. He looked back at Harry, his red eyes meeting Harry's own, and something passed between them, not agreement, not exactly, but a kind of understanding. The understanding of men who had been interrupted by bureaucracy. Then Kaito stepped backward off the roof and was gone. Harry heard the sound of tiles shattering on the street below, heard someone scream, heard the chaos that bloomed like a flower in that moment of disruption. Vance swore under her breath. Grounding ward, she muttered, but it was too late. The Uchiha was already gone into the alley, into the night, into whatever corner of the world could hold someone like that. Harry and Vance stood on the rooftop together. The silencing hex still hung in the air between them, and neither of them moved to break it. Finally, Vance lowered her wand and the spell dissipated. Your shoulder, she said, not a question. Healing charm won't work on Amaterasu burns, Harry said. He didn't know how he knew that. I need to get to a healer. St. Mungo's is 5 minutes by flu. There is a private entrance. Harry considered her offer the way he might consider a adder coiled in his path. It was certainly real. It might even be genuine. But taking it would mean stepping into a process, a system, machinery that had been waiting for him with his name in red ink. "No," he said again. Vance looked at him for a long moment. "You are 17 years old, Mr. Potter. You have an ability that appears to include theft, vision cancellation, and some form of supernatural acceleration. You are being pursued by the last known survivor of a displaced ninja clan. And you are still convinced that you are the most capable judge of what you should do next." Harry met her eyes. "Yes." Vance laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. "You truly are related to James Potter, aren't you? Same absolute conviction that you are the protagonist of the world." She lowered her wand fully and tucked it away. "Very well. But understand this. That file exists whether you cooperate with it or not. And the next time you fight a man like Itachi Uchiha, you may not be fortunate enough to have someone interrupt it precisely the moment your ability began manifesting something you don't understand. I suggest you consider what happens when you are forced to make the same choice with the next person who is willing to die to get what you took." She stepped back and apparated away without another word, leaving Harry alone on the rooftop with the smell of burned stone and his own burned shoulder and the slowly dying Sharingan in his eyes. The flight back to Grimmauld Place was a blur of pain and apparition points. Harry's shoulder had gone numb after the first few moments, which was worse than the burning because it meant something was genuinely wrong. He kept the potion vial clutched in his hand, the anti-venom, which he no longer needed, which suddenly seemed impossibly stupid and far away. Hermione was waiting in the drawing room when he pushed through the front door. She was sitting in Sirius's old chair, surrounded by papers and charts, and she had the particular expression on her face that Harry had learned to recognize, the one that meant she knew something she shouldn't, and she knew that he knew that she knew. "You're hurt," she said, not as a question. "Amaterasu burn," Harry said. He wanted to sit down but was afraid of what would happen to the armchair if he did. "It's not as bad as it looks. You're bleeding through your robes." "Yes." Hermione stood up. She didn't come toward him immediately. She seemed to be assessing him the way one might assess a wild animal that had wandered into the house. "I've been tracking ley line spikes for the past 3 weeks. There have been 17 significant anomalies within London proper. 13 of them correspond with Ministry flu fire activations. 4 of them don't. The last one, approximately 37 minutes ago, was centered on Diagon Alley." Harry said nothing. "I've been reading the papers you left in your room," Hermione continued. "The ones about the Sharingan, the ones about chakra. The ones about something called displacement zones, where the membrane between worlds wears thin. I've been tracking ley lines, and I've been waiting for you to tell me something. And now you come home covered in some kind of burn that I am 90% certain is not a normal flame burn. Hermione, do. Hermione me." She was angry now, the particular anger of someone who had been worried sick for a long time. 6 years, Harry. You've had this ability for 6 years, and you didn't tell me. You told Ron eventually. I know you did. The way you look at each other when you think I'm not watching, but you didn't tell me." Harry felt something inside him break. It wasn't a dramatic breaking, not like the rooftop duel. It was small and quiet and very final. "I was protecting you. You were protecting yourself," Hermione said sharply. "And don't get me wrong, that's a valid choice. But don't pretend it was about me. Don't pretend you trusted me less than you trusted Ron." She was right, and that was worse than if she'd been wrong. Harry sank into the chair opposite hers carefully and let the anti-venom vial roll onto the table. "I was afraid of what I was becoming." "And what are you becoming?" Harry looked at his hands. In the lamp light, they looked ordinary. Brown, calloused, with the small scars of 17 years of living. "I don't know, someone who steals. Someone who can copy what other people are. Someone who—" He gestured vaguely at his shoulder. "I saw something today. I canceled out a jutsu I've never been trained in, something that shouldn't be possible. And it felt like—" He searched for the words. "It felt like something was watching back, like something inside me was hungry." Hermione sat down slowly. "The curse scar." "I don't think so. The scar's faded. This is something different." Harry rubbed his face. There's a man named Kaito Uchiha. He's from some kind of anime world that bleeds through our ley lines. One of his relatives attacked me 3 months ago, and I copied the Sharingan from him. Kaito came to get it back. And then Vance from the ministry showed up and told me they've had a file on me with my name in red ink since I was 13. Hermione was quiet for a long time. When you were 13. Yes, that's. Hermione's hand went to her mouth. Harry, when you were 13, you collapsed during that herbology lesson. 3rd year. Everyone thought it was the Dementors that you were just overwhelmed because of what happened to you. But the healers said they couldn't find anything wrong with you. Your vitals were all normal. Your magical signature wasn't even strained. They couldn't explain it. Harry's stomach sank. I'd completely forgotten about that. So I remembered, Hermione said quietly. I remembered because it was the only time I'd ever seen you scared in that specific way. Not the way you get scared when Voldemort is involved, but scared of yourself. Like you'd suddenly turned into something you didn't recognize. She stood up and started pacing. And I asked you about it that night, and you wouldn't tell me. You said you just had a moment, that it wasn't important, and then you shut me out for 3 months. I thought I'd done something wrong. I thought you were angry with me. Harry wanted to say something, but what could he say? That he'd buried the memory so deep he'd forgotten it existed. That his own mind had apparently decided that aspect of his past wasn't worth keeping. There's a man named Kaito Uchiha, Harry said finally. He's from some kind of anime world that bleeds through our ley lines. One of his relatives attacked me 3 months ago, and I copied the Sharingan from him. Kaito came to get it back. And then Vance from the ministry showed up and told me they've had a file on me with my name in red ink since I was 13. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Ginny doesn't know. Ron doesn't know about the file. But Vance knows, Hermione said. The whole Anomaly's desk knows. Which means, she stood up and started pacing, her movements sharp and deliberate. Which means there are other files, other people, other beings who can do things that don't fit into the standard categories. And you've been walking around London with a Sharingan and whatever this is. She pointed at his shoulder, locked inside you, and nobody has even tried to help. And you've been letting them watch you, letting them keep a file on you, and you didn't tell me. I didn't want help. I know, Hermione said, but you got hurt anyway. You got hurt because you're 17 and you're trying to manage something that has government agencies keeping files on you. That's not sustainable, Harry. It's not. Her voice cracked slightly. I can't be the person who watches you do something alone when I could have been helping. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to tell her that he could handle it, that he'd handled worse, that the ministry was the enemy and trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. But his shoulder was on fire, and he could still see Kaito's face when the black flame came down, and he could still feel that strange hunger in his chest where something had fed on a jutsu he didn't understand. I know, he said quietly. I just don't know what the alternative is. Before Hermione could answer, an owl hit the window. It was a large bird, black and sleek, the kind that screamed expensive. Its claws clutched a letter sealed with wax the color of old blood, imprinted with a sigil Harry didn't recognize, something that looked like an hourglass, or perhaps a gate, or perhaps both at once. The wax glowed faintly in the dimness of the drawing room, a soft luminescence that suggested it wasn't ordinary wax at all but something alchemical, something that held intention within it like a firefly trapped in amber. The owl didn't wait for anyone to come take the letter. It simply released its burden and flew away, back into the London night, as if the act of delivery had been the only point, as if the entire purpose of its existence could be satisfied by this one moment of release. Its wings made no sound as it departed. Hermione watched it go, her expression unreadable. Hermione crossed to the table and picked the letter up carefully, holding it like it might explode. Harry could see her hands shaking slightly. The wax felt warm to the touch, radiating a heat that seemed to come from elsewhere, from some space adjacent to reality rather than from the physical world. She turned it over, examining the seal from every angle, and Harry could see her trying to catalog what she was experiencing, the warmth, the texture, the faint pulse that seemed to run through the wax like a heartbeat. "Open it," Harry said. She did. The letter was short, written in elegant script, on paper that felt expensive enough to have weight. The paper was cream-colored, almost white, but when light passed through it, and Harry could see this clearly when Hermione held it up to the lamp, it revealed a faint pattern underneath, something that looked almost like kanji but not quite, like a language that had evolved into something more than mere written word. There was no signature. There were only 4 words, written in the same crimson wax they'd been sealed with, and the letters seemed to shift slightly in the lamplight, as though the writer had imbued them with some quality that made them unable to remain entirely still. "The Soul Society sends regards." Hermione lowered the letter slowly. Her eyes met Harry's, and he could see the weight of what this message meant settling onto her like snow, accumulating through the night, gradually at first, but with the promise of becoming overwhelming. "This is bad," she said finally. "Yes," Harry agreed. "This is very bad. Yes." Hermione set the letter down on the table with the same care she'd used to pick it up, as if proximity to it might somehow contaminate her with knowledge she couldn't afford to have. Outside, the London night pressed against the windows of Grimmauld Place, indifferent to the turning of events that had just occurred within these walls. And in the silence that followed, Harry could feel the weight of everything he hadn't told her, hadn't told anyone, pressing down against his chest like a stone. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2. Bleach of Souls. Harry hadn't slept. The crimson wax letter lay on the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, its edges catching the pre-dawn light that crept through the narrow Georgian windows. The crescent-tan cherry blossom sigil seemed to deepen as the morning strengthened, as though it fed on the day's color. He'd been reading it in cycles now for 7 hours, the same 17 words, written in a script that was neither Japanese nor English, but something that his eyes understood anyway. The Sharingan reading layers that his ordinary consciousness couldn't parse. "The Soul Society sends regards. You carry what was stolen. Return it, or be returned." Hermione sat across from him, her teacup abandoned since 3 in the morning. The tea inside had formed a skin, a membrane of neglect, and she hadn't noticed or didn't care. Her fingers were stained with charcoal from the charmed parchment spread across half the table, a topographical map of London's ley lines marked in precise notation. She'd been at this for 6 hours straight, cross-referencing spell trace signatures against ministry archives, measuring harmonic frequencies on instruments she'd enchanted herself. Small notations covered the margins, spike frequencies, duration estimates, locations cross-referenced to reports she shouldn't technically have access to, all in her sharp, economical handwriting. "You're going to go," she said without looking up from the parchment. It wasn't a question. She had that tone of voice now, the one she used when she'd already followed a problem to its logical conclusion and simply waited for Harry to catch up. Harry folded the letter once more, the wax cracking slightly at the creases. The sound it made was like bone breaking. "I have to. If this is real, it's real." Hermione set down her pencil with deliberate care and finally looked at him. Her eyes had that red-rimmed quality they acquired when she was frightened, and had decided the appropriate response was to become dangerously competent instead. "I've cross-checked 3 separate leyline registries against the ministry's official thaumic equilibrium readings. Something disrupted the baseline in Highgate Cemetery at approximately 6 minutes past midnight. The signature doesn't match any known magical disturbance pattern. It's not accidental magic, not curse bleed from a grave, not dimensional shear from the veil. It's visiting. Something that doesn't belong to our world, something that was testing the boundary between realms." She tapped her wand against a particular point on the parchment, leaving a small mark of blue light that lingered. The disturbance lasted exactly 92 seconds. It was deliberate, controlled, and it was directed specifically at you, Harry. The resonance pattern matches what I've been tracking ever since the Tokyo incident. Whoever sent this letter has access to the same type of magic that created your cursed echo. The kitchen was quiet, except for the susurrus of the old house settling around them, its bones shifting in the pre-dawn dark. "Number 12, Grimald Place had always been a house that existed between states, half alive, half haunted, stubbornly resistant to the ordinary logic of architecture. The copper pots hanging above the stove caught what little light existed and held it dully, like captured things. Harry's shoulder ached, not from any recent wound, but that phantom pain that sometimes visited him when he was tired, a kind of sympathetic echo to old scars. The Sharingan had been dormant for 18 hours now, locked down under a meditation technique Hermione had pulled from a Tibetan monk's journals. He could feel it pressing at the edges of his consciousness, though eager as a caged animal, desperate to read everything around him. The voice in the back of his head, that had gone quiet an hour ago, which somehow made it worse. The quiet had anticipation in it. The voice was a thing of hunger and mockery, and it had learned to feed on Harry's fear. "I can't let you come," Harry said quietly. "Whatever this is, whoever they are, if they're willing to cross into our world just to deliver a message, then this is beyond anything the Ministry trains for, beyond what you should risk." Hermione stood with sudden violence, her chair scraping harshly against the stone floor. She was pale with exhaustion and something else, something that looked like anger that had calcified into purpose. "Let me be very clear about this, Harry. I spent the last 6 hours reading classified Ministry files about your mimicry. Files with security seals I had to break using techniques I learned from documents I shouldn't have had access to in the first place. And do you know what I found? They've been tracking you. The unspeakables have been documenting every ability you've copied, every person you've contacted, every magical signature that started gravitating toward you. Someone inside that department has been building a case against you for sedition, for being a security risk, for being something that can't be contained by standard Ministry protocol." She leaned forward, her hands on the table, and Harry could see the tremor in them, not fear, but fury barely held in check. "So you don't go alone to a graveyard to meet something that exists in the spaces between worlds. You go with backup. You go with someone who knows how to read magical patterns, someone who can track you, someone who will burn the entire Ministry down if it means keeping you alive. And yes, that's me. That's the choice I made sometime around 3 in the morning when I stopped drinking tea and started breaking security seals." Harry wanted to argue. He had learned, over 17 years of knowing Hermione, that arguing with her once she'd committed to a course of action was like arguing with the tide, possible in theory, but ultimately futile and exhausting. Instead, he watched as she reached into her satchel and withdrew 2 galleons, their surfaces already faintly luminous in the gathering dawn. "Protean charm," she explained, her fingers moving over the coins with practiced care. She was marking runes into them with a pencil that wasn't quite a pencil, its tip glowing faintly with copper-colored light. "I've modified them. The binding is stronger than the original Protean network, and it carries a baseline resonance that should let me track you even if standard Patronus messaging gets disrupted by whatever magical field they're generating. You wear this one, I keep this one. You're in contact the entire time. Any trouble, any hint of trouble, you squeeze it 3 times, and I come in with everything the Ministry doesn't officially know I can do. Is that clear? You'll be expelled from the Ministry. I'm going to be expelled from the Ministry eventually," Hermione said with the tone of someone stating an obvious fact. "Probably sooner rather than later, given how many seals I've broken in the past 6 hours. Might as well make it count. Might as well make it mean something other than promoted too quickly and made bad administrative choices." She pressed the galleons into his hands. They were warm, warmer than brass should ever be, warmer than gold. The heat of them seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her heartbeat. "This is the most important thing I can give you right now. Not the charm itself, but the promise behind it. You're not alone in this. Not anymore. Not ever again." Harry closed his fingers around the coins, and for just a moment he let himself believe her. The city was waking as he walked toward Highgate Cemetery. East through Kentish Town as London emerged from night into that gray, uncertain morning light that belonged to neither darkness nor day. The streets were beginning to fill. postal workers, nurses ending night shifts, delivery lorries rolling through narrow lanes designed for carriages. Harry kept to the edges of crowds, his hands in his pockets, the galleon a small sun against his palm. His Sharingan was still dampened, locked down under layers of meditation that felt like trying to hold water in cupped hands, possible for a little while, unstable by necessity. The voice pressed harder, though. It had been quiet, but it was growing louder now. A whisper in Japanese that sounded almost like laughter, almost like hunger. Tadakao. Tadakao. Fight! The echo wanted to fight. It had been waiting all night to fight. He didn't resist the pull entirely. Instead, he allowed the dampening charm to relax by careful degrees as he walked, letting the Sharingan's vision sharpen incrementally. The world transformed. He could read the ley lines beneath the city's skin now, a vast network of magical pathways that fed energy into London's various defensive wards and protective barriers. He could see the places where those lines had been disrupted, small tears, carefully masked with glamours, that suggested months of preparation. Someone had been systematically compromising London's magical infrastructure, and nobody at the ministry had noticed. Or someone had noticed, and they were the ones who'd done it. Highgate Cemetery revealed itself in sections. First, the Victorian iron gates, wrought in that elaborate but somehow austere style that the Victorians had preferred for their monuments to permanence. The fog was heavier there than in the city below. Not a natural fog, but something that tasted of rain that had never fallen and air that had forgotten what sunlight felt like. The cemetery itself was a garden of the dead, all limestone angels and wrought iron crosses, family crypts that looked like miniature castles built to house the permanent and the forgotten. It was beautiful in the way that death was beautiful when you could afford to keep it at a distance, from above, from theory, from any real understanding of what lay underneath the carefully manicured grass. Harry cleared the main gates without using them, slipping through a gap in the iron fence that was more of a suggestion than a space. His borrowed shunpo technique, not copied yet, not fully integrated, just remembered from the captain's demonstration, made the movement fluid. His body knew how to flow now, where it hadn't before. The cost would come later. It always did. The topography matched Hermione's parchment perfectly. His Sharingan traced the ley line patterns beneath the grass. They'd been laid deliberately, with precision and intent. Someone had used the cemetery itself as a magical working, had woven the dead into a pattern that echoed upward into the living world. It was necromantic, in a sense, but not in the crude way that dark wizards typically worked. This was sophisticated. This was old. This was the work of a culture that had been manipulating death and the boundaries between states of existence for centuries. The figure was waiting at the center of the cemetery, in a space between the great Egyptian obelisk and the Lebanon cedar that rose like a dark prayer. He was a man in his middle years, perhaps, or perhaps ageless in that way certain people became when they'd crossed into something other than purely human. He wore a black kimono tailored to perfection, every seam aligned, every angle intentional. Over it was a white captain's haori, a garment that Harry's eyes recognized even though his consciousness had never learned it. The fabric was pristine, unmarked by the fog or the morning or the grave dampness that seemed to cling to everything else in the cemetery. What commanded attention most was the way he stood, perfectly balanced, perfectly still, perfectly certain. This was someone who had never questioned his right to occupy space, had never felt the need to apologize for his presence or his intentions. Two others flanked him, younger, dressed in the same black uniforms but without the haori. Shinigami, the word came to Harry unbidden, from a place in his mind that shouldn't have known it. Soul Reapers, Death Shepherds, something from the echo of the Zanpakuto fragment that lived in the borrowed space of his soul. Potter-san. The captain's voice was precisely modulated, each vowel clipped short, each consonant given its due weight and no more. You have something that does not belong to you, something that belongs to the Godai 13. Harry raised his wand slightly, keeping the motion slow and non-threatening. His Sharingan was fully active now, the 3 tomos spinning slowly, independently, reading not just the air but the texture of the captain's presence, the shape of his spirit, the weight of his power. It was like looking at a mountain and understanding, somehow, that the mountain was aware and watching you with equal intensity. I don't know what you're talking about. The fragment of Senbin Zakura that you carry in your soul. The captain's eyes were a pale gray that seemed to reflect more light than the fog around them contained. They were old eyes, ancient eyes. A Zanpakuto spirit, splintered and diminished. You took it from one of my division members last summer in Tokyo. She was on patrol in the human world, monitoring hollow activity. You touched her. You stole a piece of her connection to her Zanpakuto, a wound that will require years to heal. I have been authorized to retrieve what was taken. You have 60 seconds to surrender the fragment willingly, Potter-san. If you do not, I will retrieve it by force, and you will come with me to Soul Society for trial in the Central 46. Your choice. The words hung in the fog like a sentence with no way out. Harry's mind was racing, trying to assemble what he knew. The echo, the hungry voice, the fragment that had been slowly becoming a part of him since July. Not a curse at all. A Zanpakuto spirit, something with its own existence, its own will. He'd copied it the way he'd copied the Sharingan from Kaito's cursed blood, the way he'd copied wandless magic and the Amaterasu vision that still flickered at the edges of his sight. Each one a theft, each one with a cost he was still learning to calculate. What if I don't make a choice? Harry asked quietly. Then both things become demands rather than options. You will resist. I will be forced to restrain you. The result will be the same. Soul Society gains a prisoner, but the damage to you will be greater. I would not recommend this path, Potter-san. The cemetery was absolutely silent. The graves around them seemed to lean in, listening. The fog deepened. I can't give it back, Harry said quietly. Even if I wanted to, I don't know how. It's part of me now. The captain's expression didn't change, but something moved in his eyes, not surprise, perhaps, but a shift in calculation. His gaze, which had been cold and precise, took on an additional layer of interest. He studied Harry for a long moment, the kind of moment that seemed to extend beyond normal time, and Harry realized that the captain was assessing something far deeper than surface capability. He was reading the shape of Harry's soul, understanding the nature of the binding, calculating the implications. That is indeed a problem, the captain said eventually, his voice still perfectly level. If the Senbin Zakura fragment has integrated with your existence at the level you suggest, then removal would require the Soul Society to enter your body and carefully extract the binding. That would be damaging, but not impossible. However, it would be preferable to discuss this in detail before resorting to such measures. However, first, he paused. We must establish whether you are willing to discuss this peacefully, or whether you will force me to compel you through combat. The choice is yours, Potter-san. Combat, Harry said. He didn't fully understand why. Some part of him recognized that this was a test, that he needed to prove something to this captain, something that couldn't be proven through dialogue alone. I don't give people what they haven't earned. The captain nodded as though Harry had confirmed something he'd suspected. As expected, you are of the warrior tradition. Very well. Let us establish the terms. I will not kill you. I will not leave permanent damage. But I will test you to the extent necessary to determine if you are a threat to Soul Society's operations. Do you understand? I understand. He reached up with his right hand, slowly and with great deliberation, and drew a sword from the sheath at his side. It was beautiful in the way that lethal things sometimes were. Simple, elegant, bound in white cord, the blade catching what little light existed and holding it like something precious. The hilt was elegant, understated. This was a weapon that didn't need to announce itself. The moment the blade left the sheath, Harry felt something shift in the very structure of the cemetery. The air changed texture. The fog began to move with purpose. Scatter, Senbin Zakura. The captain's voice was still perfectly level. But there was something underneath it now, a command that resonated on a frequency below hearing, below language. Dance! The blade dissolved. There was no other word for it. It didn't break or shatter, but disintegrated into 1,000 fragments, each one a petal of pink steel barely the width of a fingernail. They hung in the air for one impossible second, suspended in the fog like a garden frozen between seasons, and then they moved. Harry's Sharingan kicked into overdrive, and the world crystallized. The 1,000 petals became individual objects with trajectories, with speeds, with intentions written into their movement. He could see the pattern, not random chaos but intricate geometry, a three-dimensional dance that had mathematical precision and poetry and malice woven into every element. Each petal sang as it moved through the air, and the song was beautiful and awful and wanted to cut him into pieces. He threw up a pratigo and wheeled sideways, his body knowing how to move even as his mind screamed that this wasn't a duel, this was an execution masquerading as a test. He fought Voldemort. He fought Carrows and Death Eaters and dark creatures that had no business existing in daylight. But this was different. This was an adversary who had centuries of practice and a weapon that was alive, that had its own will working in concert with the wielder S. One petal got through. It slashed across his left shoulder, just above the collarbone, and the pain was immense, not like any injury he'd ever sustained before. The blade cut, yes, but there was something else underneath the cutting, some component of magical pressure that made the wound feel as though it had been cauterized on the other side of his body. He gasped and pivoted, sent a blasting curse into the center of the petal swarm, and felt the petals cascade like rainfall around the explosion. Some of them reformed, some didn't. The captain was still perfectly still, standing in the center of the fog with his hand empty now except for the hilt of a sword that had ceased to exist as a conventional weapon. He was watching Harry with the clinical interest of someone observing a student's performance. "Very good," the captain said. "You can read the patterns. That will matter later. Most humans cannot perceive the structure of a Shikai release. You are not most humans, Potter-san." Harry didn't answer. He was too busy reading the next assault. The petals shifted, becoming faster, more vicious, more precise. They were adapting to his movements, learning from his defensive patterns with impossible speed. The captain wasn't just throwing power at him, he was teaching the petals how to hunt Harry specifically, each wave of attack refined by the data of the previous one. The petals were flying in tighter spirals now, cutting off escape routes, eliminating the spaces where Harry could apparate. It was a strategy of elegant brutality, the kind of tactics that came from centuries of combat experience. The Sharingan was smoking slightly now, blood trickling down Harry's temple. He could read the patterns, yes, but reading them and surviving them were two different problems. The burning in his skull intensified. The cost was approaching like a storm that you could see coming, but couldn't outrun. Harry stumbled backward over the lip of a grave marker, his wand arm working overtime, pratigo charms stacked like shields. But something was wrong. The Sharingan was burning now, burning hot inside his skull, the Tomo spinning faster than he could control. The cost was building. He could feel it gathering in the corners of his mind, ready to extract its payment. And then it came, all at once. A door slammed shut somewhere deep inside his consciousness. A memory he'd been carrying vanished entirely. It was Mrs. Weasley, in the Burrows' kitchen on a morning in his second year, teaching him how to cast Tergia on a muddy floor. Her hands guiding his wand hand with infinite patience, the warmth of her presence behind him, her voice humming to herself a wordless tune. The memory was there one moment, perfectly clear and vivid, and the next moment it was just gone. Not faded, not forgotten, deleted as though it had never existed. The hole it left was immense. He felt the absence the way you feel a tooth knocked loose, a gap where something solid should be, a void that his mind kept reaching toward and couldn't fill. The shock of the loss made him stumble, made his concentration falter. The petals pressed in. Harry was going to die here, in Highgate Cemetery, by a weapon he couldn't properly fight and an opponent who was treating this as a lesson rather than a battle. His blood was going to water the graves, and Hermione would arrive to find the bodies scattered across the headstones. Unless Harry dropped his wand and dove straight at the captain, moving inside the petal pattern to where they were too tightly wound to cut. His body knew how to move now, knew it in a way that made action precede thought. He covered the distance between them in a movement that seemed to fold space. His hands closed on the captain's arm, his left wrist, the leading wrist, and he pressed his skin against the white sleeve of the Haori, feeling the spark of contact that meant something was there to copy, something ready to be stolen. It was Bankai. Harry understood that immediately with a clarity that felt almost prophetic, a knowledge that had come from somewhere deeper than learning. The captain's power was vast, terrible, the kind of force that could reshape the landscape, but what was exposed on the surface was something smaller, a technique that belonged not to the sword but to the body itself, a way of moving that folded space that let the soul cross distance in a manner that defied normal physics. Shunpo, flash step, the stepping technique that let soul reapers move between points of space as though distance was merely a suggestion. Harry pulled the technique into himself and felt it take hold like a vine growing roots, spreading through his nervous system, rewriting his muscles and his reflexes. The cost wasn't immediately apparent, no lost memory, no blood, no visible wound. But something in him felt hollowed out, as though a capacity for future speed had been mortgaged in exchange for present velocity. He pushed off the ground using the technique, didn't consciously choose a destination, and suddenly he was 6 feet away, standing in a place his legs hadn't traveled to. "Interesting," the captain said, and there was something almost like approval in his voice. "You are even more dangerous than reported, Potterson. Your mimicry is not merely a copy. It is a true theft of ability. You do not merely understand the technique, you become capable of executing it. That is rare among humans. That is dangerous among humans." The petals were regrouping when Hermione emerged from behind the great Lebanon cedar, and she was holding something that blazed with a light that made the world's colors shift and rearrange. It was a rune configuration, written in the air itself, drawn from the charmed parchment that had been her constant companion for hours. The runes were in a script that Harry's Sharingan could almost read, something about binding and revelation and the fundamental nature of spiritual pressure itself, about reading the shape of the soul and mapping its weight. The captain felt it before it touched him. He raised his hand, and the petals reformed into a storm that rose between himself and the rune light. The configuration hit the petal barrier and shattered like light hitting glass, not damaging them. The petals were too strong, too perfectly controlled, but revealing something underneath, something vast and ancient and terrible. For just a moment, Harry could see the true shape of the captain's spirit pressure, its architecture, its layering, its weight. It was like looking at the shadow of a god, at a presence so large that the human mind could only perceive fragments of it. The pressure was cold, precise, and infinite. The moment passed. The runes faded, their energy exhausted. Hermione stood breathing hard, her robes scorched slightly where the backlash from the petals had caught her, singing her sleeves. But her eyes were bright, and Harry realized she was grinning not from happiness, but from the fierce joy of having done something she'd spent days preparing for and having it work. "You have a companion," the captain observed, his eyes moving to Hermione with something that might have been respect. "A strategist, useful, but we are interrupted." A sound like breaking glass and screaming filled the cemetery. The fog erupted upward with sudden violence, and something massive and white-masked came crashing through the boundary between worlds, tearing through the veil that separated the human world from soul society. It was a hollow. Harry's Sharingan knew that without being told, knew it in the way it was knowing too much today, understanding things it shouldn't understand. A monster made of bone and hunger and the residue of human despair, built from the deaths that hadn't been properly guided to their final rest. It had teeth that were too large, claws that were too sharp, a mask that covered what might have once been a human face. It opened a mouth that was all void and reached for the nearest human, which happened to be Hermione. Harry didn't think. He acted. His wand went up and a blasting curse formed without his conscious direction, pushing power through it, reinforcing it with every ounce of will he possessed. At the same moment, the captain's petals moved, reformed into that intricate pattern that was their true nature, becoming something more than a weapon, becoming a cutting force that existed partially outside normal space. The blasting curse and the petal attack spiraled together around the hollow, in a movement that was both explosive and precisely surgical. The combination caught the creature mid-lunge, and it shrieked, a sound that made the graves tremble and the fog recoil in horror. The creature fractured, its form coming apart in pieces that dissipated like smoke before they could hit the ground, dissolving back into whatever abyss it had climbed from. Silence returned to the cemetery. Only the three humans remained, and the captain, and the endless rows of the dead watching from beneath the grass and through the fog, bearing witness to the negotiation between worlds. The captain straightened his Haori with a gesture that seemed completely incongruous, given what had just happened, a movement that was almost casual in its elegance. He had fought without strain, had barely taxed his power, had done all of this as a demonstration, a way of establishing hierarchy, of making clear the distance between his capabilities and Harry's. The petal storm dissipated, each blade returning to the sword that he drew back from the void, the blade reforming from the scattered pieces as though the demonstration had never happened, which was precisely the point. To the captain, it probably hadn't been much of anything at all. "We are not finished with this, Potter-san," he said, his voice returning to its previous tone of perfect modulation. "But matters require clarification. The Soul Society did not send me to capture you immediately. I was told to assess the situation, to understand what you have become, to measure the threat you pose. Based on what I have observed, your ability to perceive and copy techniques despite your inexperience with spiritual warfare, your integration with another human's defensive knowledge, your willingness to cooperate with an opponent against a third party, your capacity to understand Shunpo after a single exposure, I have decided that immediate capture would be premature." He paused, regarding Harry with those pale eyes that seemed to contain centuries of judgment. "You have potential, Potter-san. Potential is dangerous. Undeveloped potential with access to stolen power is catastrophic. But you have also demonstrated qualities beyond mere ability. You protected your companion. You did not abandon her when capturing you became possible. That suggests a stability that many beings lacking your level of power do not possess. Therefore, I will grant you time to understand what you carry and what it means. The Soul Society will monitor your progress. I will return when circumstances require resolution." He reached into his coat and withdrew a single petal of pink steel, holding it out on his palm. The petal hummed with power, with presence, with the echo of the Zanpakuto's will. "A debt, Potter-san. My name is Captain Toshiro Kuchiki of the 6th Division of the Godai 13. When you are threatened beyond your capacity to resist, when death seems inevitable, call my name and hold this petal. It will serve you once. It will give you the strength to survive. Use it well. And use it sparingly. Debts have a way of demanding repayment." Harry took the petal. It hummed against his skin, warm and sharp and somehow alive, a piece of a Zanpakuto that had been given intentionally rather than stolen. "Your name," Harry said. "I'll remember it. See that you do." The captain stepped backward, and the world seemed to fold around him, space compressing. "There is something you should know, Potter-san. You have been used. The Soul Society has been investigating disturbances in the human world, rogue hollows, misplaced Shinigami, failures of the barrier between realms. All of them have, upon investigation, led back to you. You are not the origin point of these disturbances. You are the location where they gather. Someone has been placing you in the path of supernatural entities deliberately, testing your ability, feeding you fragments of other souls to see what you would become if you carried too much that was not yours. You are bait, Potter-san, carefully cultivated bait. Someone wishes to see what you will transform into when you cross a certain threshold." He paused, and for just a moment his expression shifted. It was a small thing, barely visible, but Harry caught it. Not approval, perhaps, but recognition. Find out who. Before they decide you are more useful dead than living. Then he vanished, and his lieutenants with him, and the cemetery was empty of everything but fog and the weight of graves, and the knowledge that Harry had made an alliance with something that could kill him with a thought. Hermione crossed to Harry in 3 strides, her hands shaking now that the adrenaline was beginning to fade. "Are you hurt? You're bleeding. Harry, you're bleeding, and what is that?" The shoulder wound was still bleeding, sluggish and dark, the edges singed with something that cauterization alone couldn't explain. Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking in a way that had nothing to do with the fight. "I copied something from him, a technique, shunpo, stepping. And Hermione, the cursed spirit echo in my soul, it's not a curse. It's not a spirit that infects you. It's a fragment of something called a Zampicudo, a soul reaper's power made manifest. I've been carrying a piece of someone's soul. Literally, and when I copy things, I don't just learn them. I bind them. I create claims on my own soul." "Come on," Hermione said. She was already moving him toward the cemetery gates, her hand tight on his arm, her mind already shifting into problem-solving mode. "We need to get you somewhere safe where I can address that wound properly, and you need to tell me everything. And Harry, I found something in the ministry records. Something about your mimicry that the unspeakables have been tracking. Something that changes everything about how we need to approach this." They made their way back through the fog, moving carefully, staying alert for any sign that they'd be followed. No pursuit came. The captain had meant what he said. This wasn't a capture. This was a warning, a demonstration, an establishment of terms that Harry was still trying to fully understand. The petal was burning against Harry's palm, warm and alive, and somehow patient. It seemed to pulse with the captain's presence, a fragment of his attention that had been intentionally left behind. The debt, the captain had called it. A debt that Harry would owe, and there was something about owing anything to a being that powerful that made Harry's stomach twist with unease. They apparated back to Grimmauld Place in an alley off Kentish Town, materializing in the space between the terraced houses with a soft crack of displaced air that seemed to echo across multiple worlds simultaneously. Hermione immediately set about tending the wound, settling Harry in a chair in the kitchen while she gathered supplies. Essence of Dittany, a healer's kit she'd liberated from St. Mungo's in a borrowing that had probably already been reported as theft, healing charms that were technically restricted for Aurors, only, and that she was applying with the confidence of someone who had long since stopped caring about ministry regulations. "The wound is sealed, but the injury runs deeper than the physical damage," she murmured, examining his shoulder carefully. "The petal carried something, a signature. His spiritual pressure is still in the wound. It's not harmful, I think, but it's marking you. The Soul Society can probably track you now, more than they could before." Her hands moved with the precision of someone who'd studied far more than she was meant to, someone who knew that the difference between a ministry-sanctioned procedure and a banned one was often purely bureaucratic. "It's binding," she said quietly once the wound was as healed as magic could make it, once the bleeding had stopped, and the edges had been knitted together by a charm that left a thin silver scar in its wake. Dee laid out a series of documents from the ministry on the kitchen table, red ink files, classified above her clearance level, bearing the personal annotations of someone Harry recognized. Arabella Vance, from the Department of Mysteries. Vance's handwriting covered the margins in notes that ranged from observations to theories to what looked increasingly like expressions of concern. "Each ability you copy, it doesn't just transfer to your body or your conscious mind," Hermione continued, her tone taking on the cadence of someone presenting the results of weeks of intensive research, someone who had read classified files and understood the implications faster than she would have liked. "It binds itself into your soul as a lien, not a curse exactly, but a claim, a debt recorded on the most fundamental level of your being. The mimicry isn't just copying, Harry. It's not just transfer of knowledge. It's creating a connection between your soul and the source, the person you've copied from. Every person you've copied from now has a claim on you. Every ability writes itself into your soul as a binding obligation. You're accumulating debts that have actual weight, actual consequences, and they're being recorded in a language that exists on a level of reality deeper than intention or consent. She pulled out one of the unspeakable files and showed him the diagrams. They were beautiful, in a terrible way, mathematical renderings of soul structure, maps of spiritual pathways, graphs showing the progression of what happened when a human soul accumulated too many external claims. Look, these are studies the Unspeakables did after the war, when they were trying to understand what Death Eaters had done to their souls by using Horcrux magic. Same principle, different mechanism. The soul can only maintain a certain level of integration before the foreign elements begin to interfere with the core identity. Too many claims, too many bindings, and the architecture collapses. What happens if I keep copying? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Or at least he could feel the answer waiting in the silence, the way a person could feel a storm approaching even before the clouds became visible. I'm not entirely sure, Hermione said, and the honesty of that terrified him more than if she'd had a straightforward answer, a mechanism that he could understand and fight against. But the Unspeakables believe, and I found 3 separate psychological evaluation reports supporting this hypothesis, reports that Vance herself has annotated with increasingly urgent warnings that too many claims on a single soul will cause it to fragment. Soul dissolution. Not death, exactly. You'd still be alive, but you wouldn't be you anymore. You'd be a collection of borrowed pieces instead of an integrated whole. A shell containing the ghosts of stolen powers, animated by impulses that don't belong to you, driven by the wills of those whose abilities you carry. The Unspeakables have a name for it. They call it ether dissolution, and according to their files, it's always fatal. Not immediately, but eventually, within 5 to 10 years, the soul collapses under the weight of its own contradictions. The person stops being able to distinguish between their own thoughts and impulses and those that have been imposed upon them from outside. Identity becomes recursive. Meaning dissolves. What remains is something that looks human but isn't, something wearing the person's face like a mask and slowly realizing the mask is all that's left. Harry stood and walked to the small mirror hanging in the kitchen's corner. His reflection stared back at him, his ordinary face, his ordinary features, his black hair still mussed from the fight. Except the eyes were flickering just slightly between green and the crimson of the Sharingan. Back and forth, like a light switch being flicked. Neither color holding dominance, neither state achieving permanence. His eyes were caught in transition, in a place between states, and the sight of it made something cold tighten in his chest. This was what ether dissolution looked like in its early stages, he realized. This was the beginning of the end. How many before I'm not me anymore? He whispered to his reflection. How many copies before the person in the mirror stops being Harry Potter and becomes something that just thinks it is? Neither of them answered because neither of them knew. The question hung in the kitchen air like a curse without a counterspell, like a problem without a solution, like a clock running backward toward some inevitable point of dissolution. Harry reached up and touched the mirror with his right hand, and his reflection reached back, and for just a moment they were perfectly synchronized. Then the Sharingan flared, and the reflection's eyes went fully crimson while Harry's went green, and the moment of synchronicity shattered into misalignment. I need to understand the mechanics, Harry said quietly, stepping away from the mirror. Not just the risk, the mechanism. Why does copying create a binding? Why can't I just take what I need and discard it afterward? What is the actual magical principle underneath it? That, Hermione said, is the question the Unspeakables have been asking for weeks. That's what Vance has been trying to figure out, and that's why. She trailed off, her expression shifting toward something that looked like guilt mixed with determination. Harry, I need to show you something else. Something I found in Vance's personal notes. Something that she's been investigating completely off the record. The patroness arrived an hour later while they were still attempting to parse the unspeakable's files. It came through the kitchen window as a doe, silver and perfect and luminous, and it carried Ginny's voice. "I found something. The name of the person who hired the rogue Uchiha. It's not good, Harry. We need to talk in person. I'll be back by evening." The patroness dissipated, fading like breath on cold glass, and with it went the warm, worried affection that had been carried in the tone of her voice, the sense that at least one person in this entire situation was thinking about Harry's survival first and the complications second. A second package arrived by Gringotts mail just after midday, sealed with the goblin's official wax and bearing the mark of the bank's highest authorities. Inside was a notice on parchment so thick it felt like cloth, a bounty posted on Harry Potter. The bounty was substantial. The bounty was specific. The bounty was denominated in a currency that didn't exist on Earth. Harry set the notice on the kitchen table and stared at it while Hermione made tea that neither of them wanted. The galleon in his pocket thrummed with her presence, a reminder that at least one person was still entirely solid, still entirely real, still entirely committed to his survival. But the bounty notice, the currency called Quanta with an exchange rate listed that didn't correspond to any standard measurement of magical worth or human value, that was new. That was a declaration in a language that transcended the simple warring of wizarding nations. Someone, somewhere, had decided Harry was valuable enough to price in a currency that didn't officially exist in either world. "We need to find out who the Inazuma Consortium is," Harry said. "Agreed," Hermione said, her eyes fixed on the bounty notice. "And we need to find out who at the Ministry leaked your location to Kuchiki. Someone inside that department, someone with access to both your file and to international magical contacts. And we need to understand exactly how much damage your mimicry has done to your soul, how close you are to that dissolution point." And, Harry added quietly, "we need to figure out why Kaido Uchiha was hunting me in the first place. Because I don't think he was working alone either. I think he was part of this, part of the testing." The city outside Grimald's windows continued on, ordinary and real and entirely unaware that Harry Potter was slowly becoming something other than human, collecting powers like debts, building a soul that was made of pieces that didn't quite fit together. The watched-back sensation returned that afternoon, that crawling feeling of being observed by something vast and distant. The voice in his head laughed in Japanese, a sound like breaking glass and hunger and the joy of something feeding. Tatakau. Tatakau. Tatakau, fight, always fighting. The echo wanted him to fight. When evening came and Ginny returned, she looked afraid in a way that only someone who loved him entirely could manage. Whatever she'd found in the field, whatever information she'd uncovered, it was terrible enough to have written itself across her face like a curse. Her hair was disheveled from travel, her aura robes torn at the shoulder, and her eyes held the kind of knowledge that couldn't be unknowable once discovered. But that, Harry thought, was a story for another moment. For now, there was only the weight of accumulating debts, the flicker of his eyes between green and red, and the slow, steady dissolution of everything that made him Harry rather than a collection of stolen things wearing his face. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3 Cursed Inheritance, 3 days of silence that wasn't silence at all. Harry had retreated to the Grimald library with the particular focus of a man trying to drown out a ghost, except the ghost lived behind his eyes and spoke in a language that had no business being in his skull. The library's shelves rose in columns of faded leather and peeling gilt, candlelight casting everything in sepia. It was past midnight, and he dismissed the house elves with a lie about research. He sat cross-legged on the worn Persian rug before the hearth, eyes closed, attempting the meditation techniques Hermione had culled from a book called Spiritual Fortification for the Magically Afflicted. Promising title. Useless execution. The rug beneath him was threadbare in places, worn smooth by decades of feet belonging to people he'd never known, ghosts in their own right. The fire crackled with a rhythm that was almost hypnotic, orange coals shifting and settling, releasing warmth that pressed against his face and neck. If he could focus on that, on the tangible present tense nature of heat and wool and stone, perhaps he could construct a bulwark against the thing that waited in the margins of his consciousness. Breathe in, breathe out. Ground yourself in present sensation. The weight of your body, the stone beneath your fingers, he tried to parse the sensations methodically. His left knee ached where it bent against the floor. His right shoulder carried tension from days of unconscious clenching. The air tasted faintly of wood smoke and old parchment, the baseline smell of Grimald Place, a library that had absorbed centuries of secrets and dust. His heartbeat was steady in his chest, reliable, his own. These things were true. These things could be verified through the simple mechanism of being alive and paying attention. Ah, there you are again. The boy who thinks breathing fixes fractures. His eyes snapped open. The voice had a quality like wet stone grinding on wet stone, ancient and slick, and amused in a way that made his back teeth ache. Not the hollow echo of the cursed spirit from Tokyo, this was closer, sharper. A voice that had worn many mouths and forgotten which one was first. The Amaterasu sense flickered behind his right eye socket, a sensation like something vast stirring in its sleep, becoming aware of the watcher. "Not now," Harry muttered, pressing the heel of his palm against his right eye. The Amaterasu sense flickered there like a faulty light bulb. For 3 days, the voice had waited in the margins of his thoughts, and he'd learned to compartmentalize it the way one compartmentalizes a pain in a molar, acknowledgement without surrender. But tonight it was awake, hungry in a way that had nothing to do with food. The careful architecture of meditation that he'd constructed began to crumble. "You wonder what I am. I will tell you, since your little witch companion has already begun to suspect. I am Ryomen Sukuna. I am, I will be. A fragment only your pinky finger's worth, as the humans in Tokyo would say. But I am old, boy, so very old, and fragments grow." Harry's throat went tight. He opened his eyes fully now, watching the firelight play across his hands. His left pinky was unmarked, pale as any other digit, but he could have sworn he felt something there, a weight, a seed, a slowly unfurling awareness that wasn't his own. When he flexed the digit, he half expected to find it wouldn't obey, that some other will had begun to colonize the spaces between his tendons and bone. It obeyed, for now, but the voice lingered in that small space like smoke that wouldn't dissipate no matter how hard he willed the windows open. "What do you want?" he asked the empty library. The words came out smaller than he intended, a boy's voice despite the years of aura training and magical warfare that should have burned away such vulnerability. "Everything you won't pay for, power without cost. That is the lie, but it is a pretty lie, so very pretty." A pause, long as a held breath. "And you will feed me, not yet, but soon. When the others come, and they will come, you will be starving. Then I won't touch you. You already have, boy. You are me and I am you. We are married now. We are hungry together." The voice dissolved into something like laughter or whined through a crypt or both. Harry's eyes went hot. He pressed his palms to his face and breathed through the panic until it folded back into dull, familiar dread. This was his life now, careful steps around minds of his own making, each ability a lock picked and each lock a door he couldn't close again. He was still sitting there, exhausted and wrung out when the flue chimed downstairs. "Blimey, Harry, you look like something dredged a dragon through a cave and back again." Ron emerged from the green flames of the flue network with the particular physicality of someone who'd learned to move through Diagon Alley in a workman's stride, roll-neck jumper, flour dust on his left shoulder, the smell of baking tins still clinging to his hair. He was broader than Harry remembered, older around the eyes, and there was a careful distance to him, a stiffness in his approach that hadn't been there at the last Hogsmeade meeting. Harry recognized that particular exhaustion. He wore it himself most days. Harry straightened from the armchair. "Ron didn't expect you." "Yeah, well, George needed me to shift inventory, and I needed to not be in inventory shifting anymore." Ron's laugh was thin. He didn't quite meet Harry's eyes as he moved to the sideboard and poured himself a finger of fire whiskey without asking, old habit, and then seemed to remember that old habits sometimes came with old debts. The fire whiskey bottle had been expensive once. It was still expensive. Ron's movements around it were the careful movements of someone handling something fragile. We need to talk. Actually, before you ask why I'm here, which you were about to, and before you ask if everything's all right at the shop, which you also were about to, we need to talk about there was a man, and I should have sent a patroness. I should have. But I wasn't sure what I was supposed to warn you about until I actually thought about it properly, which was 3 weeks later, which I'm aware makes me a complete pillock. Harry's entire body went still. The Amaterasu sense flickered, priming itself with the particular eagerness of something that sensed a threat it could almost touch. What man? Harry's entire body went still. The Amaterasu sense flickered, priming itself. What man? Ron downed the fire whiskey in one swallow and immediately poured another. White hair, long white hair, blindfold. Not a normal blindfold. It was patterned, black silk sort of thing, and when he moved I couldn't work out how he was seeing anything. He came to the shop about 3 weeks back. Just walked in. George was meeting with suppliers, so it was just me and the displays and about 17 different self-stacking cauldrons that he didn't even glance at. Ron's hands were shaking slightly as he talked, the kind of shaking that comes from delayed fear. He asked for me by name. Not who's in charge, not even is there a manager. Just, Ronald Weasley, I need to speak with you about Harry Potter. Like he'd rehearsed it. Like my name was a key and he knew exactly which lock to put it in. The fire whiskey had stopped sounding like fire whiskey and started sounding like a countdown. Harry sat back down because standing felt like too much risk. And he said, Ron stopped, took another swallow, didn't pour a third. His red hair caught the light of the library candles, making the flower dust in it look like ash. He said he had something that would keep you safe. A sealed object, very powerful, very old. The kind of thing that could protect you from things that were coming. He wanted to know where you sleep. Said it straightforward. Said if I told him, you'd never have to worry about nocturnal visitors again. No threats, no pressure, just facts, stated the way you might ask for directions to Diagon Alley. Ron, I said number. Ron's eyes finally rose to meet his. They were red-rimmed, exhausted, carrying the particular shame of a man who'd made the right choice and couldn't stop second-guessing it anyway. I know I'm not brilliant at magic, and I know my family's loyalty is sort of expected, and I know that saying no to a man like that could be stupidly brave or stupidly stupid, but I said number and he smiled. Not an angry smile, not even disappointed. He just smiled and said, I had to ask, I already know, but refusing me still mattered. And then he left, like he'd got exactly what he came for, whether I'd talked or not. Like the refusal was the point. The silence that followed had weight to it, the kind of weight that pressed on a chest and made breathing feel like a calculated choice. Harry's hands had begun to shake, whether from anger or fear or the residual screaming of Sukuna in the back of his skull, he couldn't quite say. Ron had walked into the presence of something dangerous and had said no. That was the sort of bravery that didn't get celebrated in Auror training. The unglamorous kind that was mostly just stubbornness and terror in equal measure. He's been here, Ron continued, and his voice had dropped to something quieter, more fractured. To Grimmauld, or he's been near it. You can feel it in the wards, can't you? That thing where you know someone marked you for attention. It's all over this place, Harry. It's all over you. And I didn't want to believe it, so I helped George with inventory instead of thinking about it, but it doesn't actually go away if you ignore it. It just waits. It just gets bigger in your head the longer you don't say it out loud. Ron, you did the right thing. Did I? Because if something happens to you and I could have prevented it by just talking to the man. Ron. Harry stood again, and this time the motion felt deliberate, grounding. He crossed the room and put a hand on his friend's shoulder, and Ron flinched the way men do when they've been waiting for permission to break. You refused him. You came here to tell me. That's everything. That's all I could have asked. There was a time, Harry thought distantly, when they had been boys for whom the world was simpler. A time when Ron's loyalty had been something that could be tested with Horcrux fragments and darkness-induced paranoia. And when Harry's secrets had been bearable, because they weren't the kind that made you trade away pieces of your own mind, just by touching another man's cursed energy. That time was gone. This was the version of Ron that remained, older, wearier, but still standing here at 3 in the morning telling Harry about the predator that had walked into his shop and smiled at his refusal. Ron's throat worked. He nodded without seeming to believe it, but there was something in his expression that suggested he was trying to take Harry's conviction as gospel, the way brothers sometimes do when the evidence is too terrifying to parse alone. They were still there, suspended in the uncomfortable silence of old friends who have been given new reasons to doubt each other, but who had made the choice to trust anyway, when the library window warped. It wasn't a gradual thing. The panes of glass simply began to unfold along a geometry that had no name in Euclidean space, bending inward and sideways and deeper all at once. The night air that came through smelled like ozone and something sharper, the clean, electric scent of a summer storm that had never touched Earth. Harry pushed Ron behind him, wand coming up on reflex, and then the window finished its transformation, and a man stepped through. He was impossibly tall, with white hair that caught the firelight and threw it back in shades of pearl and cream. The blindfold was exactly as Ron had described, black silk with a pattern of fine white lines, almost like a circuit board rendered in thread. His face was beautiful in the way that precarious things are, all angles and youth and something underneath that had aged in ways flesh couldn't express. His clothes were simple, a dark uniform with a high collar, fitted but not formal, the kind of thing someone wore if they expected to move through violence and wanted to do it in style. Everything about him suggested that violence, when it came, would be applied with the precision of a surgeon and the casualness of a man opening a door. He smiled. "Ah," he said, and his voice was musical in a way that made Harry's teeth ache. "There he is, the interesting boy. Ron Weasley, hello, we've met before briefly. You made the right call, by the way. I did already know where he slept, but you refusing me was a better gift than your compliance would have been. Intent matters more than information, I find." He tilted his head slightly, as if examining Ron with something other than eyes. "You carried the weight of it well. The refusal. Most people crumble under that kind of pressure. They convince themselves they should have capitulated, should have traded a little information for safety. But you didn't. You held the line." "I respect that, truly. Who the bloody hell are you?" Harry demanded, and his voice sounded distant like someone else's. "Name S. Akito Gaju." The man, Akito, tilted his head further, and there was something almost playful in the gesture. The blindfold didn't seem to impair his sight in any meaningful way. He was looking at Harry with the focus of a surgeon examining a particularly interesting specimen, though there was warmth beneath it, the warmth of someone who found genuine amusement in the world and wasn't afraid to express it. "I'm a jujutsu sorcerer. Special grade. You've heard of us, I suspect. Your little friend Hermione has been very thorough with her research. Admirable, really. Most magical practitioners would have dismissed the whole field as legend, but not her. She read the impossible and decided it was simply research waiting to happen. That kind of mind is rarer than you'd think in any era, any culture. I've come to see what you've been growing," he continued casually, moving deeper into the library as though he'd been invited. "Also to prevent you from accidentally opening a door that can't be closed again. Also, marginally, to prevent Kenji from using you as a resurrection vector. But mostly the first thing. Growing." Harry's wand hand was steady, but only just. Beside him, he could sense Ron gathering his courage for a spell. "The Sukuna fragment." Akito moved further into the library as though he'd been invited, running his fingers along a shelf of books. "The pinky digit worth of the king of curses that you accidentally absorbed in Tokyo. It's a cancer, Harry, not immediately, but fragments grow, they hunger. They learn the shape of your soul and they begin to rewrite it in their image. You're what, 3 days past the infection? 4. He glanced over his shoulder. "I can feel it waking up, talking to you." telling you lies about free power and inevitable fate. Terribly dramatic, these ancient ones. No subtlety, no patience, just hunger and time and the certainty of erosion. Harry forced himself to breathe. And you want what exactly? I want to teach you to seal it. Akito turned fully now, and somehow despite the blindfold his attention felt like a weight. Before it eats you, before it becomes big enough to matter, I want to teach you to cage it in a domain of your own making, to separate your soul from its territory. It's not a permanent solution, there's no permanent solution with Sukuna, but it's a long-term survival strategy. And the cost? Ah, very practical. Akito's smile widened. You'll agree to be monitored, by me, once weekly perhaps. A check-in to ensure you're not, shall we say, rotting from the inside. And you'll agree to call on me if the fragment grows teeth. I have investments in this world, Harry. I prefer when they don't explode unexpectedly. Ron had stepped forward, wand raised. He's lying. There's no such thing as... There is, Hermione said from the doorway, and both Harry and Ron jumped. She was holding a leather journal in one hand and wore the particular expression of someone who had been awake researching for far too long. I found a reference in a book from the Shibuya collection. Jujutsu sorcerers use domains, spatial constructs built from cursed energy. Sealed spaces. If there's a technique to inverse it, to compress a hostile entity rather than create a space for yourself. She trailed off, examining Akito with the focus of an academic examining a fascinating hypothesis that had just walked into her house. You're very real, aren't you? Refreshingly observant, Miss Granger. Akito gestured toward the French doors that led to the gardens. I could demonstrate, but I suspect Harry would prefer I didn't level Kensington Gardens until I absolutely had to. So shall we discuss terms, or shall we wait for the Sukuna worshippers to realize they have an open window? As if summoned by the mere mention, something tore. It wasn't gentle. The spell barrier that Hermione and Harry had woven around Grimmauld, careful stitching of protective wards, and blessed silver threads, simply came apart as though a hand the size of a house had reached down and ripped. The sound was the sound of something that had never learned the meaning of subtlety, and Harry felt the world split. The barrier that had held for 3 days dissolved like salt in water, and with it went the illusion of safety. Black tendrils erupted through the rift in the wards. They weren't quite appendages and weren't quite shadows. They moved with the momentum of something that had forgotten how to be gentle and had never learned how to be quiet. The smell was indescribable, like burning plastic and wet copper, and something far older than either. Something that had been eating curse for 1,000 years and no longer remembered what clean air smelled like. There were mouths in them, dozens of mouths, all of them gaping and all of them filled with teeth like broken glass, all of them hungry in a way that had nothing to do with sustenance and everything to do with the primal need to consume and corrupt. The cursed spirit wore its strangeness like skin, every inch of it a rebellion against the natural order of the world. And when it spoke, the library walls didn't just tremble, they wept, stones sweating with the pressure of hearing a voice that had no business existing in a world that followed any rules at all. Sukuna, Prince, Master, we have brought you sustenance. We have brought you a vessel, except US. Except, Akito moved. Harry didn't quite see it. His eyes couldn't quite track the motion. But suddenly Akito was between the spirit and Harry, and the spirit's largest tendril had collided with something invisible and transparent as air. The cursed spirit shrieked. It actually shrieked, a sound like glass breaking in a minor key, and pulled back to reassess. Behind it, stepping through the hole in the wards with the calm of a man walking through his own house, came another figure. This one was lean and sharp, with dark hair and darker eyes, and there was a weariness in the set of his shoulders that suggested he'd done this particular dance more times than joy could sustain. He wore formal robes in deep blue, the kind of thing that spoke of authority in jujutsu circles. Kenji, Akito said conversationally, without turning around. Still recycling the same pitch, I see. Sustenance. Vessel. Sukuna's been dead for 1,000 years and you're still convinced the prophecy matters. He is not dead. The man, Kenji, spoke with quiet certainty. He is sleeping, and when he wakes, this boy will be the door. His mimicry has already begun the work. We simply accelerate what is inevitable. Harry's brain was working very hard to keep up. Ron had grabbed his arm, Hermione was muttering a spell sequence, and the cursed spirit was circling the library like a shark that had just caught the scent of fear. But it was Aikido's next movement that made everything crystallize into terrible clarity. Aikido flicked a finger. It was casual, almost dismissive, the kind of gesture someone made to shoo away a fly. But the cursed spirit's largest tendril simply ceased to exist, not severed, not dissolved, just absent as though reality had decided it had never been there at all. The spirit howled and contracted, and Aikido turned to Harry with that smile still in place. Now, shall we relocate? I'd prefer not to demolish the interior of a historical landmark. Kensington Gardens should suffice. It's open. Fewer things to replace. What happened next happened very fast and very slowly all at once. Harry heard Hermione shouting a binding spell that wrapped around Kenji and held him for precisely 3 seconds. He counted them, the way you count moments when your life is being remade in real time. He saw Ron moving with the desperation of someone trying to be useful in a circumstance that had exceeded his technical training, raising his wand with the muscle memory of defense against the dark arts practicals, though neither of them knew what incantation would even slow a man like that. He felt Aikido touch his shoulder with impossible gentleness and felt the world shift, space folding in ways that made his stomach lurch like he was falling sideways through dimensions. And then he was standing in Kensington Gardens with grass beneath his feet and night air in his lungs. The air here was different, charged with the residual energy of a dozen minor spells that had been cast and recast over decades of magical practitioner exercises. Kenji was advancing toward him with the calm certainty of a man who believed absolutely in his cause. The darkness of the gardens was almost complete. There was moon barely filtered through London's perpetual haze, but Kenji moved as though he could see every blade of grass, every stone beneath the soil. "You feel it," Kenji said. It wasn't a question. "The prince inside you, waking, hungry. I can see it in your eyes. You're beginning to burn from the inside. When he manifests fully, you will understand what power truly means. The boy who lived will become the king who rules." "Yeah, well, I've got a fairly good sense already," Harry said, and grabbed for Shunpo. The flash step worked. He'd been practicing it obsessively, learning to layer it with apparition, bending the space in a way that felt like cheating his own momentum. He came up behind Kenji with his wand arm already raised, ready to pour every hex he knew into the man's back. But Kenji simply smiled, and the world folded. It was the smile that did it, the absolute certainty in that expression, the knowledge that Harry was playing in a game whose rules he hadn't learned, couldn't learn, because the rules existed in a dimension he didn't have access to. The smile that said, "I am winning, and I have always been winning, and the fact that you cannot see the board does not change the fact that I have already claimed your piece." It wasn't gentle. There was no warning, no moment of adjustment. The cursed technique that wrapped around Harry was called a domain, and it was nothing like anything he'd experienced before. The space itself became an enemy, not in any metaphorical sense, but in the way that water becomes an enemy to something that breathes air, a fundamental incompatibility between self and environment. The grass beneath his feet became teeth, sharp and clicking, ready to tear at anything soft enough to wound. The air in his lungs became pressure, a weight that increased with each breath, as though the very atmosphere had decided to become antagonistic. The night sky above warped into something that had too many angles, all of them pointing inward. And Sukuna's voice, which had been a distant murmur for 3 days, became a scream. "Yes, yes, finally, the taste of power, the taste of blood. This boy understands. Let me loose. Let me loose and I will show you what a king looks like." The fragment was awake, not metaphorically awake, but present, occupying space in Harry's consciousness like something that had been sleeping in his skull and was now opening its eyes. Harry could feel it unfurling, testing the boundaries of his flesh, learning the shape of his bones and the texture of his thoughts. It tasted like copper. It tasted like hunger that had been patient for 1,000 years. Harry's vision went red and gold, and then some color that had no name in any human language. He couldn't move. The domain was holding him, pinning him in space with the delicate precision of a butterfly on a pin, a specimen being examined by something vast and patient. Every muscle screamed. Every nerve ending fired with the sensation of being slowly crushed and simultaneously stretched. Kenji was walking toward him slowly, his footsteps loud in the terrible silence of the inverted space, and there was genuine pity in his eyes, the pity of someone who had transcended the capacity to feel anger at inevitable outcomes. "Join us," Kenji said. "The offering is prepared. We have cultists waiting in every major city. When Sukuna wakes, the world will finally understand what it means to be truly cursed. And you will be the architect of that awakening. Is that not a gift? Is that not exactly what you've always wanted, the power to matter, to make the world bend to your will?" Harry's hands were shaking. The domain was tightening, each compression making it harder to draw breath, and Sukuna's voice was eating him from the inside like acid. And he had one option because he was out of clever plans and running low on time, and his scar was burning, and his eyes were probably doing that flickering thing Hermione hated. The weight of the cursed energy in the domain was increasing exponentially, pressing down on him with the weight of centuries. He lunged at Kenji. It was a bluff surrender disguised as a desperate attack, and it worked precisely because Kenji wasn't expecting Harry to simply commit to contact when the domain was collapsing around him, when any sane person would have been screaming or bargaining or begging. Harry's hands found Kenji's face, palms flat against dark skin that was warm and real and utterly unprepared for what came next, and Harry pulled. The copying ability activated like a flashbulb detonating inside his skull. The technique poured into him in a way that felt like drowning and surfacing simultaneously, like being torn apart and reassembled in a new configuration. It wasn't a complete domain expansion. Harry's soul was too fragmented, too unstable, too new at this, corrupted by the Sukuna fragment that lived inside him and resisted the acquisition. But he got the boundary-sensing aspect, the knowledge of how to build a domain and then not, to invert it, to trap a hostile space inside himself and collapse it inward rather than outward. And the cost? Harry gasped as it took him. His sense of smell simply vanished, not diminished through some gradual process, but gone with the absolute finality of a severed nerve. The whole world went flat in a way he didn't have words for, all the texture of life simply absent. He could see the gardens around him, could feel the grass and the wind, but there was nothing to scent, nothing to anchor sensation to memory. It was like losing a color from the spectrum. But that wasn't the worst cost. The worst cost was the memory that had to be cut away to make space for the technique, sacrificed the way one sacrifices cargo to keep a sinking ship afloat. Hedwig's weight on his shoulder, the exact texture of her feathers against his neck, white as fresh snow, soft as anything that had lived and breathed could be. The particular trill she made when she was satisfied with an evening hunt, a sound that had meant someone cares about you. Someone came home. Someone remembers you exist. The memory of her sitting on his bed in that small room in Privet Drive, the only living thing in that house that loved him, her golden eyes watching over him through the darkest nights of his childhood. All of it severed and gone in an instant, leaving only the knowledge that something precious had died without him even having the grace to remember it dying. The moment crystallized in his mind. He could see the shape of it, knew it had happened, but couldn't touch the texture of it anymore. Harry fell to his knees. He would have cried out, but his voice wasn't working, so instead he simply cried, great heaving sobs that came from somewhere so deep inside him that they felt like tearing. It was the first cost that had made him break completely, because this wasn't about his body or his sleep or his ability to remember faces. This was about something irreplaceable simply ceasing, and the part of him that had loved that owl being rewritten by the technique, becoming something alien and new and utterly untethered to the boy he used to be. Kenji stepped back. "Ah," he said quietly. "Then you understand now. This is what power costs. This is what it means to accept the Sukuna. You will keep paying and paying and paying, and eventually you will run out of things you are willing to lose. Your senses will go. Your memories will go. Your capacity to love will go, one piece at a time, each one a tax on power that you shouldn't have to pay." He was watching Harry with something like compassion in his eyes. "That is when you come to us. That is when you surrender, when you're hollow enough, when you're desperate enough. Sukuna will feed you power you don't have to pay for, and you will be blessed with the cessation of pain. Isn't that what everyone wants in the end? To stop hurting?" He stepped backward, his form becoming translucent as the domain collapsed around him like a building being torn down from the inside out. Space was reasserting itself, the rules of the normal world rushing back in to fill the void left by the inverted technique. "The others will come, Harry Potter. When they do, refuse and you'll be torn apart by lesser mouths. The cultists, the true believers. The ones who think they're serving a dead god but are actually feeding something that's very much alive and very much hungry. The decision is simple. The decision is inevitable. The decision is..." He was gone, dissolved into shadow and cursed energy, leaving only the echo of his words and the terrible knowledge that everything he'd said was probably true. Aikido was there instead, standing in the center of the garden with the cursed spirit circling him in increasingly frantic arcs. The sorcerer was doing something with his hands that looked almost lazy, almost contemptuous, a gesture that might have been no more than brushing away an insect, except that wherever he moved his fingers, reality itself seemed to reorganize in response. Space folded and refolded around him, creating geometries that had no business existing in a Euclidean world. The cursed spirit tried to lunge at him, and Aikido simply stepped sideways through a gap that shouldn't have existed, moving through dimensions that the cursed spirit didn't have the sensory apparatus to perceive. "Infinity," he said mildly, his voice carrying a weight that belied the casual tone. The word sounded old when he spoke it, like he was referencing something that had been true before the world had learned to argue with itself, and the world ended for the cursed spirit. Not violently. Not even particularly dramatically. It was erasure, final and absolute. Not destruction, something more fundamental than that, something more profound. The concept of the cursed spirit's existence simply ceased. The rewriting was so complete that it was as though the spirit had never been born, had never developed consciousness, had never been anything at all except a momentary fluctuation in cursed energy that reality had now corrected. The spell barrier around Grimald quietly reformed, the wards knitting themselves back into place with a sense of injured dignity, a defensive spell system that had been violated and was now reasserting order over chaos. Aikido turned to Harry with that blindfold still perfectly in place, and that smile still perfectly in place, and there was nothing in his expression to suggest he'd just annihilated a special-grade cursed spirit through the simple mechanism of disagreeing with its existence. He looked like someone who just solved a mildly interesting puzzle, nothing more. "So," he said, "do we have a deal, or do I need to kill you before you become someone else's problem?" Harry stared at his hands. The left pinky had a mark now, a thin black line curling around the digit like a seal, like territory marked by something hungry and very, very old. He pulled his hand into a fist and didn't answer. "I'll take that as maybe," Aikido said. "You have a week to think about it. After that, I'll assume you're refusing and I'll take measures accordingly. Don't make me take measures, Harry. I'm so much better at playing than I am at ending." He stepped backward through a fold in space, and Kensington Gardens was just a garden again, and Harry was alone with his stolen memories and his visceral costs and the terrible knowledge that he was rapidly running out of things to lose. Grimald was in a state of controlled chaos when he and Ron returned. Hermione had used the brief distraction to reinforce the wards with every protective charm in the extensive collection, and there was scorch marks on the library walls from hexes that had been fired at nothing in particular, but with considerable conviction. The air smelled like singed stone and spent magic. She took one look at Harry's face and stopped asking questions, which was how Harry knew he looked as broken as he felt, hollow, scraped out, with something new and terrible growing in the empty spaces. "There's something else," she said, once they'd secured all the windows and cast refreshment charms to clear the air of curse-taint. She was holding something small and silver in her palm. "Ron, when was the white-haired man in the shop?" 3 weeks, Ron said. "Why? Did something?" Hermione pulled out a small silver mirror from her robes. It was still warm to the touch, radiating with residual magical energy. "Because this appeared on the Flu network at precisely the moment the cursed spirit arrived. Someone sent a tracking hex from inside London, probably Diagon, probably someone in a position of authority. And I think they were using a stolen appearance. The mirror has a signature on it, something borrowed, something false. The implications of that settled over the room like a cold fog that no amount of heating charms could dispel. There was a white-haired man with a blindfold who had appeared to Ron 3 weeks ago and claimed to be able to protect Harry. And there was Aikido Gaju, a special-grade sorcerer who had appeared at Grimmauld tonight and claimed to want to teach Harry. But they couldn't be the same person. The timelines didn't match. The locations didn't match. And Aikido's power was such that he wouldn't need to resort to guile when he could simply assert reality into obedience. Someone else was wearing white hair and a blindfold. Someone else was moving them like pieces on a board. Ron moved to Harry's side and placed a hand on his shoulder, not the kind of touch that asked for reciprocation, but the kind that simply stated, "I am here, I am real, I saw it too, we are not alone in this knowledge." It was enough. Harry leaned into it just slightly, and in that small gesture was the implicit agreement that whatever trust had been tested tonight, it had held. "Someone's moving us," Harry said flatly. "Like pieces, the Inazuma Consortium. They're using a stolen image to..." The patroness burst into the kitchen through the wall. It was Ginny's dough. It was a Thistral, pale as bone and marked by the particular kind of grace that only comes with touching death. It hung in the air above the kitchen table, and when it spoke, the voice was unmistakably Severus Snape-esque. "The boy must not go to Azkaban. Tell him to meet me where the blood dried." The patroness dissolved into silver wisps before Harry could respond, leaving only the echo of a voice that should have been dead for 2 years, and the terrible certainty that nothing in his life was going to be simple ever again. Hermione looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at his left hand, at the thin black mark curling around his pinky, and thought about Hedwig's weight on his shoulder, and how he could no longer remember the exact texture of her feathers. The knock at the door came before dawn, precisely at 4:47 a.m., which suggested either military precision or someone who had been sitting in a car waiting for the optimal psychological moment to deliver bad news. Arabella Vance entered like she owned the place, probably because, technically, as an unspeakable, she had the authority to claim ownership of any safe house in the wizarding world under emergency protocols. She was carrying a stack of red ink files so thick they probably contained a small forest's worth of classified documentation, and she was wearing the particular expression of a woman who had made a decision and was now committed to seeing it through regardless of consequences or personal cost. Her hair was pulled back severely, and there were circles under her eyes that spoke to a long night spent reading files and cross-referencing dates. "I know about Kuchiki," she said without preamble. "I know about Gaju, or Aikido, as he's apparently styling himself now. I know about the Sukuna fragment, and I know about the cursed spirit that tore through Kensington last night, because I have people monitoring all magical anomalies of special grade or higher. What I don't know is where the leak is coming from inside my own department, and I need your help to find out." She sat down without being invited and laid out the files with the precision of a surgeon laying out instruments. Each file was coated with red ink, the color designation for classified operations that had potential to destabilize the ministry. The director of the DMLE, Marcus Thorne, has been getting warnings about your location exactly 48 hours before hostile forces arrive. 8 separate incidents, 8 separate times, too consistent to be coincidence, too convenient to be casual. I've been holding them back from making an arrest because I suspect Thorne S. being fed information by someone inside my own division. Someone in unspeakable operations. Someone with access to my classified projects on cursed techniques and jujutsu sorcery. She opened the first file, revealing what appeared to be copies of surveillance reports, wand signatures captured at various locations, and cross-references to ministry personnel files. I'm offering you a choice, Harry. Become my asset or become the ministry's problem. Those are the only 2 options left. Harry didn't say anything. He was very tired, and his hands were shaking, and he couldn't smell the coffee that Hermione had brewed only moments before Vance arrived, which was possibly the least of his problems, but felt somehow the most immediate, a sensory absence that made the world feel fundamentally wrong. I'm not asking you to become an Auror, Vance continued, her voice taking on the tone of a woman laying out a legal contract that everyone would pretend was negotiable, while understanding it absolutely was not. I'm not asking you to join the ministry or sign anything in blood or pledge yourself to anything long-term. I'm asking you to agree to one operation. 1. I'll send you to a specific location, somewhere Thorne believes you're vulnerable. Harmless bait to all appearances. You'll activate your mimicry around my agent, who will be positioned to observe the leak when they report back to their handler. We'll capture the handler. We'll track the network. We'll dismantle the conspiracy before it metastasizes further. And then you go home and we never speak of this again. And if I refuse? Harry heard himself ask, though he already knew the answer because Vance was the sort of woman who always had contingencies prepared. Then I let the ministry arrest you on suspicion of harboring cursed spirits. Multiple counts. Conspiracy to conceal cursed techniques. Unlicensed practice of foreign magical arts. Vance's smile was the smile of a woman who had already calculated the odds and found them acceptable. And you disappear into Azkaban within the week, and Akito Gaju becomes the ministry's least of your problems, because you'll be too busy getting eaten from the inside by Sukuna to matter anymore. Your friends would be released, of course. The ministry loves collateral redemption narratives. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione was reading through one of the red ink files with the focus of someone trying to understand the impossible, her eyes tracking across witness statements and surveillance logs as though the sheer act of reading them thoroughly enough might transform them into something more palatable. One operation, Harry said finally, the words tasting like ash and surrender. And then we're done. Completely done. Completely done, Vance agreed, and there was something almost gentle in her voice now, the gentleness of a hunter who had wounded prey and was offering a quick end rather than watching it suffer slowly. Unless, of course, you get better at this than I suspect you will, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. One step at a time. One compromise at a time. That's how these things always work. She stood, gathered her files with methodical precision, and left the way she'd come, like she owned the place, because she did, because the ministry owned everything in Britain that mattered, every safe house and every secret archive and every leverage point that could be applied to ambitious young wizards who'd made themselves too important to ignore. Harry was simply borrowing his freedom until such time as it proved inconvenient. When she was gone, Harry pulled off his left glove and looked at the mark on his pinky. It was darker now, or maybe he was simply more aware of it, the way a person becomes aware of a scar only after it stops hurting. A territorial seal. A promise. A ticking clock measured in costs he hadn't learned how to calculate. Each one of those costs would strip something away from him, a sense, a memory, a capacity to feel something that made him human. And at the end of it, the people offering him power would be waiting, and he would be empty enough to fill with whatever they wanted him to become. He thought about Hedwig and couldn't quite remember her face. He knew she had existed. He knew he had loved her, but the texture of that love was gone, filed away in some place his mind couldn't access anymore, sacrificed to the technique that had let him survive the domain. He tried to summon the feeling of her weight on his shoulder, the sensation of feathers soft enough to be dangerous, and found only absence. The absence was worse than any pain because it meant a part of him was already dead, already gone, already transformed into something that served a purpose he hadn't chosen. He thought about Snape and wondered what the blood that had dried had belonged to. The Patroness had used Snape's voice, which meant Snape was alive, which meant Snape knew something vital enough to risk contact with Harry Potter, which meant the network of secrets was larger and older than Harry had suspected. Snape had spent years dying, had spent years becoming something other than human in service to purposes Harry didn't understand. Maybe he was trying to save Harry from following the same path. Maybe he was trying to ensure that Harry followed it faster, that the inevitability could be accepted without prolonging the agony. He thought about Akito's smile, and Kenji's certainty, and Sukuna's hunger, and realized that he was standing at the center of something enormous and hungry, something that had been patient for 1,000 years, and could afford to be patient 1,000 years more. The only way out was through every cost, through every sacrifice, through every piece of himself that would be stripped away one by one until he reached a center so hollow and dark that he couldn't be sure which parts were still him, and which parts were the hungry ghost that had taken residence inside his skull. The morning light came through the windows of Grimmauld, pale and gray, and utterly indifferent to the fact that Harry was no longer entirely sure he deserved to greet it. He sat in that light with his left hand bare, with the mark on his pinky darkening imperceptibly, with the knowledge of a technique burning in his consciousness, and the price of that knowledge settling into his bones like cold that would never quite fade. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4 Black Flag, Black Flame. The shrieking shack had not changed. Crooked shutters hung from rusted hinges. The front door leaned inward as if the house itself was exhaling. Pre-dawn gray painted everything the color of old bone. Harry stood in the overgrown garden, breath misting in air that shouldn't have been so cold, April, not December, and felt the Sukuna mark throb against his left hand like a second heartbeat. "You shouldn't have come," he said without turning. Hermione stepped out of the shadow of the gatepost, her traveling cloak still settling around her shoulders. "You shouldn't have tried to come alone. Did you actually believe I wouldn't follow the portkey signature?" It wasn't a question. She had his face set in her features, the same stubborn angle of the jaw he saw in the mirror every morning, increasingly foreign to him. The white streak in his hair caught what little dawn light penetrated the mist. Her eyes tracked it, and he watched her not flinch. The message said many things. It didn't say to be reckless. She pulled her wand. "I've run a diagnostic for curses. The grounds are clear, but Harry, his signature is all over this place. If Snape..." The door opened. Severus Snape walked out of the shrieking shack as if he had simply stepped away yesterday rather than been dead for 4 years. His robes were black, as they always had been, but they hung differently now. The fabric had been tailored by another hand, with seams Harry didn't recognize. His hair was grayer, predominantly gray at the temples, and his face had gone lean in a way that suggested hunger or discipline or both. One eye was clouded, white cataracts bloomed across the iris like flowers of frost. When he moved, something ancient moved with him. Not magic precisely, something older. "Miss Granger." Snape's voice was exactly as Harry remembered, dry, clipped, holding contempt and precision in equal measure. But there was a weariness underneath now, the kind that came from having been unmade and reassembled. "Your loyalty is as predictable as it is foolish. Stand 15 paces to the left. There is a line of runes beneath the grass. Remain inside it." Hermione didn't move. "Prove who you are." Snape's clouded eye fixed on her. For a moment, Harry thought he might curse her out of sheer habit. Instead, he drew a thin blade from beneath his robes, bone, ancient, carved with symbols that hurt to look at, and pressed the flat of it against his own wrist. No blood came. Whatever Snape was now, he did not bleed. I am what remains when a Horcrux-adjacent insurance policy misfires. I spent 4 years in a monastery in a place called Kuragain, learning from monks who study the borders between worlds. I returned because the boy carries something that will kill him within months if left untended, and I am the only person in this rotten world who understands it. He lowered the blade. Will that suffice, or shall I recite the final marks of your OWL potions practical? Hermione's jaw tightened. Harry saw her run through calculations, Snape knowledge that only Snape would hold, the specificity of that exam, the probability of fabrication. He watched her decide to believe. But she didn't let go of her wand. 4 years? You died in 1998. You've been gone for 16 years, Severus. 4 of them unaccounted for. The rest, you were dead in every way we could measure. And now you're standing here as if stepping out of a pensive, with a ruined eye and a voice that sounds like it's been dragged through gravel and reconstituted. She stepped sideways, keeping herself between Snape and Harry, her posture ready for hexcraft. You'll forgive me if I need more than a potion's OWL detail. You might have been teaching me for 6 years. This might know my OWL marks. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the quality of his regard. The first curse you successfully brewed as a 4th year was Vesicant Ash. You added 4 more powdered moonstone than the instructions required, because you miscalculated the neutralization field. I docked you 5 points for the error, and you were furious. You remade the batch 3 times to prove the standard protocol was inferior. It was not, but your revision produced a more elegant dispersion pattern. I awarded you a full mark on the 7th attempt and told you never to waste my time with redundant corrections. His voice held no inflection. You wept in the girls' dormitory that night because you thought I was mocking you. You were not incorrect in that assessment. Hermione's wand lowered by inches. Further, Snape continued, when Mr. Potter was struck by a bludger in his 2nd year, I was called to attend him in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had reset his arm incorrectly because she was distracted by Lockhart's performance in her presence. I corrected it while he was unconscious. You discovered this later through comparison of the bone structure with previous X-ray charms. You did not thank me. Your pride would not allow it, but you left a precisely measured vial of essence of wolfsbane on my office threshold. Worth perhaps 3 galleons on the open market, but precisely calibrated to assist in the production of Veritaserum antidote, a potion you were not taught until 6th year NEWT preparation. You had worked out the formula from pure theory and complementary research. I used that essence. It was exemplary work, Miss Granger. Even now, after 4 years in a monastery learning the language of stones and stars, I remember your precision. Hermione's jaw worked. She lowered her wand fully. Where were you? She asked, and her voice was different now, not suspicious, but genuinely curious with an undercurrent of something Harry recognized as grief. In those 4 years before Kuragain, we didn't find your body. We searched. Harry and I searched for months. There was no trace. Your physical form simply ceased to exist. Snape turned to face the window of the shrieking shack, watching the fog deepen. I was not dead, but I was not alive in any way you would have recognized. The Horcrux-adjacent insurance policy was Voldemort's final gamble, a fragment of soul housed in my body, not as a full second being, but as a locked compartment of will and intent. When he fell, the seal collapsed. I was conscious of being unmade for what felt like years. In fact, it was 3 days. Time moves differently when you are being dissolved into component magics and reassembled into something new. I spent those 3 days in limbo, not death, but its neighbor. When I emerged, I was no longer entirely human. This eye, he gestured to the clouded iris, can see the boundaries between worlds. This hand, he raised the one holding the bone dagger, it can move through spaces magic does not normally permit, and this body learns at a rate that makes human thought seem leisurely. Kuragain, Harry said quietly. It wasn't a question. Kuragain took me in, a monastery at the edge of the world where borders between dimensions run thin as gossamer. The monks there study the architecture of reality itself. For 4 years, I apprenticed with them. I learned to see what lurks behind the skin of things. I learned why the Sukuna fragment was sealed in a finger and not destroyed outright. And I learned why Edward Blackrope has been looking for a mimic. Snape finally turned back to them. But time, as I say, is accelerating now. All right, Hermione said finally, her voice steady but guarded. All right, but we trust you conditionally, and Harry is not going anywhere without Ron. Potter is not going anywhere without me, regardless of the Weasley boys' presence. Snape turned back to the shack. There is a portkey waiting. Vance arranged it through channels you would do well not to examine too closely. The situation has accelerated beyond what I conveyed through the Patronus. The Inazuma Consortium has moved its timetable forward by months. He paused at the threshold, his ruined eye reflecting the gray morning light like a pearl. The entity behind the consortium is not a consortium at all, in the manner you understand hierarchy. It is a captain, a pirate king from a sea world called Curohane. He calls himself Edward Blackrope, and he collects powers the way dragons collect gold, by crushing the people who hold them and consuming their souls to digest the abilities. Snape's voice was perfectly level. He learned 3 years ago that ability mimicry works according to soul liens. That each copied power leaves a mark on the soul. He also learned that when a mimic dies, all their stolen powers become available for the eating, compressed into a single corpse. Harry felt something cold slide down his spine that had nothing to do with the season. He wants me to fracture, Harry said quietly. He wants you to fracture and then to die, which leaves him with 7 collected abilities arranged in a single meal. 2 of them, your Sharingan and your Shunpo, are worth kingdoms in Curohane, but the real prize is the Sukuna fragment. Snape looked at him now directly, and the white cataract seemed to recede. The king has already positioned a hired agent to ensure your compliance. Itachi Uchiha has been promised your Sharingan if he assists in your destruction. Edward will then feed the lot to something he's been cultivating. The details are unclear, but the monastery has historical records of the Yami Yami no Mi. It is a gravitational fruit, a singularity eater. Hermione had gone very still. How long? Before Edward moves directly, days, before your Mr. Potter begins to exhibit fracture psychosis. Longer, but the clock is audible now. Snape gestured into the house. We have allies, minimal, weak by any rational measure. But we have a path to Edward's ship, and we have a single window before he comes to you. Harry looked at his hands. The Sukuna mark had grown since yesterday. It now covered his entire left pinky and reached halfway up his ring finger, black as a bruise, pulsing with a frequency that made his teeth ache. When he turned his wrist, the mark turned with him, as if it had roots deeper than bone. "Let's go get Ron," he said. The phantom clipper was not where Snape had said it would be until it was. Harry understood this the way his Sharingan understood motion, not with explanation, but with the direct perception of something shifting from the space of not there to there. Tintagel's coast was a graveyard of fog and jagged rock. The ship materialized in the fog like a tooth coming through gum. For a moment, there was nothing but mist. Then the mist parted, not dispersing but moving aside like curtains pulled by invisible hands. The smell came first, salt, yes, but underneath it something acrid, like wood that had burned in a fire fed by something that shouldn't burn. The fog itself seemed to recoil from the ship's passage, and Harry realized with his Sharingan's third eye that the recoil was deliberate. The ship was actively pushing the fog away, creating a pocket of strange clarity around itself. The vessel that emerged was wrong in ways that defied simple description. It was undoubtedly a clipper, 3 masts, a sharp bow, a hull of dark timber that seemed to drink the gray morning light rather than reflect it. But its proportions were subtly off, as if it had been drawn from a perspective that human eyes weren't meant to process. The deck appeared to slope downward in ways that should have sent cargo rolling toward the prow, yet nothing moved. The railings were carved from bone, actual bone, Harry realized with a sick twist in his stomach, and they were inscribed with runes that made his eyes water when he tried to focus on them. Black sails. black as Sukuna's mark, as void, as the gap between stars. But they weren't merely black. They seemed to absorb light and return it twisted somehow, colors bleeding at their edges in ways that suggested they existed in more dimensions than three. As the sails caught the wind, Harry heard it. A sound like distant screaming, or perhaps whispering, or perhaps the sound of fabric that had been woven from something that had never consented to be cloth. And on the mainmast, a Jolly Roger that made Harry's breath hitch. A cracked moon, the two halves splintered and drifting apart. But where the crack should have ended, threads of something that looked like blood or ink or both extended outward, pulsing with a rhythm that had nothing to do with wind or tide. "The sail pattern will change once we board," Snape said. His anti-detection charm wrapped around the four of them like cobwebs, invisible, but unmissable if you knew to feel for it. Edward is not a fool. He does not fear detection, he encourages it. What he does fear, briefly, is death by overwhelming numbers. Vance sent word through a sympathetic captain in Curohane's neutral merchant fleet. Edward has accepted a consultation. Hermione was staring at the ship with the expression of someone trying to solve an equation written in a language she almost understood. "It's not entirely here, is it? Part of it exists somewhere else." "Most of it," Snape corrected. "The crew anchors it to this world. Without them, it would drift fully into Curohane's waters and we would lose it. Edward understands this. He uses it to his advantage." "A what?" Ron shifted his weight, the motion expensive in his healing leg. Hermione had already cauterized the worst of his wound from the previous skirmish, some lingering injury from intelligence gathering 3 weeks ago, but he was still limping, still favoring his left side. "A negotiation," Snape corrected. "A duel of words and wills before blood is spilled. Edward values ritual. It keeps his crew orderly. It also keeps them guessing about where his true loyalties lie." Harry caught that. "You've spoken to him before. In another monastery, in another age, wearing a different name." Snape pulled himself up the rope ladder Hermione had summoned with a spell. His movements were economical, precise. "I do not recommend relying on that history to protect you. Gratitude is a coin that devalues quickly." The deck of the Phantom Clipper smelled of salt and something darker, like burnt leather and old iron. The crew that turned to face them was exactly the kind of motley assembly that made Ministry Aurors weep with frustration. A man with arms stretched to 7 feet, whose fingers ended in bone barbs that dripped something luminescent. A woman whose body seemed to phase in and out of solidity with a sound like glass resonating. A navigator whose tongue was the color of smoke, and who spoke in a language that made Harry's teeth vibrate and his blood pressure spike. Behind them, something that looked like it had once been human, but had been painted over with tar and given additional limbs at angles that shouldn't exist. Snape raised the bone dagger. 3 of them collapsed before they could move. Harry didn't see what curse Snape had used. The motions were too quick, the magic too old, shaped by a hand that had centuries of refinement behind it. Ron gaped. Hermione was already moving, her wand bright with displacement hexes, and the crew began to fragment, the rubber-armed man shrieking as his limbs went rigid, the phasing woman caught mid-phase in a stasis charm, the navigator choking as his own smoke tongue turned against him. But the 4th creature, the tar thing, rushed forward with speed that suggested it had once held a body that knew how to run. Its extra limbs whipped at the air like tentacles, and one caught Hermione across the shoulder, tearing robes and drawing blood. Ron didn't think. He moved forward on his healing leg, favoring it, yes, but moving nonetheless, and his borrowed knowledge of Shunpo carried him into the creature's path. His armament hacky was crude, untrained, but it was enough. He punched the tar thing in what might have been its face, and it shrieked, a sound like kettle drums played by someone in agony. "Got you," Ron snarled, pressing his advantage, and Harry felt something twist in his chest at the sight of his friend fighting despite the wound, despite the pain, despite the fact that he'd been unconscious and bleeding 3 hours ago. Hermione recovered, blood dripping down her arm, and her next hex was vicious. a curse that made the tar thing's form begin to separate, its borrowed cohesion coming undone. She spoke words that sounded like they belonged in a treatise on medieval binding magic, and she didn't stop speaking even as Ron fell backward, and she took his place, her wand moving in patterns that were all precision and clinical fury. Harry found himself moving without deciding to. Sharingan flared to 3 Tomo. Shunpo carried him between targets with footsteps that sounded like glass breaking. His hands moved with armament haki instinct, not the full weight of the borrowed power, just the shadow of it, muscle memory copied from Rione's punch. He felt magic and flesh and something between, and he moved through the chaos like a needle through cloth. When the tar thing tried to reform around Hermione, he was there, grabbing its limb and refusing to let go until the cost, another 3 days of warmth, another piece of himself drained away, became too much to bear. Ron was back on his feet, despite the blood, despite the trembling in his leg, and he was chanting a counter-hex that he'd pulled from some deep reserve of advanced magic, his voice steady. It was over in 40 seconds. The tar thing collapsed into a puddle of inert tar. The other crew members lay unconscious or stasis-locked across the deck. Hermione was breathing hard, her eyes bright with the aftershock of combat, her shoulder wound already being tended by a hover charm she must have been holding in reserve. "Everyone all right?" she asked, and her voice was exactly what it always was, practical, concerned, methodical. "Ron, your leg." "Burning," Ron admitted, "but functional. We're winning, aren't we?" It was a question that nobody had an answer for. "Clear," Snape said, reloading the bone dagger with a gesture Harry didn't understand. The first mate arrived from below deck, and everything changed. Her name was Rione, and she was beautiful in the way that deadly things are beautiful, all sharp angles and scarred muscle, with eyes that had seen wars and won most of them. She wore minimal armor, but her fists were wrapped in black thread that shimmered with more than silk-esque luster. A scar ran from her left eye to her jaw, white against brown skin, the mark of something that had tried to end her and had failed. "So," she said, grinning, "the consultation isn't going to be quiet." She moved. Harry barely had time to register the motion before her fist was meeting his shield charm, and the charm didn't hold. Hacky, he realized, she'd loaded her entire hand with it, with that density compression that made magic slide sideways off the impact. He fell back, casting a counter, but she was already moving, and her leg came up in a rising strike that would have broken his collarbone if he hadn't woven sideways with a shunpo. "Quick," she said, her voice carrying genuine pleasure. "Edward wasn't lying about you. Come on, then. Show me what you stole." They danced across the deck. She hit like a hammer and moved like water. Harry found himself leaning on every power he'd borrowed. The Sharingan reading her patterns, the shunpo letting him close distances, his own magic weaving in and out around her haki-armored strikes. She laughed as they moved, actual joy in the sound, and Harry felt something in his chest twist in recognition. This was what he'd been hungry for without knowing it. This exchange. This truth told in motion and collision. Rione came in with a combination that left no openings. 3 punches stacked like stairs, each one building on the last, each one armored with that killing density power. Harry let the first 2 hit his hands, felt them punch through his defenses and into his forearms, felt the impact sing through his bones, and on the third he didn't dodge. He grabbed her wrist. For an instant there was absolute stillness. Her eyes went wide. Harry felt the ability mimicry activate, felt the soul lian snap into place like a padlock closing. He was suddenly, intimately aware of how she compressed her power, how Busashoku Haki built a density field that made magic brittle and bent it away from the wielder. Just the armament layer, Harry forced himself to stop, to not take her observation Haki, not to burn away more of himself than he needed. But before he could process the cost, Rione twisted her wrist out of his grip and stepped back, her expression shifting from joy to something sharper, more appraising. "So you took it already," she said, and she was breathing hard now, her wand arm, the one wrapped in black thread, moving in defensive patterns. "You're a thief, a real one, not the costume kind. Interesting. Edward didn't tell me that part. What did he tell you? Harry asked, still tasting the warmth draining from his body, still feeling the cost of that contact. That you break yourself to get stronger. That you're going to fracture like broken glass if you keep it up. That he wants you to keep going until you shatter completely, and then he's going to eat all 7 pieces and become something new. She was circling him now, her movements cautious but still ready. He's been planning this for a long time, little thief. The monastery told him about you. They said there was a mimic in England who was already carrying a cursed god. He got very excited about that. Did he tell you what happens to you when I grab hold again? Harry asked, and he heard his own voice shake with something like hunger. Rione's scar twisted as she grinned. Probably nothing good, but you won't grab hold again. Not in time. Not before Edward arrives. She came in again, faster now, her movements sharper and meaner. Her first strike was a feint, meant to make him dodge, and her second was the real attack, aimed not at his hands or his arms but at his face, trying to force him back, to make him retreat. He didn't retreat. He came forward instead, meeting her punch with his own, and this time the impact sent her backward 3 steps. Her scar seemed to deepen as she grinned at him, and he realized with sudden clarity that she was enjoying this, enjoying the fact that he could hit her hard enough to make her yield ground. "Better," she said. "You're not just stealing powers, you're learning how to use them. That's dangerous. That's the thing Edward doesn't understand about people like you. You don't just accumulate strength. You transform it. You make it yours. It makes you unpredictable." Harry didn't respond. He came at her with everything, sharing and blazing, and she met him with hacky-wrapped fists and that terrible, beautiful smile. For a moment, for a single precious moment, he had her on the back foot, and he felt the hunger rising up in his chest, felt something ancient and older than ancient beginning to surface behind his eyes. The cost was immediate and absolute. Warmth vanished from his body. Not in the moment, not all at once, but as a genuine, permanent subtraction. He could feel it leaving him, the warmth of summer afternoons, the warmth of held hands, the warmth that made a body want to continue existing. It drained down his right arm and out through the contact point on Rione's wrist. 3 days of warmth, that's what the cost felt like. 3 days of sun gone. He pinned her and she laughed, actually laughed, as he held her against the railing. "Fine, thief, eat what you will. He'll eat more of you." Darkness consumed the world, not metaphorically, literally. A column of absolute black rose from the deck, and in that darkness, shapes moved, not with the speed of living things, but with the purpose of gravity and pressure. The darkness had weight. The darkness had hunger. Harry's Sharingan screamed as he tried to see through it. His shunpo failed, the space folding in ways that made no sense. He felt the darkness press against his skin like fingers, testing, evaluating, planning which direction to squeeze first. Then a voice, warm and curious, speaking English with an accent that predated English. "So you carry a god in your pocket." The darkness retreated, and Harry saw Captain Edward Blackrope. He was massive without being large, a compression of presence rather than size, as if he'd been processed down to essential components and lost nothing in the conversion. His face was handsome in a way that suggested he'd chosen each feature deliberately. His eyes were black, not the black of pupils, but the black of the color itself, infinite and consuming. When he smiled, something behind his teeth reflected light that didn't exist. "I heard about you, boy, all the way in Curohane, a soul thief who breaks himself like crockery to gather power. It's magnificent." He gestured, and the darkness folded back down into him like a cloak. His voice was conversational, genuinely curious, the way a scholar might ask an interesting question. "Tell me something. How many people have you consumed now?" 7, I'm told. 7 different souls, 7 different abilities, all packed into one increasingly unstable vessel. Do you hear them? Do they speak to each other inside your head, or are they quiet? I'm genuinely curious. Harry found his voice or some approximation of it. "They're not your concern." "Oh, but they are. You see, I've spent a long time looking for someone exactly like you. Do you know why?" Edward stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. "Because a mimic who's already fractured is a mimic who's already broken. And a broken soul is so much easier to digest. All the pieces are already separated. I don't have to do the difficult work of tearing you apart. You're doing it yourself. He reached out, not touching Harry but gesturing at the white streak in his hair, at the dark mark that covered his entire left hand. See, when I eat normal people, I get their power. But it's messy. It's inefficient. It takes weeks to process 7 different abilities. But you're already a walking compilation. You've already paid all the costs. When I eat you, Harry Potter, I get everything at once, all compressed and ready to integrate. The work is already done. What makes you think I'll let that happen? Harry asked, and he was surprised to find that his voice was steady. Edward's laugh was like water falling in an empty well. Because I've already paid for it, boy. Kaito Uchiha has confirmed your abilities. Riene has confirmed your combat effectiveness. The monastery has provided historical context on the Sukuna fragment. And you've already used your mimicry on 3 different sources in the time it's taken you to board my ship. The mark on your hand covers how much now? Nearly half. You're on a countdown, Harry Potter. 3 days, maybe 4, before the fracturing becomes irreversible. I don't have to defeat you. I just have to wait. He turned away as if losing interest. Edward Blackrobe, captain of the Void Reaper, lord of the Kurohane Deep. I've been looking forward to meeting you. He didn't give Harry time to respond. He simply moved forward and threw a punch that was darkness made solid. Harry wove sideways with Shunpo, and the fist left a crater in the deck that didn't close. He came back with Amaterasu light, burning but not burning, the true seeing curse that came with the Sharingan's borrowed power, and Edward's darkness swallowed the sight like it was swallowing water. But the Sharingan read his microtells. The slight shift of his hip, the loading of his shoulder, the way his breath worked in the pattern of a man about to commit to direction. Harry used that information the way his borrowed powers couldn't, as pure prediction, pure sight, and he moved inside Edward's guard and drove an armament-hacky-reinforced fist toward the pirate's ribs. It was like hitting a wall made of intention. Edward caught the blow with his hand, and the darkness in his palm consumed the force, absorbed it, left Harry's knuckles singing with strain. Good, Edward said, genuinely pleased. Most people cry by this point. You have more in you. He pulled his hand away and threw a darkness bullet at Ron. It was a small thing, just a condensed sphere of crushing gravity no larger than a fist. But it moved like thought, and Ron didn't have time to dodge. He had only time to scream as it hit his thigh. He fell, blood pouring from a wound that looked like a meteor had struck him. Ron! Hermione's cry was animal fury. She was there before Harry could move, her hands moving in spellwork too fast to parse, her voice steady and cold as she cauterized the wound with a hex that would leave scars but keep her friend alive. Something inside Harry went very still. Then it went very hot. He lunged at Edward with everything, Sharingan blazing, Shunpo carrying him through space at angles that shouldn't exist, his armament hacky-reinforced hands trying to find purchase on darkness made solid. And for a moment, for a single precious moment, he had the Pirate King on the back foot, and he felt the hunger rising up in his chest, felt something ancient and older than ancient beginning to surface behind his eyes. The Sukuna mark on his left hand flared. It wasn't pain. It was occupation. Harry felt a presence bloom in his consciousness like ink in water, not words, but intention, absolute and undeniable. This presence was vast. This presence had eaten continents. This presence had been sealed inside a severed finger for 1,000 years, and it wanted out, and it wanted Edward Blackrobe eaten. Let me loose. I will eat this pirate, and you will sleep 1,000 years. Harry forced the presence back down. Not with magic, with sheer will, with the same stubborn refusal that had gotten him through 7 years of warfare. He bit down on the words and refused to scream them aloud, except he did. No, he snarled, the word carrying harmonics that weren't his voice. Number you stay sealed. Edward pulled away, stepping back into a column of inky darkness, and he was laughing. His laugh was delighted, the laugh of a man who has just unwrapped a gift and found it even better than expected. So you carry a god in your pocket. Interesting inventory, Potter. We'll finish this when you have more to take from me. Try not to die of becoming too many people." He dissolved into darkness and vanished, leaving only the echo of his laugh and a tear in the fabric of the deck where gravity had run out of space to compress. Snape moved. Harry had never seen him move like this, not with the careful, measured precision of a potions master, but with the speed of something that had been wound tight and finally released. The bone dagger drove straight at the space where Edward's darkness had been thinnest, and where it struck, something screamed. Not Edward, something else. Something that lived in the darkness, like a parasite in meat. The tear in the deck widened, and beyond it Harry caught a glimpse of another world, water the color of blood, an endless horizon of sky the color of ash, a sun that hung too low and too large. Then Snape pulled the dagger free and the tear sealed itself. The pirate captain's first mate was already gone. The crew was nowhere to be found, and the phantom clipper was beginning to burn. "Down," Snape said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute command. "Below, now." The ship's hold was a cathedral of compressed space. The walls seemed to stretch further than the external dimensions should allow, and at the center, in a locked chamber of crystal and bone, was the singularity. It was small. That was the horror of it. Something no larger than a child's fist, compressed down to a density that made Harry's eyes water to look at. The singularity was the color of money, the quanta currency that had a bounty on his head, distilled down to pure form. It was what had been funding the consortium. It was the reason any of this had mattered. And standing in front of it with one hand resting on the crystal chamber was Kaito Uchiha. He had changed. His Sharingan was no longer a 3-tamo. It had evolved upward into something more terrible. The tamo had split and reformed into a pattern that looked like a spiral, like infinity folding into itself. When he looked at Harry, the weight of that gaze was enough to make standing difficult. "Ah," Kaito said, and his voice was the voice of an old diplomat, courteous and precise. "The mimic arrives. I confess I expected something more dramatic. Edward seemed genuinely impressed by you." "You're working with him," Harry said, not a question. "Was working with him. The relationship has become complicated." Kite turned from the singularity. "Edward collects powers like a merchant collects spices. But he lacks aesthetic appreciation. He would have eaten your Sharingan and compressed it with 6 others into a mass of potential. Inefficient, wasteful. I have a more elegant solution." He raised his hand. Where Harry's Sharingan was marked with the pattern of a fire lotus, Kaito's now burned with a pattern like fractured ice, the Mangekaiwu fully evolved, and with it, techniques that made the 3-tamo look like children's tricks. "I want your Sharingan," Kaito said conversationally. "And I want Edward's darkness. I want to compress them into a single power, and I want you to hand them to me or I will take them from your corpse." They didn't speak after that. There was no point. Kaito attacked with the speed of his Mangekaiwu, and Harry had only seconds to react, Sharingan blazing to match his, Shunpo carrying him sideways, his own magic-forming shields that Kaito's evolved power shattered with contemptuous ease. The Mangekaiwu techniques hit like revelation. Kaito trapped him in a genjutsu of light and pressure, and Harry felt reality bend sideways. The hold beneath the clipper fell away. The walls dissolved. The singularity vanished. He was standing in a forest made of moonlight. Not metaphorical moonlight. The trees were pale as bone, their bark silvered, their leaves translucent with the quality of reflected illumination. The sky was the color of memory, a faded gray-blue that suggested it had been much darker once. And at the center of this forest, in a clearing where the moonlight pooled like water, was a shrine. Inside the shrine, Kaito stood over the body of a young woman, blood relation clear from the shared features, and his Mangekaiwu was blazing with joy. In his hands, he held a curved blade that was still smoking with chakra. The young woman had been beautiful. She had been defenseless, and she had been necessary. The price had been worth it, in that memory. The Mangekaiwu had been a gift. Harry felt the weight of it, the knowledge that Kaito had walked this path knowing exactly what it would cost, that there was no confusion here, no accident. This was choice, pure and deliberate. And in the structure of that choice, Kaito was offering Harry a truth, that the path of power was a path of sacrifice, that to become something greater, you had to become something lesser in all other ways. Harry refused it. He didn't fight the illusion. He simply stood still inside it and let the petal debt token from Captain Kuchiki grow warm against his chest. The warmth was like a word spoken aloud in a library. It broke the concentration the genjutsu needed. The shrine began to dissolve. The moonlight trees started to fade. The girl's body flickered and became translucent. And underneath it all, Harry felt something else, a presence vast and old that recognized the illusion space for what it was and began to consume it from within. The Sukuna fragment stirred. It whispered with hunger. It offered to strip away Kaito's power if Harry would simply let it loose, simply allow it one moment of freedom. The illusory world collapsed. It didn't fade, it broke. The moonlight shattered like glass. The trees dissolved into ash. The shrine burned from the inside out. And Harry found himself back in the hold, breathing hard, staring at Kaito's face, which had gone very pale. "What are you?" Kaito breathed. And in that moment, Harry reached out and made contact with Kaito's wrist. The mimicry activated. Harry felt the soul lian snap into place, and he was suddenly, devastatingly aware of a technique that lived in Kaito's Manjikaiwu, something called Tsukuyomi, a 3-second stretch of time that allowed the wielder to reshape perception and reality within the bounds of a gaze. Harry didn't take the full technique. He took only the lightness of it, the perception stretch, the way reality could be bent if you were willing to pay the price. The cost was immediate and transformative. He felt the mark on his left hand spread. Not pain, but expansion, Sukuna claiming the second finger segment, spreading up and over Harry's hand like a stain, visible now, undeniable. The black mark now covered from his pinky to the middle of his ring finger, and it pulsed with a hunger that was separate from Harry's own hunger. Kaito cursed and vanished into smoke. Not defeat, disengagement. He had achieved what he came to achieve. He now knew what Harry's mimicry could do, and more importantly, he had confirmed that the Sukuna fragment was growing. Harry stood in the hold of the burning ship, watching the singularity pulse with its locked quantum light, and felt something inside his chest fracture very slightly. Snape was waiting for him on the deck. His face was grim, his breathing tight. "We have perhaps 6 minutes before Edward's darkness begins to stabilize the ship's anchor. The crew is already beginning to reform. We need to move." Behind them, the Clipper's deck had caught fire. Not ordinary fire, the kind that burned in more dimensions than one, the flames blue and hungry, eating not just wood but the space around it. Hermione and Ron stumbled up from below deck, coughing, Ron's leg barely supporting his weight. "The singularity?" Harry asked. "Destabilized," Kaito's voice came from the shadows. He was already gone, dispersed into smoke, but his laughter echoed across the burning deck. "Enjoy it while you have it, little thief. When Edward comes for you next time, there won't be any warnings." Snape pressed a stone into Harry's hand, ancient, carved with runes that writhed like living things. "Portkey, now, Hermione, take Ron, go." Harry didn't ask questions. He grabbed hold of Ron, felt Hermione's hand clasp his arm, felt the magic activate. The burning ship fell away. The screams of the reforming crew faded. There was a moment of terrible wrenching, the sensation of being pulled through dimensions that didn't want him. And then, the Portkey ride back was silent, save for Ron's whimpering as his leg jostled. He slipped into unconsciousness partway through, his body's mercy shutting down the pain. Snape was bleeding from a wound across his ribs, not terribly, but enough that he held himself very still, one hand pressed against the injury. The blood that seeped between his fingers was wrong somehow, darker than it should have been, and it smelled like old metal and something that might have been ozone. They arrived in Vance's safe house in a small cottage on the edges of the New Forest. The walls were thin, the windows dark, the interior smelling of dust and disuse. Snape limped to a chair and sat without ceremony. "The monastery will take me," he said, not asked. He was already weakening, his voice growing distant. "I have channels. There is a healer there who understands the nature of what I am now. She can likely save my life, though the scar will be permanent." "Will you come back?" Harry asked. Snape looked at him for a long moment, his ruined eye reflecting the lamplight like a mirror. That depends on whether you manage not to die in the next 72 hours. If you survive that window, I will return. If the Sukuna fragment fully manifests, Gaju will kill you before it can speak a second sentence. You would be better served by that outcome than by allowing the god inside you to waken. He stood, and Harry saw how much that movement cost him, the trembling in his legs, the way his breath came in sharp gasps. Hermione, your rune work on his soul Leon bindings is approaching competency. Continue. You have perhaps a year before the fracturing becomes irreversible. Harry's bound by 3 separate impossible forces now. The Sharingan wants to see. The Shunpo wants to move. The Haki wants to break things. They're starting to argue with each other. Your seals are all that's keeping them from tearing him apart from the inside. He paused, breathing heavily. I am not your friend, but I am on your side. Remember that when it matters. He pulled another stone from his robes, smaller than the first, pulsing with a soft green light. He crushed it, and it dissolved into powder that hung in the air like incense. Goodbye, Potter, he said, and then he stepped into the powder and was gone. Ron made a small sound from where Hermione had laid him on the sofa, his leg elevated and wrapped in every healing charm she possessed. Hermione was already moving, already gathering her materials, her movements efficient and precise. She was quiet for a very long time. Then she went to her workbench, the one covered in runework and diagrams, and she drew out a chart of Harry's soul. It was more complex than before. The diagram was a web of interconnected lines, pulsing with power. 7 Leons burned across it, each one a flame of different color. The Sharingan was crimson, angry, its pattern like an eye that couldn't look away. Shunpo was gold, restless, pacing back and forth in the space assigned to it. Armament Haki was black and dense, heavy, bearing down on everything around it. Amaterasu vision was orange and hungry, reaching outward like it wanted to consume everything nearby. The Jujutsu domain sensing was a faint purple, incomplete, but growing. Wandless magic was blue and steady, the only calm thing in the diagram. And Sukuna was black, but not the black of anything living. It was the black of absence, of negation, of something that had learned how to eat the universe and was still hungry. It was also bigger now, spreading across 2 full fingers and climbing toward the 3rd. 2 more, Hermione said quietly, looking at the diagram. Her voice was steady, but Harry could hear the fear underneath it. Maybe 3 if you're very careful about the costs. Then you fragment and everything comes apart. They'll stop cooperating with each other. They'll start fighting for control. And when that happens, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Harry looked at his left hand. The Sukuna mark now covered half of it, visible in the light, impossible to hide. At the edge of his awareness, he felt the god stir, felt it test the seals, felt it calculate the time until freedom. A letter arrived an hour later. No owl had brought it. No trace of magic clung to it. It was just Muggle paper, folded once with his name written in handwriting he knew as well as his own heartbeat. He opened it. 1 line. They took me to see the bounty board. Don't come. I love you. Harry crushed the letter in his fist. The Sukuna mark reached up his wrist, past his hand, began climbing toward his elbow. He felt it pulse with approval. He felt something ancient smile behind his ribs. He set his jaw and refused to scream. Chapter 4 end. Chapter 5. The Nen heist the war room had been Sirius's study once, before the Black family had decided to use it as a place where nothing mattered. Now it mattered very much. The walls were pinned with maps, some from the Ministry, some from Hermione's own research, a few that seemed to shift when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. She had spent the better part of 2 days charting the ley lines that crossed London, and she had translated her findings into a runic projection that cast soft blue light across the room like a web of fractured stars. The Leon map was Hermione's masterwork, a 3-dimensional representation of magical flows that showed not just where power moved, but how it moved, at what frequency, with what variance. The ley lines themselves were rendered in blue, flowing like rivers of light through the city's substrate. But overlaid on top of that topography were Hermione's annotations. Nodes marked in red where Inazuma Consortium activity had been detected, yellow circles indicating breach points, and orange stars showing where the dimensional walls had begun to weaken in ways that should have been impossible. The Inazuma Consortium has been mapping this city like it's an engineering problem. Hermione had explained the night before, her voice tight with fury. They're not just looking for where power flows, they're looking for where it's thinnest, where the walls between realities are stretched and fragile. Because once you understand those points, you can either reinforce them or deliberately weaken them further. And the pattern they've traced, it's not random. It's architectural. It's deliberate. The diagram glowed softly in the firelight, casting the whole study in blue and red and orange, a war map for an invasion no one had officially declared. 48 hours since Ginny's note. 48 hours of her handwriting being read and reread by a boy whose eyes had gone very still. Ron was pacing with his cane, the sound a dull tap-tap that had become the metronome of Grimmauld Place. His leg had healed enough that he could manage the weight, though Madame Pomfrey had warned him that putting pressure on the site where the dark bullet had burrowed would leave him limping through the summer at least. He bore it with the resigned stubbornness of someone who had already lost too much to stop moving now. Harry sat in the wingback chair near the window, Ginny's note folded in his lap. He was still in his school robes, though he'd been home long enough to have changed twice over. The note read, "They say I am collateral, they say you will come. They are kind in their way, but their hands are cold. I am singing to pass the time. Don't do anything foolish." Gee, the handwriting was steady. That was the terrible part. There was no tremor in the letters. She had written it calmly, as though she were simply reporting the weather. Harry had not moved from the chair in 6 hours. Hermione had brought him tea twice. The cup from the first offering remained untouched. The second she had not bothered carrying in. She was frightened, Hermione said, though it was the third time she'd said it, and she was not talking to Harry anymore but to the projection of ley lines, as if the luminous threads could offer comfort. "She was singing," Harry replied. His voice was light in the way that made Hermione's spine feel hollow. "That means she isn't panicking. It means she's coping," Ron corrected, not stopping his pacing. "Means she's putting on a face." Harry's eyes opened fully then. His irises flickered, a brief cascade of colors, Sharingan red bleeding into the black of his pupils, then back to normal green. A side effect no one had warned him about. "She learned from the best," he said quietly. "Molly's charm," he stopped. Something passed across his face, a moment of genuine confusion. "You've lost memories," Hermione said. It was not a question. She had begun keeping a ledger of them, moments he could no longer access, gaps in his catalog of feeling. "Which one?" "Molly's charm, how she did it, the exact words. I can remember she did it, but not the way of it." He turned the note over in his hands. "Is that how it works then?" "Every time I wear one of these," he gestured vaguely at his own skin, "I lose a piece of the person I was before." The Sukuna marks on his wrist had indeed climbed since Chapter 4's end. They now spread across his forearm in dark, precise kanji that seemed to pulse when he moved too quickly. There were 2 finger segments visible now, not one. The thing inside him was patient and patient and patient, and then it would claw forward an inch. "The lians don't cause memory loss directly," Hermione said. She had rehearsed this explanation 3 times already, each one more unsatisfying than the last. "But the mimicry itself has a cost. Every time you copy someone, you take something from yourself to make room. It's like," she searched for the metaphor, "like a library that can only hold so many books, but every new book you shelve requires you to move some of the old ones into storage. Sometimes you forget you ever had the old books at all." "Cheerful," Ron muttered. The study door opened without a knock. Hermione's protective charms recognized the signature and allowed passage. Arabella Vance stepped through, her robes still damp from the April rain. She was one of the Ministry's best unspeakables, one of the few who had been genuinely shocked to learn that cross-dimensional breaches were real, and even more shocked to realize her director had known about them all along and done nothing. "The paperwork is a nightmare," Vance said, dispensing with greeting. 18 months of redirected leyline data, all routed through a subsidiary shell company registered as Quanta Holdings. The Gringotts records are encrypted, but the ministry's own ledgers show Director Wallace Yaxley Blythe authorized access to sealed unspeakable archives in exchange for payment to accounts that don't technically exist. Harry's expression did not change. He's the mole. The mole, Vance confirmed. Or one of them. I can't tell if he's acting alone or if there's a network. But the consortium has been systematically mapping every ley line convergence point in Britain. They know where the magical substrate is thin. They know where the walls between worlds are weakest. Hermione felt the weight of it, the organized, methodical theft of their world's fundamental architecture. For what purpose? Breachpoint creation, Vance said. Or invasion staging, or both, I don't know. But the timeline correlates directly with Inazuma Consortium activity in your records, and the dates align with at least 3 attempted incursions in other dimensions. Ron stopped pacing. So what's the play? Bait, Hermione said. It was the only answer that made sense. We draw Yaxley Blythe out. We prove he's working with the consortium. We turn the ministry's paranoia toward actual corruption instead of letting them continue stumbling blind. Vance nodded. There's a diplomatic gala at the ministry tomorrow night. Cross-dimensional hospitality event. We're trying to improve relations with some of the coalition worlds, officially. Unofficially, we're using it as a networking opportunity to gather intelligence on who knows what and who's being leveraged by whom. Yaxley Blythe will be there. So will representatives from at least 6 different supernatural governments. And you want me to go, Harry said. It was not a question. I want you to be visible, Vance said. Yaxley Blythe has been trying to track you since your name appeared on consortium bounty boards. Putting you in the same room with him might force his hand. Might make him try something dramatic enough that we can actually catch him at it. Harry rose from the chair with the kind of fluid grace that would have terrified Hermione if she hadn't already been terrified. Dress robes. Full formal, Vance confirmed. You're attending as the guest of a minor noble house. I've arranged cover credentials. You'll be protected, and you won't be alone. Hermione will observe the ley line shifts in case there's any large-scale magic being prepared. Ron will be in reserve, with aurors on standby. I'll be watching from the shadows with some of my people. What could possibly go wrong? Ron said. No one answered him. The ministry gala was held in the Hall of Prophecy, which the bureaucrats had deemed neutral and imposing enough to impress dimensional visitors. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light across the marble floor. Wizards in formal dress mingled with beings who looked vaguely humanoid from certain angles and actively alien from others. There were several individuals in uniforms that suggested military backgrounds, a few who glowed faintly blue, and at least one creature that Harry's Sharingan couldn't quite parse. Its aura was too diffuse, too spread, as though it existed in multiple states simultaneously. A delegation from what Vance had called the Celestial Courts occupied one corner, their robes shimmering with thread patterns that reminded Harry uneasily of Hermione's soul runework. A man introduced himself as ambassador from the third-dimensional sovereignty, and spent 5 minutes discussing trade agreements before moving on to discuss with someone from the dragon-writing dimension whether cross-cultural literary exchange might be possible. In another corner, a woman with eyes that literally shone with soft purple light was speaking rapid-fire Japanese with someone who appeared to be a visiting Nen user. They were debating the philosophical implications of contract law when Harry passed them, their conversation technical enough to suggest they were discussing binding techniques that Harry didn't possess the vocabulary to fully understand. The political subtext was thicker than the humidity. The Wizarding Ministry was attempting to position itself as a hub of dimensional diplomacy, which meant every conversation was a negotiation in microcosm. Which dimension had favor? Who was trading openly with whom? Which alliance was actually durable, and which was merely convenient until something better came along? Harry could see Vance moving through the room like a chess piece on a board she alone understood, speaking briefly to this delegate or that, taking mental notes, building intelligence networks through the simple power of observation and careful courtesy. Harry wore dress robes that had belonged to his godfather, tailored down and reinforced with discreet protective wards. The robes were black with silver threading, and they fit him like a second skin. A pair of expensive leather gloves covered his hands and wrists, including the creeping Sukuna marks. He had prepared remarks in case anyone asked about his studies. He had prepared a smile. He had not prepared for how much it would hurt to walk through a room full of people while knowing his sister was not in it. The first hour was unbearable civility. He was introduced to a Nubian prince who wanted to discuss magical governance, a representative from a dimension where dragons had developed writing, and a woman whose name he caught as something like Keiko, but who spoke only in musical tones that his Sharingan translated imperfectly into meaning. He complimented her accent. She laughed in B-flat major. He understood he had made a joke, though he couldn't have explained what it was. At the hour mark, the crowd parted. A man stepped through the opening as though the room had been waiting for him. Tall, scarred, with the kind of posture that suggested he had been trained in how to occupy space, not threatening, but present, completely present. His eyes were vertical pupils for exactly 1 second before Harry blinked, and they were ordinary brown, and he had to wonder if the Sharingan had been lying. When he moved, his shadow seemed to lag slightly behind him, as though his presence was moving through more reality than the rest of the room. The man extended his hand with a smile that was polite and genuine in equal measure. "Harry Potter," he said. His accent was difficult to place. It shifted between words as though he had learned English from multiple tutors and could not decide which was correct. "I have been hoping to meet you. I am Clorin Lucifer." Harry shook the offered hand. He felt nothing immediately, no copy impulse from the mimicry, which was its own kind of warning. Clorin's aura, visible to the Sharingan, was complex, layered like a palimpsest, overlapping with itself in ways that suggested he was doing something to it deliberately. It was the aura of someone who had been deliberately remade multiple times, each layer representing a different collection of borrowed power. "Pleasure," Harry said. The word came out like a courtier's remark. "I understand you are a collector." "A curator," Clorin corrected gently. "The distinction is important. Collectors gather indiscriminately. Curators select with intention. I look for rare things and I preserve them, or I facilitate their preservation by moving them to more suitable locations. Very like a librarian, actually. The items matter less than the architecture of how they are stored. The context, the understanding of what the archive is meant to become. And what brings you to this particular exhibition?" Clorin smiled wider. It was a dangerous expression, Harry realized. Not threatening in any immediate way, but the smile of someone evaluating a piece of art and considering whether to purchase it or let it burn. "You do, Mr. Potter. I have been studying your dossier with great interest. Your courage in the face of impossible odds is noted. Your willingness to sacrifice for those you love is documented. Your resistance to being controlled is remarkable." He paused, his vertical pupil eyes examining Harry's face like he was reading text written in languages only he understood. "I did not come as an enemy. Enemies are inefficient. I come as a businessperson, someone who recognizes value when it presents itself." "That is possibly the most ominous thing anyone has ever said to me," Harry replied. Clorin's expression shifted into something that might have been appreciation. "I am not here to make you comfortable. I am here as an auditor, someone who evaluates inventory. And what I see in you is a remarkable collection that has been assembled with very little care for sustainability." He gestured toward the refreshment table. "Walk with me, have a canapé. Let us discuss this like civilized people." They walked together through the crowd, and Harry found himself oddly unable to refuse. Clorin selected a small pastry with careful attention, examining it from multiple angles before placing it in his mouth. "Saffron," he said approvingly. "Very good. Distinctive flavor, the kind of thing that marks itself as separate from the ordinary." He turned to look at Harry. That is what makes you so interesting, Mr. Potter. You are distinctive. You have been marked by multiple impossible forces, and instead of shattering like most would, you have somehow maintained coherence. It is remarkable. It is also doomed. But I respect remarkable things, even especially when they are doomed. You're still not saying what you want, Harry said flatly. Clorin selected another canapé, this one with what looked like caviar. I want what I came for. I want what every curator wants to complete the collection. To understand the full architecture of an object's complexity. And your mimicry, Mr. Potter, is one of the most complex objects I have ever encountered. He ate the canapé slowly, savoring it. These really are excellent. Do try one. You may not have the opportunity later. Yes, well, I'm not here to make you comfortable. I am here as an auditor. Clorin released Harry's hand and reached into his jacket. Harry felt muscles tense all through his body, but what Clorin withdrew was a business card, printed on stock that felt somehow three-dimensional to the touch. I will take your mimicry tonight. Be ready. CL, Harry read it once. Read it twice. That's quite the ultimatum. Not an ultimatum, Clorin said. He gestured toward a nearby tray of canapés. More of a courtesy, a warning. I dislike surprises. If you are going to resist, I prefer to know now so I can plan accordingly. He selected a small pastry and tasted it with genuine appreciation. These are very good. Do try the saffron ones. I'm not particularly hungry. No, Clorin agreed. You are afraid, but you are not panicking. This is excellent. You maintain composure under duress. It makes what I must do somewhat less unpleasant. He took another canapé. Your sister, Ginny's her name, is well. She is currently a guest of ours, and she is quite safe. She sings, which I take as a sign of reasonable morale. If you comply with my requests, I see no reason her situation need deteriorate. Something in Harry's chest went very cold. Not the usual cold from the mimicry's drain, but the cold of absolute focus. He smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. What are your terms? Meet me at midnight, Clorin said. The Thames under the Blackfriars Bridge. Come alone and bring the fragment of Sukuna that you have collected. I will explain my proposal in detail at that time. Bring companions and my offer becomes significantly less flexible. But do not mistake me, I will take what I came for regardless. The only variable is how much collateral damage occurs in the process. He finished his canapé and inclined his head in a gesture of respect. It has been a true pleasure, Mr. Potter. I look forward to our negotiation. He walked away before Harry could respond, moving through the crowd with the ease of a man passing through water rather than people. Harry wanted to follow. Harry wanted to burn. Instead, he remained standing in place, breathing deliberately, the business card's three-dimensional surface pressing into his palm. Across the room, Vance was already moving. And a man in blue was slipping toward the exits, Director Yaxley Blythe, his expression one of barely concealed panic. But the man was gone when Vance moved to intercept. There was nothing but air where he had been, and Vance stood alone looking confused. Then Harry understood. The Sharingan perceived it, an aura-cloaking technique, something that bent light and attention in equal measure. Nen, his trained portion of the mimicry's jujutsu understanding, whispered. Advanced Nen, the kind that required both talent and instruction. Harry touched his Sharingan gently with one finger, a gesture of intention, and let the perception deepen. The aura appeared, cloaked in layers of invisibility but visible in the infrared spectrum of sight. He traced it with his eyes, locked the pattern into memory, and let his own Sharingan-marked fingers move in a sign he had been taught by a captain of Soul Reapers. A binding, subtle as breath. Vance saw the mark bloom in the air, a glowing sigil that only appeared when Harry's Sharingan sight was turned toward it, and she moved. An apparition, quick and trained, and she vanished after the retreating figure. Harry remained in the center of the gala, watching diplomats continue to eat canapés and discuss trade agreements, while something very dark began to move behind his eyes. Hermione found him before he could leave the gala. She pulled him aside with surprising force and dragged him toward one of the ministry's private study rooms. Her soul runework was glowing visibly under her skin, an effect she could usually hide, but panic made her sloppy. "I found it," she said. "I found the source. I've been decoding the Black family archives, the oldest records, and Harry, the mimicry is not a mutation. It's not a curse or a random accident. It's a bloodline gift." Harry's heart rate, which had only just returned to something approximating normal, began climbing again. "A gift from whom?" "The Peverills," Hermione said. She pulled a letter from her pocket, the parchment so old it was turning brown. 3 brothers, and they made a pact with a being called the Seamster. The exact terms are unclear, but the essence is this. The Seamster stitches abilities into souls. The 3 brothers sought to be stitched with immortality, hence the Hallows, but the pact had a condition. Once a generation, a Potter line descendant would inherit the potential to carry multiple stitches, a mimicry ability, and someday when the threads are ripe, the Seamster will return to collect. The study seemed to spin slightly. "Return to collect what?" "You," Hermione said quietly. "Or the stitches, or possibly your soul. The parchment is unclear on the metaphysics, but Harry, I consulted with Dumbledore's portrait using the mirror charm. He confirmed it. The Seamster is real. The pact is binding, and he has been waiting for a Potter with strong enough stitches to make the collection worthwhile." Harry sat down. He was not entirely sure he'd made the decision to sit. His legs simply folded. "So I'm not special because I'm me. I'm special because I'm a particularly valuable collection to something that exists outside normal reality. You're special because you've been forced to carry something that was never meant to be borne by one person," Hermione corrected. "But yes, the mechanism is more sinister than any of us realized." Harry's Sharingan flickered again, colors bleeding across his vision. "Dumbledore said anything else?" Hermione's expression tightened. "He said there was an escape clause. The original pact had a loophole. The Peverills discovered it, but only one Potter in the family line ever seriously considered taking it." "What is it?" "Renounce every stitched ability. Unravel yourself willingly. Go back to being the boy without gifts." Hermione swallowed hard. "The cost would be the stitches tearing through your soul as they unwind. He said you might not survive it." The business card was still in Harry's hand. Clorin's elegant script, "I will take your mimicry tonight. Be ready." "I'm going," Harry said quietly. "No, you're not," a voice said from the doorway. Snape was leaning heavily against the frame, supported by a stretcher charm that hovered beneath his robes like invisible hands. He was still half-healed from Chapter 4's conclusion, his skin waxen under the fluorescent ministry lighting, his eyes still burning with the particular fury that suggested he had chosen to come despite having every reason to rest in the monastic order that harbored him. "Severus," Hermione began, "you're not well enough." "I will be the judge of my own health, Miss Granger," he said with all his usual bite. "And I will be the judge of whether the boy attends midnight meetings with mysterious nen-users alone." He fixed Harry with a look that was more tired than angry. "You will not go unaccompanied. I will attend. I will sit within striking distance. And if anything appears to be a trap, I will demonstrate precisely what 17 years of monastic discipline teaches a wizard about controlled violence." He was serious. This was the scalpel honesty that Hermione had come to associate with Snape in his wounded state. No performance, no theatrical menace. Simply the truth of what he was capable of. "No, you won't," a new voice said. The wall behind Harry folded. That was the only way to describe it. The plaster and brick seemed to bend inward, and Akito Gaju stepped through the crease as though he had simply been walking on the other side of reality and decided to change paths. His uniform was pristine despite the apparent teleportation. His expression was infinitely casual. "If the kid is stupid enough to walk into whatever this is," Akito said, looking at the calling card Hermione was holding, "then I'm watching. Not because I trust him to survive it, but because I want to be present when he fails, so I can be the one who makes it count." He smiled, and there was nothing kind in it. "Besides, nen-users are interesting. Might learn something before I have to erase him." "You're welcome," Harry said flatly. "Not gratitude I'm looking for," Akito replied. Midnight came like a sentence. The Thames was mist and darkness under Blackfriars Bridge. Harry stood on the pier, alone as requested, though alone was a technical definition. Hermione and Snape were concealed within a bubble of compressed space that Hermione had learned from her soul runework. They were present, but fundamentally elsewhere, watching through a peephole charm she'd calibrated with exacting precision. Ron covered the exits with a limping gait and aura support that he'd refused to let show itself visibly. Akito watched from a rooftop across the water, his form blending perfectly with shadow and rain. Clorin emerged from the mist like he had invented it. He was alone, which was somehow worse than if he had brought an army. He carried a book, leather-bound pages that seemed to shimmer when light hit them at certain angles. Nen Grimoire, Harry's copied understanding supplied. Ability framework, contract binding. The air around the book was slightly wrong, as if it occupied space that didn't quite align with normal reality. "Your companions are welcome," Clorin said as he approached. "I prefer honesty and theft. It makes the work cleaner. You see, theft is a misunderstood art. Most people assume it is about taking. But true theft, the kind that lasts, is about understanding. Understanding the value of what is taken. Understanding the cost of the taking. Understanding that both the thief and the stolen from are changed by the transaction. I have spent most of my life studying this particular philosophy. Some might call me a criminal. I prefer to think of myself as a scholar of transfers and transformations." The concealment charms faltered, and Hermione stepped through, her soul runework glowing bright enough to cast shadows. Snape materialized beside her, looking like death warmed poorly, though his hand rested on the bone dagger with the casual certainty of someone fully prepared to use it. They did not advance, but they did not hide. Clorin smiled. "Much better. Shall we discuss business? I respect individuals who respect honesty and negotiation." "I'm listening," Harry said. Clorin opened the grimoire, and the pages seemed to contain not text but geometric patterns that hurt to perceive directly. The patterns writhed slightly when looked at directly, suggesting they encoded something beyond simple meaning. "My Nen ability is called a curator. Unlike most Nen users who develop a single specialized technique, I have developed the capacity to steal abilities by creating conditional contracts. The subject signs or is bound, and I gain access to their power. The ability transfers to me, and the original user loses both the technique and any memories directly associated with it. It is a clean extraction, as surgical as such things can be." "That's theft," Harry said flatly. "That is reallocation," Clorin corrected with genuine courtesy. "I do not keep abilities. I preserve them in a specialized archive where they exist in perfect stasis until the right curator, the right person, the right moment, the right need claims them. I am a librarian of impossible techniques. And your mimicry, Mr. Potter, contains 7 different library wings worth of remarkable material. 7 abilities, each one drawn from a soul that is not yours, each one more complex than the last. The Sharingan alone is worth preserving. The Shunpo is elegant. The Haki is fascinating in its philosophical implications. Together, they form a collection that deserves to be protected and studied and preserved." He closed the book gently. "I came here tonight not as a thief, but as a professional offering a trade. Your Sukuna fragment has been slowly consuming your soul. It is a parasite. I came to offer you liberation from that parasitism. I'm not signing anything." "Of course not," Clorin agreed. "But I came to propose a trade. Your Sukuna fragment, for instance. You carry it as an infestation, yes. A parasitic curse slowly consuming your soul from the wrist inward. I can take it from you. I can cage it in a specialized contract prison where it will never consume another inch of your body. Your sister goes free. The bounty lifts. You walk away smaller but not breaking." Hermione's voice came through the coin charm pressed against Harry's ear. "Don't do it. Removing a lien is surgery. It could fracture your entire soul structure. And the seamster's pact means you might not be able to consent to withdrawal. It might tear when you try to remove it." Harry's hand came up, fingers positioned as though he were about to touch Clorin's face, to accept the contact and absorb whatever power lay within the man's aura. He could see it now with absolute clarity. Clorin was not a Nen user who had stumbled into power. Clorin was engineered, stitched with as many borrowed abilities as Harry was, though his collection was hidden behind careful layers of obfuscation and control. "I have a counteroffer," Harry said quietly. "Take the Sukuna. Return Ginny. Drop the bounty, and you never look at any of my people again." Clorin seemed to consider this with genuine thoughtfulness. "Done," he said, "with one addendum. I require a demonstration of good faith. Let me touch you, just your hand. Let me feel the texture of your stitching so I can understand what I am negotiating with." It was a trap. Harry knew it was a trap, but he extended his hand anyway. The moment his skin made contact with Clorin's, the world fractured. A Sharingan illusion bloomed in Harry's peripheral vision, Itachi Uchiha's 3 spinning behind him, a decoy, a distraction. The illusion was exquisitely crafted, a memory of a moment that had never happened but felt true in every sensory detail. Harry felt the familiar weight of combat, the particular quality of air during a high-stakes duel. And in that same instant, Clorin's form wavered. The real thief was already moving, and the man holding Harry's hand was a shadow, a placeholder, nothing more than dispersed Nen forming a temporary shape, still sinking away as Harry's perceptions registered the deception. A circle of ink was burning itself into the pier beneath Harry's feet. Not ordinary ink, this was Nen ink, the substance of binding contracts made manifest. Runes spiraled outward in a pattern that hurt to look at, and Harry's trained jujutsu understanding recognized it instantly. A binding contract, designed to lock him into specific terms. The kind of contract that didn't just bind the body, but bound the soul itself. Names the signatory down to their constituent pieces. His soul was being named as signatory. The sensation was indescribable. Harry felt reality trying to reshape itself around him, the contract attempting to write his name into its framework, to bind him with the weight of Nen that Clorin had gathered over years of accumulated thefts. The pier itself seemed to shift, becoming less real, becoming more a space of contract and law than a place of simple matter. Harry yanked his hand backward, breaking contact, and spoke a single word with perfect clarity. Number, the power of refusal rippled outward like a stone dropped into still water. Consent denied, and the binding contract sensed the discrepancy in its framework. It began to scream, an auditory sensation that Harry felt more than heard, a sound like chalk on slate performed on frequencies that made his teeth ache. But the ink was already spread too far, and contracts that lose their primary anchor do not dissolve cleanly. They fracture, splintering into fragments of broken binding that cut at the space around them. Harry's Sharingan deepened to a full 6 cycle, the pattern shifting from simple flames to something more complex, more terrible. And he activated his Tsukuyomi light, the evolved technique copied from Kaido's Mangekaiwu, the 3-second perception stretch that allowed him to reshape meaning within the bounds of a gaze. The 3-second perception stretch flowed out from his eyes, and subjective time warped. The entire pier seemed to freeze. The Thames hung in the air like a photograph, waves suspended mid-curl. The mist itself became visible as individual particles, each one glowing faintly in the Tsukuyomi light. And at the center of it all, the ink's glyph grammar became readable to him, the complex symbolic language that defined the contract's terms and boundaries, the layers of meaning that Clorin had woven into the binding, the specific words and clauses that attempted to claim Harry's abilities as collateral. Harry traced the pathways with his mind. The contract was elegant. Harry had to give Clorin that much. The thief understood his art. But every contract, no matter how complex, requires an exit clause. A way out, a loophole, some acknowledgement that binding is not eternal. Harry found it in the secondary runes, the ones written so small that normal sight could never perceive them. The escape hatch, the kill switch. He stamped his intention against it with will forged in the fires of 17 years of impossible choices. The determination of a boy who had walked toward death more than once. The strength of someone who refused to be bound, no matter the cost. The contract shattered. The Tsukuyomi light released, and subjective times snapped back to normal. The pier became solid again. The Thames resumed its flow. Everything that had been frozen in that 3-second expansion rushed forward all at once, and the force of it drove Harry to his knees. The cost came immediately. Memory unraveled from his mind like thread pulled from cloth, and he gasped at the sudden, aching absence. His first Quidditch match, the moment when he saw the Seeker's position for the first time, when he understood that his reflexes were faster than thought itself, when the joy of pure motion had replaced the fear of the ground so far below. The snitch caught in his mouth, the reflexive gag as it struggled against his teeth. The taste of metal and magic and something like lightning. The sound of the crowd roaring from miles below. The particular quality of their cheering when a young boy who had lost everything discovered something he could do that was entirely his own. The particular joy of that first moment when he understood his body could do things it had never done before. All of it, gone, erased, lost to the cost of refusing the contract. He sobbed once, a sound of pure loss, and kept moving. Clorin was no longer attempting deception. The real man stood 10 meters away, his vertical pupils fully visible now, his aura blazing with nen that made the air around him waver. "Interesting," he said, and there was genuine interest in his voice. "Very interesting. You broke a contract through sheer force of character. I have never seen that before." The duel began. Clorin moved with grace that suggested formal training in multiple disciplines. His nen coalesced into the shape of a whip made of hardened auralite, and he lashed out with the kind of precision that could bisect stone. Harry responded with shunpo, his Shinigami flash step letting him move through space in ways that conventional nen could not track. He came up behind Clorin and let his wandless magic flow, a cutting hex refined to its most vicious form. Clorin twisted, took it across his shoulder, and bled light instead of blood. They danced across the pier. Harry was faster, but Clorin was better. His technique was refined by years of professional theft and controlled violence. Every move had purpose, every gesture carried weight. Harry was improvising from 7 borrowed techniques, none of them fully his own, all of them fighting for dominance in his mind as adrenaline pushed him toward overload. It was Aikido who intervened. The jujutsu sorcerer dropped from the rooftop like he was simply stepping down from a curb, and his domain presence spread outward. The space around them compressed, folded, became oppressive in its clarity. Clorin's nen fractured in the presence of Aikido's superior technique. "That's enough," Aikido said conversationally. "Kid's reaching his limit. You want to stay conscious, you withdraw now." Clorin examined his hand, where Harry's cutting hex had carved a line of luminescence that was already fading. He smiled. "A craftsman meeting his equal," he said, speaking more to Harry than to Aikido. "A genuine rarity. I think I will leave your mimicry where it is. The consortium will have to find another collection specialist." He withdrew, moving backward into the mist with the grace that had characterized all his movements. At the very edge of visibility, he called back, "One final gift, Mr. Potter. The being you seek is called the Unthreaded, not the Seamster. Different entities, same debt. The Seamster's rival, perhaps, or the other side of the same coin. Your sister awaits in a pocket space tethered to the next convocation. When they call, she will be accessible. Farewell." And he was gone. Snape collapsed the moment the immediate danger passed. His robes fell away to reveal bandaging that had bled through in places, new blood mixing with old. His monastic training had held him upright through sheer will, but had limits. Hermione and Ron were on him in seconds, their combined knowledge and loyalty insufficient but necessary. They stabilized his breathing, covered the fresh wounds, and raised a gentle levitation charm to carry him back toward Grimmauld Place. Harry remained on the pier, sitting on the weathered boards with his feet dangling over the water. He could smell the Thames now, the decay and growth and ancient human history mixing with modern pollution. His sense of smell had been returning slowly over the past weeks, a side effect of the mimicry's physical toll. Now it was almost complete. Akito sat down beside him without being invited. You nearly lost, the jujutsu sorcerer said quietly. At the end, when your techniques started fragmenting under pressure, you held too many incompatible powers. Your soul is developing fissures. I'm aware, Harry replied. I came to kill you, Akito continued. That's why Dumbledore asked me to watch. He thought you might become something the wizarding world couldn't contain. He wanted me to be the safety measure. Akito was quiet for a long moment. I still think you might become something that needs killing, but I am afraid of what happens after. I am afraid of what the empty space would mean. Harry turned to look at him. In the darkness, with the Sharingan flickering through its color cycle, he could see the genuine vulnerability underneath Akito's casual facade. You're afraid of me becoming a necessity, Harry said. You're afraid of what it would cost to erase someone who had become essential. Yes, Akito said simply. They sat in silence while the Thames flowed past, indifferent to the weight of souls and the ticking of cosmic clocks. The water moved like it always had, with patient inevitability flowing toward the sea. Above them, the city lights reflected off its surface, creating the illusion of a second sky below, an inverted London where everything was possible and nothing had consequences. I was created to be a weapon, Akito said after a long time. His voice was different now, not the casual, almost amused tone he normally used, but something more raw, more honest. Not born, created. There are individuals in the jujutsu world who believe that the most powerful sorcerers should be bred specifically for capability. That power is hereditary, and therefore it can be cultivated. My parents, my genetic donors, were carefully selected. Their offspring was going to be the most powerful jujutsu user of the generation. They were going to be invulnerable, unstoppable, perfect. He paused. They succeeded, and then they discarded me when I was no longer young enough to mold. When I had opinions of my own, when I stopped being a tool and started being a person. Dumbledore found me in that moment of discarding, and he made me an offer. He would protect me if I would do one thing. If a mimic emerged who showed signs of becoming more dangerous than they were functional, I would kill them. Cleanly, efficiently, before they could destabilize the worlds they inhabited. And you agreed, Harry said. I agreed because I had no other options, Akito said. I agreed because protection felt better than abandonment, even if the price was the promise to be a killer. I have killed, Harry. I have ended people who posed existential threats. And I told myself each time that it was justified, that they were dangerous, that the worlds would be safer without them. He turned to face Harry. And then you happened, and I was sent to watch you. And every day I waited for the moment when you would cross the threshold, when you would become too unstable to be permitted to exist, and I would have to end you. I prepared the method. I understood the technique I would use. And every day that I waited, I realized something terrifying. I was hoping you wouldn't cross the threshold. I was actually, genuinely hoping that I would not have to kill you. That's not terrifying, Harry said quietly. That's hope. No, Akito corrected. Hope is simple. Hope is the belief that things might be better. What I'm describing is fear, terror, the absolute panic that comes with realizing that you have become dependent on something not dying, that you have invested care in a person you were created to potentially destroy, that you might have to make a choice between your function and your survival, and that the choice might tear you apart either way. He looked at the water again. I still think you might become something the world cannot contain. I still think you might need killing. But I am afraid, genuinely, bone-deep afraid, of what it would cost to be the one who kills you. I am afraid of the empty space your absence would create. Harry reached over and took Akito's hand. It was a simple gesture, the kind that shouldn't have meant anything. But it did. And Akito, who had been created to be emotionless, who had been trained to be invulnerable, squeezed back with the force of something that might have been desperation or might have been relief. The charmed mirror reflected Dumbledore's portrait in Snape's monastic quarters, where a fire burned low and warm against the April cold. The old man looked more tired than he had in life, as though death had made the weight of his choices visible. There was something in his expression that Harry had not noticed before, not guilt exactly, but the weight of decisions made long ago, the consequences of which had finally come due. "The seamster is old," Dumbledore said without preamble. "Older than the wizarding world. The three Peverell brothers made their pact with a being that exists in the spaces between realities, a being so ancient that its origins predate human civilization. The being offered them mastery over death, the true mastery, the impossible gift. Not immortality, which is a small thing, but true mastery. The ability to take death into their hands and reshape it. The cost was a pact. Once a generation, when a Potter child carried stitches heavy enough, when a mimic had accumulated sufficient power, the seamster would return to evaluate the harvest." "For what?" Harry asked. He was standing at the window of Snape's room, looking out toward London's lights. The city below was beginning to turn off its lights, the night deepening. "For the opportunity to complete its work," Dumbledore replied. "The Hallows were never meant to be three separate objects, Harry. They were meant to be steps toward a single unified creation. An immortal being, a perfect vessel, a canvas that could hold every skill, every ability, every stolen power without fracturing. You carry 7 stitches. You are closer to that perfection than anyone has been since the original brothers attempted it 4 centuries ago. If the seamster collects you, if it takes your soul and unravels the stitches and reweaves them into a permanent tapestry, it will complete a design that has been 300 years in progress. And when it does, the boundary between the seamster and whatever becomes of you will blur. You will become not a collection, but an archive, a living library. And the seamster will finally achieve the form it has been seeking since before human language existed." Harry turned away from the window. You knew the whole time that this was the destination." "I knew," Dumbledore confirmed. His portrait was silent for a moment. "I hoped to guide you toward a different path. I failed. And now the paths that remain are both terrible in their own ways. And if I refuse, if I walk away from all of it?" Dumbledore was silent for a long time. He seemed to be gathering words or perhaps gathering courage. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than before, stripped of the grandeur that characterized most of his speech. "There is an escape clause," he said, a loophole the original brothers discovered in the parchment itself, a subtlety of the wording that the seamster apparently did not expect. "The pact has always contained a renunciation option. A Potter can refuse the seamster entirely by unraveling every stitch willingly, by going back to being the boy without gifts, becoming mortal, limited, small, returning to the person you were before the mimicry took hold." "What's the cost?" Harry asked, though he suspected he knew. "Severe," Dumbledore said quietly. "The threads tear as they withdraw. Your soul is built now around those stitches. Remove them, and you remove the scaffolding that holds your consciousness together. Most individuals who have attempted this in the Peverell family history did not survive the unraveling. The ones that did survive were profoundly changed. The loss was not just of the powers, but of the capacity to be the same person. They became smaller, not just in power but in awareness, in perception, in everything that made them themselves." Harry's hand came up to his Sharingan, his fingers tracing the corner of his eye. The mark where the red pattern burned, visible even in the darkness. "So my choices are: become the seamster's collection, merge with something that exists outside reality, and complete a 300-year project that might fundamentally alter the nature of what I am. Or try to kill myself removing the very things that let me survive this long, knowing that I might not survive the attempt, and that if I do, I'll be unrecognizably diminished." "Yes," Dumbledore said, with the scalpel honesty that Snape had inherited. The honesty of old men who had finally run out of comfortable lies. "Those are your choices." A cross-dimensional announcement bloomed across the wizarding world's communication network. An invitation, formal and binding. The consortium cordially invites all interested parties to attend the coronation. A sanctioned arena, neutral ground, where Harry James Potter will settle his debts and honor his obligations. The date is set. His sister Ginevra Molly Weasley is wagered against his survival. All factions welcome. Bring witnesses. Bring wands. Bring whatever you consider sacred. This ends on appointed ground. Harry stood in the gathering room at Grimmauld Place, looking at the faces arrayed around him. Hermione, exhausted from soul rune work that had stretched her perceptions to breaking. Ron still limping but standing firm. Snape half alive in a chair by the fire, refusing the option to retreat. Akito watching from the wall with that particular gaze that suggested he was already calculating the mathematics of erasure. "Fine," Harry said quietly. It was the only word necessary. It was the only word that mattered. The Sukuna marks crawled up his arm another inch, and somewhere in the spaces between realities, something ancient and patient turned its attention toward the appointed hour. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. Savage coronation. The morning of the coronation arrived without fanfare or mercy. Harry woke in a room at Grimmauld Place that he did not immediately recognize. The floral wallpaper seemed to shift in the pale London dawn. Roses and ivy, he thought, though the name of the pattern had been lost to him weeks ago. It took him several moments to understand that the room belonged to him, had always belonged to him, and that the problem was his own memory, not the room's identity. He lay still on the bed, watching dust motes turn gold in the weak light, and tried to remember something specific about his childhood. The attempt produced only a blank space shaped like a word he'd lost. Something about flying, something about his godmother, something that had a weight but no shape anymore. He sat up slowly. His body ached in ways that had nothing to do with physical injury. The permanent coldness had settled into his bones now, a thing as fundamental as his skeleton. His left arm, where Sukuna had climbed its way up toward his shoulder, still felt like it belonged to someone else. The Sukuna fragment was restless today, sensing something in the air, a closing, a culmination. It pressed against his consciousness like a fist inside his skull, not hostile but insistent. Not yet, Harry thought at it. Not yet. The white streak in his hair fell across his eye when he sat up. His reflection in the mirror was increasingly foreign, the green and crimson flickering in his irises as the morning light caught them, the sharpness of his cheekbones that had not come from malnutrition, but from something colder, a permanent winter living beneath his skin. He did not look 17. He looked like something that had been shaped rather than grown. There was a knock. Hermione entered carrying a vial of iridescent liquid that seemed to contain its own small storm. She was pale, and there were dark circles under her eyes that spoke of nights, spent bent over rune work and alchemical calculations. Behind her came Ron, moving carefully on his crutch, the injury from his interference with Kenji's seal still catching him in the hip each time his weight shifted wrong. "Drink this," Hermione said without preamble. "It will stabilize the lians for 6 hours. After that, the cost accelerates. You'll begin losing the abilities faster than the Seamster's Pact can hold them, but you won't lose control. It's the closest I can offer." Harry took the vial. The potion was cold against his palm. "How long did you sleep?" he asked. "Enough," Hermione said, which meant not at all. The potion tasted like copper and starlight, a flavor that didn't exist in nature but somehow belonged in the moment between sleeping and waking. It burned down his throat and settled in his chest, where it seemed to root itself and begin drawing tiny threads of light through his veins. He felt the lians align, each one settling into its proper channel. The Sukuna fragment on his arm quieted slightly, sensing the temporary truce. "The runes," Hermione continued. "I need to ink your sternum. They'll help you call back to the pact if the cost becomes too high. It's insurance." Harry removed his shirt. Ron turned away, uncomfortable, and Hermione produced a brush and a small pot of ink that smelled of copper and crushed moonstone. The brush was cold against his skin as she worked, drawing symbols that Harry didn't recognize but felt nonetheless, each stroke a tiny binding, a name written in magic rather than letters. "This one," Hermione whispered, pointing to a glyph over his heart, "calls to me. If you're dying, I'll know, and I can choose to answer." She didn't look up from her work. "You're not coming to die for me," Harry said. "I'm not planning to, but plans change." She completed the final glyph and stepped back to examine her work. The symbols gleamed faintly silver against his pale skin. "There, that's as close to immortality as I can manage on short notice." Ron handed Harry something when he looked up, a battered Chudley Cannon's pin, its enamel cracked and faded from years of being carried in a young boy's pocket. "For luck, you tosser," Ron said gruffly, "even if you're insane enough not to believe in it." Harry looked at the pin, recognizing it immediately despite the gaps in his memory. He pinned it to his collar. It felt like a talisman against the hollow thing growing in his chest. The last visitor before departure was Snape. The half-alive healer moved without making sound, his monastic robes swishing softly as he entered. In his hands was a black scabbard, ancient and worn, the leather cracked with age. He drew the blade inside it partway, not enough to reveal its full length, but enough for Harry to see that the metal was dark as a starless night and thrummed with quiet power. "The Mercy Blade," Snape said, his voice dry as parchment. "The monastic order keeps it for those moments when mercy becomes the only option. You understand, Potter, that some matches cannot be won." "Yes, sir." "Then use it if you must, but use it with purpose." He pressed the scabbard into Harry's hands. "And Potter, if you find yourself between the sword and the wall, choose the sword. Living with what you've become is harder than dying with what you were." He left before Harry could respond. The lay gate to the arena was ministry-sanctioned and clinical, a circle of silver chalk drawn in a basement beneath the ministry building, with runes that Arabella Vance had personally verified. She stood at the circle's edge now, her ministry robes severe and gray, her expression unreadable. She nodded once at Harry as the circle began to glow. "Finish this," she said. "The file remains open, Potter. Red ink fades, but it does not vanish." The world twisted. The arena appeared in a moment of disorientation that felt like stepping through the surface of a mirror. Harry's feet met obsidian, black glass so perfectly polished that it reflected the sky as an inverted void. The amphitheater rose around him in tiers of more obsidian, moored to a sky that existed above the North Sea in a space that should not have existed at all. The stands were full. Beings from realms that had never touched the mortal world sat shoulder to shoulder, some laughing with mouths full of teeth Harry's mind could not quite process, some weeping silently, some taking bets in languages that sounded like consonants breaking. Aikido was there, and his blindfold was off. His eyes were too blue to be human, a blue that belonged to the sky on a day that would never come, to places that existed only in the spaces between moments. He looked at Harry without speaking, and when his mouth moved, Harry heard not the playful musical lilt he usually affected, but something clearer and far more dangerous. "If I erase you today, you will not know it has happened," Aikido said. "That is my promise, Harry Potter." It was not a threat. It was the acknowledgement of a colleague discussing their methodology. At the arena's center, in a column of black glass that seemed to contain no light at all, Ginny hung suspended. She was conscious, her eyes tracking Harry as he walked toward the arena floor, but she could not move or speak. The column sealed her in absolute isolation. A herald descended into the arena, a faceless woman in a coat that seemed to be made entirely of stitches. Her form was humanoid only in outline. If you looked directly at where her face should have been, you saw only the crosshatch of thread and the void beneath it. "The coronation begins," the herald announced, her voice like silk tearing. 4 champions from 4 realms will test the seamster's vessel. If he survives, he meets the unthreaded. If he refuses to fight, the pact closes and the vessel dissolves. Ginny Weasley remains in stasis until a victor is determined. The crowd roared approval and dismay in equal measure. The first champion walked down the arena steps before the herald had finished speaking. Kaido Uchiha was dressed for ceremony, black formal, where that somehow suggested both modern fashion and robes from 1,000 years past. His Mangekaiwu Sharingan was already activated, crimson and spinning, the Tomo lines sharp enough to cut. When he looked at Harry, Harry felt something inside his skull attempt to fold inward. "I have dreamed of this moment," Kaido said in flawless English with an Uchiha accent that made the words sound like a curse. "The boy who dared to borrow my clan's eyes. Shall we see how well you've learned to use them, little Peveril?" Harry activated his own Sharingan in response. The arena swam into three-dimensional clarity, the crowd's movement becoming an aesthetic choice rather than a surprise. He could see Kaito's chakra network, see the tensioning of the special-grade curse power in his limbs, see the moment before the moment when Kaito would move. "I'm ready," Harry said. Kaito's expression shifted into something between a smile and a snarl. The arena around them seemed to darken, not with the loss of light, but with the closing of dimensions. Spectators in the lower tiers gasped as the space sealed off. Kaito was preparing his Tsukuyomi, the most fearsome of the Manjikaiwu techniques, and he was pulling Harry into a place where the normal rules of combat held no sway. A full reality illusion that would drag Harry's consciousness into a subjective 72-hour nightmare experienced in the span of 3 seconds. To Harry's sharing an enhanced mind, watching Kaito's chakra coil and compress in preparation, the horror was almost mathematical in its precision. Harry felt the pull like hooks through his chest. For an instant, the world inverted and he stood in a space that was only Kaito's consciousness, a landscape of red sand that stretched infinitely in all directions, beneath a sky that bled crimson light. It was beautiful in the way that cruelty could be beautiful. In this place, Kaito was omnipotent. He could remake the ground beneath Harry's feet into anything, quicksand or fire or the yawning void itself. He could rewrite the rules of motion and time. He could age Harry centuries in seconds, or turn him inside out, or make him live the same moment of pain over and over, until the distinction between physical and psychological ceased to matter. But Harry had studied the Tsukuyomi light in those stolen hours at Grimmauld Place, had practiced holding 2 realities in his mind simultaneously until both felt equally true and equally false. He did not try to escape the illusion. That was the mistake that Kaito's previous victims had made. Instead, he walked deeper into it, carrying his own perception as a separate, anchored thing. He could feel his body in the real world, standing on obsidian, even as his mind moved through red sand. He could see Kaito's fear, the moment of hesitation when a creation who had thought himself a god, uncontested in his own domain, learned that he wasn't alone in his godhood. Harry moved, and in the illusion he was faster than Kaito's Susanoo. He closed the distance and touched Kaito's chest with his palm. The copy happened in an instant of violent light. Susanoo's ribcage, a fragment of it, just enough to sense the shape, integrated into Harry's body. He felt the massive cursed spirit's hunger and confusion. The cost was immediate and complete. Every sweet thing he would ever taste, from this moment forward, would taste like ash. Chocolate would become bitterness. Treacle tart would taste like copper. Honey would taste like cardboard. The loss was not just of pleasure, but of a specific kind of memory, the sweetness of childhood, the gentle associations of comfort food. Harry bore it and drove Kaito backward, now in the real arena, now wielding a fragment of Susanoo's structure as armor. Kaito tried to pull the illusion deeper, but Harry was moving through the Tsukuyomi light with both feet on the ground, and the illusion could not hold him any longer. In the end, Harry did not kill Kaito. He could have. Susanoo's fragment was in his body now, a gift from contact, and he could feel the power it granted, enough to tear the Uchiha prodigy limb from limb, enough to turn his own illusion into a prison that would never open. But Harry had not come here to become the thing Kaito was. He bound Kaito with Shunpo instead, wrapping the speed step around the Uchiha prodigy like chains of pure motion, binding him so tightly that Kaito could not move without tearing his own muscles apart. The Uchiha fell to the obsidian floor, still trapped in the residual layers of his own Tsukuyomi illusion, conscious but conquered, a god in a cage of his own making. The crowd's response was deafening, some sections rising in applause, some sections in stunned silence. The Nen users in the upper tiers leaned forward with professional interest, clearly making notes. The Shinigami contingent was watching with the careful attention of people who had just seen a power-level calculation prove inadequate. The second champion emerged before Harry could catch his breath. Captain Toshiro Kuchiki walked down the arena steps with a Zanpakuto in hand that seemed to carry its own winter. The moment his feet touched the arena floor, he released his bankai, and suddenly the arena was filled with 1,000 cherry blossoms, but the blossoms were falling upward, and every petal was edged with something that cut. Senbin Zakura Keijoshi transformed the arena into a maelstrom of controlled destruction. Harry felt a familiar pull in his chest, the petal debt that Kuchiki had given him, unused, a promise and a bargain. He reached for that debt with his mind and spoke the captain's name. Kuchiki's bankai halted mid-release. The cherry blossoms stopped their ascent and hung in the air, suspended between motion and stillness. The Shinigami lowered his blade, understanding immediately what had occurred. "You keep your debt well, Peveril," Kuchiki said. He was not even breathing hard. "It is not a quality I expected in one so young. I would not dishonor a promise given in good faith," Harry replied. The captain bowed, a formal, respectful gesture that acknowledged Harry's choice to invoke the debt rather than use it as a fighting advantage. "Then we end this before it begins. Soul Society withdraws its claim on this day. Where the debt well, you may have need of it before the day closes." The crowd erupted in outrage at this, some sections demanding the fight continue, some applauding what they clearly recognized as a political move of significant weight. The herald seemed confused, as though the terms of the coronation had not accounted for a peaceful resolution. But it was not peaceful for long. Kenji Geru walked into the arena unbidden, moving with the casual grace of someone who had never been taught that laws applied to him. He was dressed in black that seemed to drink in light, and around him moved shadows that should not have existed in the bright arena. "I think not," he said, his voice silk and certainty. "The vessel belongs to me, to Sukuna, and I believe it is time we reminded the boy just how small a kingdom his body truly is." He raised his hands, and the shadows coalesced into the form of a special-grade cursed spirit, something vast and ancient and utterly corrupt, a thing that had worn the flesh of 1,000 hosts and learned to hunger across all of them. Akito moved, his hand rising with a gesture so casual it seemed almost accidental. The infinity appeared between Kenji and Harry, not a barrier but an absence, a space where Kenji's curse could not go. Akito stepped down into the arena with his sightless eyes suddenly visible and terrible. "No," Akito said softly. The battle between Akito and Kenji occurred in a space that even with his Sharingan active, Harry could only partially perceive. It was graceful and violent and quick, Akito's infinity meeting Kenji's shadow technique, neither giving way, until Akito moved with a precision that seemed to tear the space around Kenji and dropped him. Kenji fell, but he was laughing. "The seal in the floor," he gasped. "Planted it deep. He'll bloom whether you win or lose, infinity brat." The arena floor beneath Harry's feet rippled. He felt the Sukuna fragment on his arm surge with sudden hunger, the finger segments he carried climbing higher, crawling up his bicep toward his shoulder with a velocity that made his bones crack. The voice of the cursed spirit rose through his body, louder and more insistent than it had ever been. Sukuna was waking. Harry grabbed his own wrist with his free hand and held it, fighting the fragment with his entire body, meeting its hunger with his will. The arena seemed to split slightly as Sukuna's power leaked through, a crack in reality that showed something that looked like neither here nor there. "Steady," Ron called from the stands. "You've got this, mate." Harry held his own wrist and breathed through his teeth and refused to let go. The third champion was Captain Edward Blackrope, and he arrived surrounded by darkness that the arena's light could not touch. He was a pirate and a devil fruit user, and the yummy darkness he wielded was an absence of power so complete it consumed it. When he stepped onto the arena, the obsidian began to corrode, the black glass becoming softer, pliable, as though the darkness was eating it piece by piece. "The boy from the nowhere realm," Edward said, his voice deep as a ship's hold. "I wonder what you taste like when you're broken." Harry barely heard him. His attention was split 3 ways. keeping Sukuna contained in his right arm, maintaining the Sharingan vision that let him track Edward's movements, and trying to find an advantage in a match where his opponent controlled the fundamental nature of destruction. He fought with armament haki, wrapping his fists and legs in black armor that Edward's darkness could not immediately consume. He fought with Amaterasu vision, his eyes tracking the heat traces of Edward's movement. He fought with Shunpo, trying to stay at distances where Edward could not sink the ground beneath him. But Edward was patient. He was a captain of his own realm, and he had faced beings far more powerful than a 17-year-old with borrowed abilities. Each time Harry moved, Edward moved the arena with him. The obsidian beneath them became like water, like sand, like something that had never been solid at all. It was Snape who broke the neutrality of the match. The half-alive healer vaulted the arena barrier with a grace that belied his monastic years. He moved like someone who had been trained by an order that understood that the body was just another discipline to master. He drove a blade through Edward's ribs as he fell, a dagger that seemed to move through the darkness without difficulty, the metal singing as it cut. It was not the mercy blade. It was something older, something from the monastic tradition itself, a thing designed by those who understood that some enemies could not be defeated through power alone, only through commitment and precise application of force. The blade found Edward's heart with the precision of long practice, and for an instant, just an instant, the darkness recoiled. "Potter," Snape called out, his voice not strained but clear. "Unravel. There are 7 threads, only 7. Don't try 10. The seamster's escape clause is final. Do not mistake your pride for your power." Edward's darkness turned on Snape with the fury of a captain betrayed. A hand of pure void, a hunger that had devoured countless sailors and entire islands, reached through the healer's chest and came out through his back. There was no blood at first, just a moment of absolute absence where Snape's torso had been, and then blood, dark as a ship's hold, blooming across his monastic robes. Snape fell. He collapsed at Harry's feet without grace or dignity, the way a building falls when its structure is removed. He looked up at Harry with eyes that were still somehow professorial, still somehow disappointed, as though this ending was not particularly surprising to him. "Do better," Snape whispered. Then he was still, and the half-alive healer was only dead. The silence that followed was the worst thing Harry had ever heard. For a moment, only a moment, Harry did not move. He looked at Snape's face, at the blood spreading across the arena floor, and felt something inside him break into pieces too small to recognize. Then he stood up. He stood up and he stopped fighting Sukuna. Instead, he reached upward with his Sukuna-marked arm and let the fragment free just a little. Just enough. He felt the cursed spirit pour through him like lava, like hunger made manifest, and instead of containing it, he directed it. "Show him what dying truly means," Harry whispered. Sukuna took Edward apart. It happened in 3 seconds. The cursed spirit's power, no longer restrained by Harry's will, exploded outward, and it was not a rage but a precision. Sukuna had been alive for 1,000 years, and it had learned to appreciate the artistry of destruction. Edward Blackrope's darkness was unraveled, his body was dismantled, his power was scattered across the space between moments. Edward's last words were a laugh and a whisper of too many gods, and then he was gone. Harry slammed Sukuna back into its finger segments with a force that made his ribs crack internally. He felt the bone give way, felt the sharp edges of the fracture grinding against his lungs, but he held the fragment down, locked it back in place, and forced his mind back to the center. He was shaking when he looked back at Snape's body. Ron was trying to climb down from the stands, using his crutch and his good leg in equal measure. Hermione was standing with her hand over her mouth. Akito was watching with an expression that looked almost like respect. The herald's faceless head turned toward the black glass column where Ginny hung suspended. She was crying, but silently. The 4th and final champion emerged from the upper tiers of the arena. Clorin Lucifer was a gentleman in expensive clothes, and his smile was courteous. He walked down to the arena floor and bowed to Harry, an actual bow, respectful and deep. You have earned something few earn, Potter-san, Clorin said in a voice that was genuinely kind. A clean exit. I am offering you this. Let me take your abilities one by one and I will spare this city. Your Ginny will go home. The bounty will dissolve. No more death. No more costs. Simply a trade, your power for the safety of those you love. Harry looked at Clorin and understood in that moment that the man was sincere, that this was a genuine offer, made from a place of something almost like compassion. Clorin would take the lies and leave Harry alive, and in some distant realm, someone else would pay the price for his refusal. No, Harry said quietly. I won't trade their futures for mine, I'm sorry. Clorin's expression did not change. Then we duel, he said. The fight was brief and surgical. Harry moved through Clorin's defensive techniques with a layering of abilities that even the Nen thief seemed to admire. Armament haki wrapped around Shunpo, wrapped around Sharingan vision, all of it moving in a single coordinated assault. He touched Clorin once, and the copy happened instinctively. Gyro hint, a Nen technique of aura focus that let the eyes see the shape of power itself. It was elegant and simple, and Harry's Sharingan integrated it without effort. The cost was different this time. It was not a physical loss, but a perceptual one. The color drained from his best memories like they were photographs left too long in sunlight. He could not remember Ginny's red hair as red anymore. He could only recall it as a fact, as a thing that was true without being real. The golden warmth of the Burrow's kitchen became gray. The emerald of his own eyes in the mirror became a neutral shade. He wept as he drove Clorin back, as he forced the Nen thief into a corner he could not escape from, as he won a victory that felt hollow because he could no longer remember why it mattered. When Clorin fell, he bowed once more. You are stronger than you have any right to be, Clorin said from the arena floor. But you are not strong enough to be happy. I almost pity you. He withdrew, and the crowd did not protest. The unthreaded descended. It came down from the sky, but it was not falling. It was tearing through the space between moments, and the tear took the shape of something vast and terrible. It was like a creature made of seams, of edges where two pieces of reality were stitched together and beginning to fail. Its voice, when it spoke, sounded like cloth ripping under tension. The seamster's last stitch is redundant, it said. The words came from everywhere and nowhere. Unravel the boy and the pact dies. Refuse and the pact closes anyway. Either way, I win something. The question, little thread, is only what you choose to lose. Harry felt all 7 of his remaining Leon's pulse in concert. Sharingan, Shunpo, Amaterasu vision, domain sensing, armament haki, Tsukiyomi light, Gyro hint. They had cost him memories and sensation and peace, and they had made him something he had never chosen to be. I offer you a bargain, the unthreaded continued. Accept 2 more Leons freely given by me, no cost but those of the previous stitches, and become a godlike anchor across all the realms. The seamster's pact will finally be strong enough. You will live as long as the stitching holds. You will be powerful beyond your comprehension. You will be immortal, Potter. You will never lose anyone ever again. Harry looked at the black glass column where Ginny hung suspended. She was crying, tears falling in real time toward the ground she would never reach. And then Ginny's voice came through the isolation, not shouting, but speaking clearly and with absolute certainty. Harry, be Harry, she said. That's all I want, just be Harry. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was looking at Hermione, and he was speaking words that felt true in a way nothing had felt true in months. No, Harry said to the unthreaded. I refuse both bargains. I will unravel. The crowd's reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Some sections applauding, some sections in outrage, some sections in absolute silence because they understood what he was offering, his life in exchange for the closure of the pact. But Hermione was already moving. She pushed past Ron and rushed down the arena steps, limping slightly because her rune work on Harry had drained something essential from her as well. In her hands was a talisman, a thing of her own magic, stitched together with fragments of her own soul. She had prepared this in the early morning hours, had crafted it in secret, had bound herself to it with precision and sacrifice. You idiot, Hermione gasped as she reached him. Of course I'm the clever one. The unraveling doesn't have to kill you, it just has to be tethered to someone, to me. She pressed the talisman into his hand and placed her other hand against his back. Do it, she said, and I'll hold the thread. Harry looked at the thing in his hand and understood exactly what it would cost her. The unraveling would drain her, not immediately, but over time. She would lose years of her life, perhaps many years, perhaps decades, all so that he could survive the dissolution of the 7 lies he had been telling himself. He opened his mouth to refuse. If you refuse me now, Hermione said quietly, I will never speak to you again, and I am not a patient woman, Potter. Harry smiled because he had to, because there was nothing else left to do. The unraveling began with the Sharingan. Harry whispered the name, the true name, the thing Kaito had called it in the moment before the final binding, and the Mangekaiwu broke apart in his eyes like glass in a vacuum. The sensation was not pain but transformation, as though his eyes were remembering what they had been before they learned to see curse power. Crimson light poured from his sockets like tears, like all the blood of all the Uchiha who had ever lived bleeding out through his skull. He could see the light falling across the arena floor, could see Hermione flinching from its intensity, could feel Ginny's scream from inside her black glass prison. Kaito Uchiha's blood sang in the light that fell from Harry's eyes, a song of family and pride, and the terrible loneliness of being born into a clan that could only understand strength through comparison. And then the light was gone, and his eyes were green again, and the arena was slightly less clear than it had been. The world was slightly less three-dimensional, and Harry understood what it meant to give up something that had fundamentally rewritten his senses. Hermione's hand on his back tightened. He felt her gasp against his shoulder. Shunpo came next. The speed step had rewritten his body's understanding of motion itself, had made him something that existed between spaces rather than moving through them. Letting it go felt like learning to walk for the first time all over again, his muscles suddenly too slow, his perception of distance suddenly incorrect, the world suddenly full of lag and delay. For a moment, he moved slowly, unbearably slowly, and he understood why Sukuna had mocked his speed when it was taken away. But he kept his feet, and he kept breathing, and Hermione's grip held him. She was breathing through her teeth now, breathing like someone climbing a mountain and trying not to fall. Amaterasu vision followed. The heat sight that had let him see through darkness, that had let him perceive the world as a landscape of thermal gradients and power signatures, now dissolved. The arena became genuinely dark in the places where shadows fell, a darkness that belonged to the natural world rather than to his perception. He understood that from this point forward, he would need to light fires if he wanted to see in the night. It was such a small thing to lose. It was everything, the loss of a sense he had not known he had gained until the moment it was removed. Domain sensing left him empty inside, as though someone had removed a compass he'd gotten so used to carrying that he'd forgotten it was there, until the moment of its absence became overwhelming. The jujutsu awareness that had let him feel the shape of conflict before it manifested, that had warned him of cursed spirits and dangerous power in the way animals sense storms approaching, now dissolved. He was blind in a way that had nothing to do with his eyes. He was missing a fundamental sense of the world. Armament haki dissolved like ink in water, like sugar dissolving in tea. The black armor that had wrapped his body for months simply unraveled, the cursed power that had hardened his skin and protected his bones returning to wherever such power came from. He felt fragile in a way he'd never felt fragile before, his skin suddenly just skin again, vulnerable and breakable. It could be cut. It could be burned. He could bleed, and it would hurt in ways that had nothing to do with the pain of power being removed. The knowledge was terrifying and clarifying in equal measure. He was human again, just human. Tsukuyomi light came next, and with it the last of his connection to the Uchiha clan's curse power, the final thread connecting him to Kaito's blood and family, and the terrible legacy of the Sharingan users. The technique that had let him see and create illusions, that had let him walk through dreams like they were real places, simply stopped, a deletion so complete it felt like missing a sense he'd never possessed before he'd learned it. The world remained the same, but it became almost distressingly real. There was no poetry in it anymore. It was just light and shadow and objects existing in space. Gyo Hint was the last before Sukuna, and with it went the final piece of aura sight, the Nen technique that let him perceive power as a separate thing from flesh, that let him see the invisible currents of life force that animated all living things, simply cease to exist. He was blind in the way that ordinary humans were blind, limited to the 5 senses, and whatever intuition remained to him after everything else had been taken away. Hermione was barely breathing now. Years were falling away from her like autumn leaves. All around him, the arena was growing darker as his various sight techniques dissolved, as the scaffolding of abilities that had held the world in focus for him dissolved one by one. Hermione was breathing hard behind him, her grip on his back weakening slightly. He could feel something pouring out of her now, not blood, but something more essential. Years, he realized. Years of her life, the time that made up the difference between who she was now and who she would have been. She was paying the price in years of her own life, and she was choosing to do it, and Harry loved her for it in a way that had nothing to do with romance or sexuality, and everything to do with the specific gravity of sacrifice. Then came Sukuna. The cursed spirit erupted when he tried to renounce it, to simply name it and let it go the way he'd done with the others. Unlike the other lies, the other borrowed powers that had been copies from without, Sukuna was not a separate thing. It was a presence that had integrated itself into his flesh, that had grown down his arm and up toward his shoulder like a living thing, that had learned to think alongside his thoughts. It screamed, and the scream split the arena into pieces. Everyone who heard it, the jujutsu specialists and the Soul Society observers and the Nen users and the pirates and the ministry officials watching from sealed chambers, heard it as an echo in their own minds, a reminder of what hunger sounded like when it was unbound. "I will not go quietly," Sukuna roared through his mouth, using his vocal cords and his diaphragm and his will to make the words. "You are a plate too small, a kingdom too weak. I should crack your spine and step out through your rib cage. I should wear your body like a suit and find a worthier host." Harry held himself together through sheer force of will and something that felt suspiciously like love, a love that wasn't romantic or familial, but was instead the deep respect you felt for something ancient that had chosen to occupy the same space as you. "I'm asking for your leave," Harry said, and he meant it so completely that Sukuna felt it. "I am too small a kingdom for you. You are 100 times my weight and 1,000 times my age. You deserve a worthier plate. Find me when I am ready to hold you properly. Until then, let me go. Withdraw. There is no honor in remaining in a space too small for what you are." Sukuna was quiet for a long moment, a silence that seemed to stretch across the arena like a held breath. Then the cursed spirit laughed, a sound like tectonic plates sliding against each other after millennia of stillness, like the earth remembering how to move, like the sound of the world being born. The laughter was not cruel, but it was vast and ancient and utterly inhuman. It was the sound of something that had eaten kings and conquered sorcerers, acknowledging that it had found something worth respecting. "You have some capacity for understanding," Sukuna said, and for the first time there was something almost like warmth in the voice. "Very well, little plate. I accept your terms. I will withdraw. Carry the mark with honor and find me when you are worthy to serve as my true vessel. Find me when you have grown." The Sukuna fragment ripped itself out of Harry's arm with the violence of a birth in reverse. A tearing, a rupture, a wound that healed and didn't heal all at once. He felt the flesh tear apart and the bones split clean, felt something essential that had been integrated so completely, he'd forgotten it was a foreign thing at all being torn away. The pain was white and complete and absolute, and then it was gone, and there was only an absence where the cursed spirit had been. The fragment took with it one last physical thing, the Chudley cannon's pin that Ron had given him, the talisman that had been meant to carry luck and loyalty. The pin simply vanished from Harry's collar as the cursed spirit tore away, dragged into the space between moments and into whatever realm Sukuna inhabited when it wasn't occupying a body. Ron's lucky charm was gone, a sacrifice to a force older than the wizarding world itself. The unthreaded hissed. With Harry unwoven, the seamster's pact closed. The ancient stitcher's contract, which had bound the Peveril family to the business of collecting lies for centuries, simply ceased to exist. The unthreaded, which had existed in opposition to the seamster, found nothing left to oppose. It began to unravel itself out of the arena with bureaucratic fury. "The thread will find another," it whispered as it departed. "One wearing a name that starts with W. The stitching is inevitable. It will always find someone." Then it was gone, and the coronation was over. Harry fell to his knees. He had no Sharingan, no speed step, no illusion sight, no curse sense, no armor, no aura sight. He was only himself, 17 years old, with shaking hands and a permanent coldness that no amount of warmth would ever fully dispel. His eyes were green and ordinary. His hair still carried a white streak. He could no longer taste sweetness. He could not feel warmth in his hands, and the color had drained from his best memories. But he was alive, and he was himself. Hermione collapsed beside him, and Ron was there immediately, catching her before she fell completely. Aikido approached Harry, and without a word, he knelt and pressed 2 fingers to Hermione's forehead. There was a moment of blue light, and Aikido's expression grew pained, but when he pulled his hand away, Hermione was breathing easier. "I can give her a year of mine," Aikido said quietly, and his voice had lost its musical lilt. "It is very little, and I owe her infinitely more." The black glass column shattered, not slowly, not carefully. It simply ceased to exist, the magic that had held it together unraveling when the seamster's pact closed. The glass turned to liquid for an instant, and then to nothing, and Ginny fell through the space where her prison had been, fell through the space between moments when Harry's 7th Leon released, fell and was caught. Harry caught her. She was real and warm, and her hair brushed his face, and he could remember that it was red only because he had the memory written down in his mind like a fact, like historical data rather than lived experience. The warmth of her body was something he could sense through pressure and contact, but he could not feel the temperature of her. It was not the memory he would have chosen. It was the memory he would treasure anyway. For a long time, they did not speak. There was nothing to say. She had watched him unravel himself in front of 1,000 witnesses from 1,000 realms. He had paid the price in memories and sensation and abilities, and the certainty of ever being anything more than what he was. She had paid the price in years of her life, standing behind him with her hand on his back, holding him together while he came apart. Finally, Harry said, "I can't remember your hair being red." Ginny pulled back just enough to look at him. Her hair was red, bright as copper in the afternoon light, bright as blood, bright as anything that lived and burned. She was crying, and her tears were real, and he could not feel the warmth of them against his skin. "I'll tell you every day," she said. "Every single day for the rest of your life. And you'll believe me because you love me, and that's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything." The aftermath came in pieces. Snape's body was taken by his monastic order with honors that Harry did not fully understand but felt deeply. A procession of monks in gray, moving without sound, collecting their half-dead brother and carrying him away to whatever blessed ground their order used for their fallen. Ron's limp, permanent, never to be fully healed, a mark of his loyalty that he would carry for the rest of his life. Kaito Uchiha, bound by his own illusion cords, handed over to Soul Society for punishment or redemption, or whatever they did with fallen prodigies. Kenji Getu was dead, his body consumed by his own hubris and Aikido's casual precision. Edward Blackrope was obliterated, scattered across the space between moments, no body to return to any realm. Clorin Lucifer had departed of his own accord, taking his courteous sadness with him. The Inazuma Consortium had dissolved the moment its patrons' plans failed. The arena itself began to sink back into the North Sea, slowly, as though the realms that had anchored it were releasing their hold. Harry stood at the edge of the obsidian platform and watched the floating space fall away. In a matter of minutes, it would be as though the coronation had never happened. No witnesses from the mortal realm beyond Grimmauld Place. Nothing to confirm what Harry had survived except the scars he carried and the people standing beside him. Arabella Vance appeared on one of the upper platforms as the arena descended. She was alone, and she looked across the gathering spaces where realms had briefly touched and said something so quietly that Harry almost didn't hear her. "Keep the file open," she said. Red ink fades, but it does not vanish. Then she was gone too, walking back into whatever pocket of ministry space had allowed her to witness this event. The legate that brought them home was gentler than the one that had taken them to the arena. Harry stepped out into the basement beneath the ministry with Ginny's hand in his, and found that he could not feel her warmth. The permanent coldness that had been the first cost was still there, would always be there. But he could feel her hand, could feel the pressure of her fingers, could know through the pressure alone that she was real. Grimmauld Place was unchanged and utterly transformed all at once. The kitchen was filled with sunlight the way it always had been, and Harry sat at the long table with a teacup in his hands. He couldn't feel the warmth of it, no matter how long he held it. The cold had rooted itself too deeply. But Ginny placed her hand over his, and her hand was warm, and that was enough. "I'm just Harry," he said. "You were always enough," Ginny answered. Outside, autumn was turning the London street trees copper and gold. Birds were singing, ordinary and completely indifferent to everything that had transpired. Ron was limping past the kitchen window, helping Hermione walk, both of them moving slowly because they had paid prices that couldn't be easily forgotten. Akito was upstairs in one of the spare rooms, his blindfold back on, his blue eyes hidden once more, his presence in the house a reminder that the anime realms had touched the mortal one and could do so again. On the doorstep of Grimmauld Place, unnoticed by anyone, a stitched herald's coat appeared. It was folded neatly, and there was a note tucked inside it in an unknown hand. The handwriting was precise and formal and utterly without emotion. "The thread finds a Weasley next. In 3 months, the mark will bloom. We shall be watching." The unthreaded, Harry found it when he stepped outside to get firewood for the evening. He read it once, memorized every word, and then walked to the hearth and burned it without showing it to anyone else. The coat went into the flames after the note. They burned with colors that shouldn't have existed, blues and greens and something that might have been purple if his eyes hadn't been ordinary now. The ash fell into the fireplace and was lost. Ginny's voice came from the kitchen. "What was that?" Harry closed the fire door and turned away from the hearth. The stitched coat and the message were gone now, consumed by flames that burned too brightly to be natural. He stepped into the warm kitchen light where Ginny sat at the table with a fresh cup of tea, her hair red in the afternoon sun, a fact he would have to learn again every day for the rest of his life. It would not become a feeling in the way memories of colors had always been feelings before. It would remain a fact, something his mind would hold without his senses confirming it. And somehow, understanding that, accepting it, made it bearable. "Nothing important," Harry said, and he meant it. "Just something that tried to remind me that the story doesn't end." "Does any story?" Ginny asked. Harry smiled, small and earned and true, a smile that came from a place that had nothing to do with the abilities he'd given up or the memories he'd lost. It came from the simple fact of being alive in this kitchen, in this moment, with this person who had chosen him so completely that she had paid with years of her own life just to keep him whole. "Not the good ones," he said. He sat down beside her. Ron was in the next room, limping but alive, his loyalty written into his permanent injury. Hermione was upstairs, sleeping the sleep of the exhausted, years drawn from her life, but her mind intact and her magic still hers. Akito was reading in the parlor, his blindfold back on, his infinite blue eyes hidden once more. Snape's body was in the care of his monastic order, honored as a fallen brother. The arena had sunk beneath the North Sea. The unthreaded had dissolved into thread and malice and the promise of someday. Harry took up his cup of tea. The ceramic was warm against his hands, but he could not feel the warmth. It didn't matter. He knew it was there. Knowing was enough. Belief was enough. The promise of heat was enough, even if his body would never recognize it again. "I'm just Harry," he said again, as though the words needed to be spoken twice to be believed. Ginny placed her warm hand over his cold one. "That's exactly who you've always been," she said. "I'm glad you finally figured it out." Outside, the London afternoon turned toward evening. Birds sang without knowing anything of realms or stitches or the price of becoming something more than human. The house stood solid and real and utterly ordinary around them, a place where people lived and loved and made tea and sat in kitchens and were enough, just as they were, without anything borrowed or stolen or taken from somewhere else. The thread would find another. The unthreaded had promised that. Arabella Vance would keep the file open. The stitching was inevitable, patient, and would try again. But not today. Today Harry was just 17 years old and he was alive, and he was at peace in a way that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with surrender, with choosing to be small and breakable and human, with letting himself be just Harry, with trusting that it would be enough. Ginny leaned her head against his shoulder, and they sat together in the warm kitchen light, drinking tea that was cooling slowly on the table, speaking of nothing important, being together in the way that only people who had survived together could be. Outside, the light faded from gold to amber to deep blue. Inside, the fire in the hearth burned ordinary and warm, and Harry sat in its light without feeling its heat, and understood that this simple, unglamorous, utterly mundane moment was the real miracle. Not the power, not the abilities, not the grand contest fought in a floating arena above the North Sea. Just this. Chapter 6 end.